From above, the ocean seems peaceful, but beneath this endless sea lies a wild kingdom ruled by hunters.
The deeper we enter the ocean, the more the sea reveals a world where every movement can mean survival or death. In the ocean, beauty and danger live side by side, because even the safest reef can become a hunting ground.
Small fish survive in the ocean by becoming one body, because in the open sea, a single mistake can expose them to the hunter.
In the ocean, prey often feel danger before they can see it, because the sea carries pressure, movement, and fear.
Some ocean predators do not need to be giants. In the sea, speed, silence, and timing can be just as deadly. In the ocean, survival can depend on a gap in the reef, a turn of the current, or one moment of perfect stillness. Long before humans explored the ocean, sharks were already shaping the balance of the sea with silence, patience, and instinct.
A shark does not rule the ocean through chaos, but through senses refined by millions of years beneath the sea.
Beyond the reef, the ocean opens into a greater arena, where the sea gives no shelter and only the fastest hunters can survive.
Out here in the open ocean, the sea belongs to creatures built for distance, speed, and relentless pursuit. In the ocean, speed is not only movement. In the sea, speed is survival, power, and control.
Across the open sea, there are no walls, no caves, and no coral branches. Only speed can decide who escapes.
When fear spreads through the ocean, prey gather into one shining shape, hoping the sea will hide the individual inside the crowd. In the ocean, every hunt is a battle between panic and precision, and the sea rewards the hunter that chooses the perfect moment.
The surface of the ocean may look like escape, but in the sea, danger can attack from every direction.
Some ocean predators do not rule by force alone. In the sea, intelligence can turn open water into a trap. In the ocean, teamwork can change the rules of the hunt, because one predator may chase, but many predators can control the sea.
After every chase, the ocean becomes quiet again, but the silence of the sea is never empty.
The ocean is not ruled by one kind of hunter, because the sea creates many forms of power, and each one claims its own territory.
Not every hunter in the ocean chases across the open sea. Some wait where the ocean itself becomes a trap. In these narrow parts of the sea, the fastest creature does not always win. The one that understands the terrain may hold the power. In the ocean, patience can become a weapon, and a motionless hunter can be more dangerous than one in pursuit.
A hunt in the ocean does not always begin with a chase. Sometimes it begins with silence, distance, and one mistake. In the sea, a single second can separate safety from capture, and after the strike, the ocean becomes quiet again.
Some ocean predators do not patrol the open sea. They turn darkness inside the reef into a doorway for hunting.
In the ocean, the line between home and hunting ground can be almost invisible.
The ocean does not hide every threat in shadow. Sometimes the sea displays danger in color, shape, and stillness.
In the ocean, survival is not always about being the largest. Sometimes it is about being impossible to attack.
The ocean creates many kinds of predators, and each one rules only where its own strength becomes the perfect weapon.
Even in the gentle corners of the ocean, the sea never stops testing the young, the weak, and the careless. In the ocean, safety is often temporary, because every hiding place can become a path for another hunter.
Every ruler of the ocean begins as a survivor, learning how the sea moves, hides, and reveals life.
The ocean teaches patience before power, because even predators must grow into their place in the sea.
The ocean is not only a battlefield, the sea is a living balance where predator, prey, and wanderer share the same blue world.
In the sea, calm does not mean safety. It only means the next movement has not yet begun. Where the reef ends and the open ocean begins, the sea changes its rules, and every creature must choose how far it dares to go. In the ocean, Power is sometimes felt before it is seen, because the sea remembers the shape of danger. The farther we move from the reef, the more the ocean becomes a place of distance, pressure, and hidden strength. Some ocean predators seem shaped by another age, built to read the invisible signals of life moving through the sea.
In the ocean, true power is not always loud. Sometimes the sea gives authority to those that move with perfect control.
Every predator leaves a mark on the ocean, but the sea quickly hides its secrets again.
Even in a sea of hunters, the ocean depends on moments of trust, pause, and delicate balance.
When light fades in the ocean, the sea does not sleep. It simply gives power to different hunters. At dusk, the ocean becomes a world of outlines, where the sea favors hunters that can sense more than they can see. In darkness, the ocean speaks through vibration, scent, pressure, and flashes of light. Far below the sunlit ocean, the sea creates hunters shaped by darkness, pressure, and patience.
Some ocean rulers live so far from the surface that the sea allows us to know them only through shadows.
To ask which creature rules the sea, we must first understand that the ocean is not one kingdom, but many. This is the wild ocean, a sea of predators, and the search for the creature that truly rules the water has only just begun.
Now the ocean opens into a world ruled by speed, where every second can decide who lives and who becomes the next meal.
In the open sea, protection disappears, and the ocean belongs to creatures built to chase across the blue.
Among the ocean's speed hunters, tuna are built for endurance, crossing the sea with power that almost never rests. The ocean does not only reward the strongest body, the sea rewards the body that can turn energy into endless motion.
In the ocean, speed becomes strategy when many hunters move as one force through the sea.
When prey gather in the ocean, the sea turns fear into shape, and every predator searches for the weakest opening. In the open ocean, a bait ball is not safety. It is a signal that the hunt has entered its most dangerous stage.
The ocean measures speed not only by how fast a hunter moves, but by how quickly it can change direction when the prey changes the story.
But the sea has many kinds of speed, and some ocean hunters are designed to strike alone.
A sailfish moves through the ocean like a blade of speed, turning the sea itself into a path of attack.
In the ocean, some predators use speed like a tool, not only to chase, but to cut, turn, and confuse.
The sea rewards the hunter that can read the movement of 1,000 fish and find the one mistake inside the crowd.
In the open ocean, escape is not a place, escape is a direction, and the hunter must close that direction before the prey finds it. Beyond the flash of the sailfish, the ocean holds another kind of speed, heavier, colder, and more explosive.
The mako shark is one of the Kaio pure speed hunters, built to turn muscle into explosive motion beneath the sea.
In the ocean, speed without control is wasted, and the true hunter must move fast and decide faster.
A single burst across the ocean can change the shape of the entire school, even when the strike itself is over in a heartbeat.
Sometimes the pressure of the ocean becomes so great that prey must leave the sea for a few seconds of hope. But the ocean always waits below, and every return to the sea brings the chase back into motion. But in the ocean, beauty can move with astonishing speed, and color can belong to a hunter as much as to the reef.
Open ocean hunters must read light as much as movement, because in the sea, a flash of silver can reveal the path of prey.
The open ocean is not empty. The sea is layered with hunters, each one built for a different kind of pursuit.
In the ocean, separation can be fatal, because the sea is most dangerous when a creature stands alone.
A barracuda does not need a long chase. In the ocean, it waits for the moment when distance becomes small enough to erase.
In the sea, straight-line speed can become a weapon when the predator knows exactly where the prey must turn next.
But in the ocean, speed becomes even more powerful when it is guided by memory, sound, and teamwork.
These ocean hunters do not simply follow prey. They shape the sea around it until escape becomes harder.
In the ocean, teamwork can turn empty water into invisible walls.
The sea does not give power to one design alone. The ocean creates many answers to the same hunger.
Even in the open ocean, the sea has hidden roads, and predators learn where life gathers. A hunter in the ocean must understand water, because the sea decides where food moves before the predator ever arrives. When millions of small fish move through the ocean, the sea becomes a signal that calls hunters from every direction.
In the ocean, a school survives by turning together, but the larger the school becomes, the more hunters it attracts.
The ocean's greatest hunts often begin when many predators follow the same signal of fear.
Here, speed rules the sea for a moment, but speed alone cannot explain the full power of the ocean. The ocean can turn from chaos to silence in seconds, and the sea keeps no witness for long. But below the speed of the open ocean, another kind of predator waits, older, quieter, and shaped by time. The fastest hunters may dominate the moment, but the ocean also belongs to predators that have survived for millions of years. Some ocean predators do not need to chase every movement, because their power lies in sensing when the sea is ready. Speed may rule the open ocean, but it is only one answer in the sea's long history of predators. The ocean demands balance from every hunter, because the sea punishes wasted energy as quickly as missed opportunity. To live by speed in the ocean is to live in constant motion, always chasing the next signal of life across the sea. The open sea has shown us hunters of speed, but the ocean's oldest predators are still waiting in the deeper blue. Long before speed ruled the open ocean, sharks were already mastering the sea through silence, senses, and survival. The next question is not how fast a predator can move, but how long a design can survive in the ocean. In the open sea, speed can rule the chase, but in the deeper ocean, something older is about to take control. Now we enter the world of sharks, ancient predators shaped by the ocean long before speed became a spectacle. A great white shark does not need to rush through the sea, because the ocean has already given it patience, strength, and perfect design. In the ocean, a shark is not a monster. It is a living record of millions of years of survival beneath the sea.
In the ocean, the hunt often begins long before the chase, when the predator studies movement from below.
A shark can turn the ocean's layers into strategy, using depth as cover and silence as pressure. In the sea, power is sometimes measured by the fear a predator creates without touching anything at all. Not every shark rules the ocean in the same way. Some move like wandering investigators of the sea.
A tiger shark survives in the ocean by being curious, adaptable, and willing to explore almost every edge of the sea. In the ocean, an apex predator can reshape a place simply by passing through it. The hammerhead shows how the ocean can shape a predator into something strange, precise, and perfectly suited to the sea.
In the sea, a predator does not need to see everything when it can feel the hidden movements of life.
At the reef edge, sharks become part of the ocean's rhythm, arriving as light fades and confidence changes sides.
The reef shark rules through familiarity, knowing every current, corner, and shadow of its ocean territory.
Even sharks, the ocean's ancient hunters, are not separate from the balance of the sea.
Some sharks carry the ocean's power into murkier borders, where the sea becomes harder to read.
In unclear water, The ocean favors predators that can sense what others cannot see.
In shallow ocean waters, smaller sharks prove that size is not the only path to control. Here, the ocean rewards agility, because a hunter must turn as quickly as the reef changes shape. A shark's power in the ocean is not only in motion, it is also in knowing when to remain still. In the sea, energy is precious, and the best predators spend it only when the ocean gives them reason. Not every shark dominates the ocean with speed. Some survive through persistence, smell, and careful searching.
The ocean has room for many kinds of shark, because survival in the sea is never one single strategy.
Far from land, the ocean becomes a desert of blue, and the patient predator may be the one that survives.
In the open ocean, a shark must become both hunter and traveler, crossing the sea with calm endurance.
The blue shark shows another face of ocean power, light, graceful, and built to roam the sea for extraordinary distances. In the ocean, endurance can be as powerful as speed, because the sea belongs to those that can keep moving. Every curve of a shark's body is an answer to the ocean, shaped by pressure, hunger, and motion.
Sharks are not one story in the ocean. They are many stories, written across reefs, coasts, open seas, and darkness.
Some sharks carry the ancient ocean into the deep, where speed gives way to pressure, darkness, and patience. In the deeper sea, a shark may not need to move quickly, because time itself becomes part of the hunt.
Some ocean predators seem to belong to another time, surviving not through speed, but through endurance beyond imagination.
Every ancient hunter of the ocean begins small, learning the sea before it can command it.
The ocean teaches every shark the first law of survival. Understand the water before trusting your strength.
When night enters the ocean, sharks gain an older advantage, moving through a sea of senses beyond sight.
In darkness, the ocean becomes a network of pressure, scent, and vibration, and the shark knows how to read it.
A shark changes the ocean around it, even when it does not strike, because every creature understands what its presence means. In the sea, predators do more than take life. They shape where life moves, hides, feeds, and survives.
Sometimes the ocean reveals a shark, not by showing the shark, but by showing the fear that moves ahead of it.
A shark's shape is one of the ocean's most recognizable symbols, because the sea has repeated its success for ages. The teeth of a shark are famous, but in the ocean, teeth are only one part of a far greater design. The ocean does not fear sharks as outsiders. The sea depends on them as part of its ancient order.
Speed can dominate the chase, but sharks remind us that the ocean also rewards patience, senses, and time.
If the sea were ruled by age, survival, and design, sharks would stand among the strongest contenders.
But the ocean is too vast for one kind of power, and even sharks share the sea with rivals that hunt in different ways.
Beyond the ancient hunters, the sea holds predators whose greatest weapon is not teeth alone, but the mind. The ocean's next challenge to the shark is not only faster or larger, it is more coordinated. If sharks are the ocean's ancient design, then the next hunters may represent something even more difficult to face: intelligence.
Sharks have ruled the ocean through time, senses, and survival, but now the sea reveals hunters that rule through memory, teamwork, and strategy.
After the ancient power of sharks, the ocean now reveals predators whose greatest weapon is intelligence.
In the sea, one hunter can chase, but a family of hunters can plan.
Orcas do not simply move through the ocean. They read the sea, remember it, and share that knowledge with one another. In the ocean, communication can become a weapon when every member of the pod understands the same moment. The smartest predators in the ocean do not always attack first. Sometimes they shape the sea around the prey.
In open water, intelligence can turn the ocean itself into a trap.
Where tunas use speed and sharks use ancient senses, orcas use the ocean as a problem to be solved. The surface of the sea can become a ceiling when intelligent hunters understand how to use it.
In the ocean, the most powerful strike may come only after the prey has already lost every direction.
Orcas show that ruling the sea is not only about taking prey, but about knowing when not to waste effort.
In this ocean world, knowledge is passed through generations, carried by families that learn the sea together. Every young hunter in the ocean must learn not only how to move, but how to belong. In the vast ocean, a pod becomes more than a group. It becomes memory, protection, and strategy moving through the sea.
Dolphins prove that in the ocean, speed becomes far more dangerous when guided by cooperation.
In the sea, teamwork can make open water feel smaller, closing escape routes that the prey cannot see.
Across the ocean, intelligence appears in many forms, but some hunters carry it with a scale few others can match.
Where the ocean grows colder and rougher, orcas carry their knowledge into hunts that require patience and planning.
Some hunts in the sea begin from below, where patience turns the ocean surface into a window.
The strength of a pod is not only in each body, but in the way every body understands the plan.
In the ocean, intelligence can strike through timing, making one shared movement stronger than 100 separate chases. After the hunt, the pod returns to order, because in the sea, survival depends on unity beyond the moment of attack. In this ocean world, sound can travel farther than sight, carrying intention through the sea.
Intelligent hunters do not only watch prey, they watch the ocean itself, because the sea decides where life gathers. To rule a moment in the ocean, a predator must understand not only the prey, but the water that carries it.
In the sea, a smart predator does not need to chase every turn if it can predict the next one. The ocean becomes a tool when intelligence turns bubbles, pressure, and shadow into signals of fear.
Here, the ocean shows a different kind of dominance, not the fastest chase, but the calm control of every choice the prey can make.
A successful ocean hunter does not need chaos to prove power. Sometimes control is the clearest sign of rule. The ocean is too vast for instinct alone. To survive here, a predator must remember where the sea has fed it before.
In the open sea, intelligence stretches across distance, keeping the pod connected even when the ocean separates them. A pod survives by sharing attention, because in the ocean, one set of eyes is never enough. Sharks carry the old power of the ocean, but orcas bring a new kind of challenge: coordinated minds moving as one.
The sea does not crown a ruler easily, because every predator dominates only where its strength becomes perfect.
What makes orcas extraordinary is not only what they can hunt, but how they choose, learn, and adapt across the ocean.
In the ocean, memory can become territory, and experience can become a map no human eye can see.
The greatest hunters in the sea do not only react to the ocean, they anticipate it. When intelligence meets landscape, the ocean floor itself becomes part of the hunt. In the sea, a smart predator lets the ocean do part of the work. Even when prey escapes, the lesson remains, because every hunt teaches the pod more about the sea. To look at an orca in the ocean is to see power joined with awareness, strength guided by relationship.
Their world is not silent to them. The ocean is filled with signals we can barely imagine.
The ocean has shown us speed, senses, and strength, but intelligence may be the force that connects them all.
But even the smartest hunters of the sea do not rule every depth of the ocean. Below the pod, the ocean changes again, and intelligence must give way to darkness, pressure, and strange forms of survival.
The ocean's most intelligent hunters have shown their power, but the sea still hides predators that rule by secrecy. If orcas challenge the ocean with intelligence, the next hunters challenge it with patience, camouflage, and life in darkness. The search for the creature that rules the sea now descends into the hidden ocean, where the strangest hunters wait in silence.
After traveling through speed, teeth, intelligence, and darkness, the ocean leaves us with one question: who truly rules the sea?
The answer is not hidden in one place, because the ocean itself is made of many worlds. In the deep sea, survival belongs to patience, camouflage, and forms of life shaped by pressure. Some ocean predators rule by remaining unseen, holding power in the places where sunlight never reaches. But the ocean is not only darkness. Above the deep, another kind of power waits in the open blue. In the open sea, speed can rule the moment, because the ocean gives no shelter to the slow. The speed hunters command the chase, but even they cannot rule every depth, every reef, and every darkness of the sea. Speed is one answer to the ocean, but it is an answer that must be repeated every day. Then come the sharks, predators whose power is not only speed, but time itself.
Sharks have survived by becoming almost perfectly matched to the ocean's demands.
From reefs to open water, sharks shape where life moves, hides, and feeds in the sea.
A shark can change the ocean without striking, because every creature understands what its shape means.
Sharks are not a single answer. They are many ocean solutions refined across millions of years.
But if sharks are the ancient power of the sea, orcas challenge the ocean with something different.
Orcas bring intelligence, memory, and teamwork into the ocean's struggle for power.
Their strength is not held in one body, but in the knowledge shared through the pod.
In open water, orcas can turn the sea itself into a trap.
Where many predators chase, orcas calculate, and that makes them one of the strongest contenders for the ocean's crown.
Their power is not only in what they hunt, but in how carefully they choose each movement.
The sea does not offer one simple throne, because every layer rewards a different kind of hunter.
To rule the ocean completely, a creature would need to master speed, strength, patience, senses, darkness, and cooperation all at once.
On the reef, the ruler may not be the largest, but the one that knows every shadow and escape route. On the seafloor, power belongs to those that understand vibration, scent, and the quiet language of sand. In the open ocean, the ruler of one moment may be the creature that reaches the prey first.
But even the fastest hunter depends on the ocean's currents, because the sea decides where life will concentrate.
When night enters the ocean, vision loses power, and the sea gives advantage to those that can hunt through darkness.
In darkness, the ocean belongs to creatures that can turn uncertainty into survival. In the deep sea, the question of rule becomes harder, because the strongest hunters are often the least visible. Here, power may belong to the creature that waits longest and spends the least. The ocean has shown us that dominance is not one thing. It changes with depth, light, current, and hunger. The sea is not ruled like a kingdom on land. It is ruled in moments, zones, and strategies. Every predator shapes the ocean, but none stands outside the balance that supports it.
The sea survives because predators prevent weakness from becoming collapse. keeping life moving through the system.
Fear is part of the ocean, but so is renewal, because every hunt returns energy to the sea.
If one creature comes closest to ruling the sea, the orca stands among the strongest answers.
With strength, strategy, family, and intelligence, orcas combine many forms of ocean power into one living force. Yet even the orca cannot rule every trench, every reef, every current, and every darkness of the sea.
Perhaps the true ruler is not one creature, but the ocean itself, shaping every hunter that tries to survive within it.
The sea creates speed in one place, patience in another, intelligence in another, and mystery in the deepest dark.
For the small creatures of the ocean, the ruler is whichever predator appears in the next shadow.
Every decision in the ocean is shaped by risk, and every risk is shaped by the hunters waiting beyond sight.
The ocean does not need one ruler to remain powerful. It is powerful because every layer has its own master. To understand the sea is to accept that power here is shared, contested, and constantly changing.
From above, the ocean may look peaceful, but now we know what moves beneath that calm blue skin.
No single creature owns the ocean completely, but every great predator reveals one part of what it takes to rule the sea.
The tuna rules the chase, the shark rules through ancient design, the orca rules through intelligence, and the deep sea rules through mystery.
Among them, the orca may stand as the strongest contender, but even it remains a child of the sea. The ocean does not stop for any ruler. It moves, changes, hides, and begins again. To rule the sea is not to conquer it, but to survive inside its endless changes. Every hunter in the ocean depends on something greater than itself: the current, the prey, the darkness, and the balance of the sea.
The sea is beautiful because it is alive. And it is alive because every creature must find its place within the hunt.
So which creature rules the sea? The answer depends on where in the ocean you are, and what kind of power the moment demands.
In one place, speed rules. In another, teeth. In another, intelligence. In another, darkness. But above them all, the ocean rules them together, shaping every predator and every prey beneath its endless surface. This is the wild ocean, a world where no crown lasts forever, and every ruler must answer to the sea. To the human eye, the Pacific Ocean still looks peaceful, but beneath this sea, the balance is already beginning to change. Inside the upper ocean, warmth begins to gather, forming the first quiet signal of El Niño. El Niño is not a single wave in the sea. It is a warm ocean pattern spreading silently through the Pacific.
The Pacific Ocean is layered like a living system, and when the surface sea grows too warm, the deeper balance begins to weaken.
This warmth does not crash through the sea. It expands quietly, changing the Pacific Ocean one layer at a time.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the smallest coral movements reveal how warmth begins to press against life.
In the sea, behavior changes before disaster becomes visible, and the Pacific Ocean records every movement.
Before storms shift across the planet, the first signal begins here, among the smallest life in the Pacific Ocean Sea. The Pacific Ocean Sea is warming from above, but the next question is what this warmth will do to the winds above the water.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is no longer only storing heat, it is beginning to guide the air above the water.
The warmer the Pacific Ocean Sea becomes, the more the sky above it begins to build new patterns. Even beneath the surface, the Pacific Ocean Sea reflects the change above it, as warmth connects water, sky, and life. In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, life begins to adjust before the full force of El Niño is seen.
From this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the signal is no longer hidden underwater. It is now rising into the sky and moving outward.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, life is still moving, but the rhythm of the water has already begun to slow.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, warm water is no longer trapped where it once belonged. A clear sea can look peaceful, but in the Pacific Ocean, fewer nutrients can mean less life.
The Pacific Ocean Sea releases heat into the air, and the air begins building new weather. When the sea changes, the sky does not remain still.
The ocean engine has not stopped, but across this Pacific Ocean Sea, its rhythm has changed.
Inside this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, life follows currents that are no longer behaving as they once did.
What begins below the 4K Pacific Ocean sea surface now reaches into the sky above it.
The warm Pacific Ocean Sea has become a signal, and the atmosphere has begun to respond.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea is now shaping the first chapter of global disruption.
The weakened winds above have changed the water below, and the Pacific Ocean Sea now carries that stress through life itself.
As this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea warms and spreads, the next impact will be felt by the life that depends on it.
The trade winds have weakened, the warm sea has spread, and now the Pacific Ocean's living world must face the pressure.
Now the warm Pacific Ocean Sea reaches the living world, and the first pressure is felt beneath the waves.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, coral survives by balance, and El Niño begins to press against that balance.
The sea still glows with color, but the Pacific Ocean is no longer feeding the reef with the same strength.
Across this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, small fish begin to move because the water around them has changed.
In the Pacific Ocean Sea, clear water can hide a dangerous truth when the smallest life begins to disappear.
Before the larger animals suffer, the first change begins here, in the smallest drifting life of the 4K Pacific Ocean Sea.
When warm Pacific Ocean seawater reduces the rising nutrients, the food chain begins to weaken from the bottom.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, hunger does not arrive as a single moment. It spreads through movement. The Pacific Ocean Sea is one connected system, and a change at the surface reaches life below.
Even near the reef floor, this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea carries the pressure of warming water. As the Pacific Ocean Sea warms, life searches for shade, depth, and every small refuge the reef can offer.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, when small fish scatter, larger hunters must follow the change.
The Pacific Ocean Sea begins rearranging the paths of hunters, prey, and every creature between them.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, warmth changes not only where life feeds, but where life can remain.
The ocean is becoming divided, and every layer of the Pacific Ocean Sea now carries a different risk.
Coral does not need to vanish overnight. In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, stress can begin with a fading color.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is still alive, but El Niño begins to lower the energy of the reef. When the sea changes, survival may mean leaving familiar waters behind.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, even a school can begin to lose its shape when the ocean's rhythm changes.
The living sea below and the changing sky above are now part of the same El Niño story.
Across this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the absence of movement becomes as important as the movement itself.
The Pacific Ocean Sea changes slowly, but every animal moving through it must respond immediately.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, beauty remains, but abundance begins to thin.
A reef inside the 4K Pacific Ocean Sea depends on movement, and when movement weakens, life waits.
The open Pacific Ocean Sea can look endless, but during El Niño, it can also become strangely empty. In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, movement becomes a gamble between heat, hunger, and survival.
Even when life finds another reef, the Pacific Ocean Sea carries the same warm pressure with it.
The stress of the 4K Pacific Ocean Sea reaches into places the eye almost misses. When the sea holds less food, every feeding movement costs more energy.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the food web does not break all at once. It loosens strand by strand.
The Pacific Ocean Sea reveals the chain of life through layers, and every layer now feels the warmth. This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea remains beautiful, but beauty does not mean the system is safe.
The Pacific Ocean Sea carries stress below and sends signals above. El Niño does not need to erase life at once. In the 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, it changes where life can thrive. The deeper sea may offer cooler water, but it also changes the rules of feeding and survival.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, escaping warmth can mean leaving abundance behind.
The Pacific Ocean Sea becomes a narrowing space where life must choose between light, food, and temperature.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, stress changes not only where animals go, but how they meet each other.
Even the strongest hunters in the Pacific Ocean Sea depend on the smallest drifting life.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea shows the food web without words, from invisible life to visible struggle.
The Pacific Ocean Sea has stressed its living world, and now the warmth begins to move rainfall across the sky.
The Pacific Ocean Sea has stressed its living world, and now the warmth begins to move rainfall across the sky.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, life below and rain above are connected by the same warmth.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is not silent because nothing is happening. It is silent because life is adjusting under pressure.
As the living sea adapts, the next signal rises into the air, where rain will shift and drought will spread. From this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the pressure now moves beyond marine life and into the movement of clouds. The Pacific Ocean Sea has changed beneath the waves, and next, the rain begins to move, and distant lands will feel the ocean's heat. The warm Pacific Ocean Sea has stressed the life beneath it, and now the sky will carry that disruption outward. From this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, rain begins to move away from its old rhythm. The Pacific Ocean Sea gives the sky heat and moisture, and the sky begins to build rain in new places.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, one area receives heavy rain, while another waits beneath a silent sky.
The rain falls back into the sea, but the pattern that created it is already moving outward. El Niño does not make the whole ocean sky wet. It shifts where the Pacific Ocean Sea sends its moisture. Across this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, warmth chooses where clouds rise and where clouds fail to form.
Even beneath the 4K Pacific Ocean Sea surface, the movement of rain above becomes part of the ocean's story.
The ocean now carries two signals at once: heavy rain over one sea region and dryness over another.
The Pacific Ocean Sea becomes the path of a moving climate signal.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the shadows of clouds reveal where the atmosphere is being rearranged.
The warmer Pacific Ocean Sea feeds stronger clouds, but it also pulls rainfall away from its usual places.
Over this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, rain is no longer evenly shared by the sky. A few miles across the sea can separate a flooded sky from an empty one. In the dry side of this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, even the water column feels still and exposed.
The living sea moves through the same boundaries that shape rain above it.
Where the Pacific Ocean Sea gives warmth to the sky, rain can fall harder and longer.
The 4K Pacific Ocean Sea becomes a reservoir of energy for clouds that grow beyond their normal limits.
El Niño can make one sky overflow while another sky is left waiting. In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, drought begins not with dust, but with clouds that fail to form.
The sea remains full of water, yet the sky above it can still become dry.
Across the 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, one connected body of water can create very different skies. Even underwater, the Pacific Ocean Sea can reveal where rain gathers and where dryness remains.
The 4K Pacific Ocean Sea does not separate climate from life. It carries both through every current.
Rain moves across this Pacific Ocean Sea like a shifting line between abundance and absence.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea shows the pattern without words. Rain moves, and dryness spreads behind it.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is now a moving stage, where wet and dry patterns trade places. In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the absence of rain becomes its own kind of warning.
When the sky above the sea stays empty, the water below can grow warmer and quieter. The living world inside this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea must adjust to heat from above and hunger from below. The Pacific Ocean Sea carries one story below the waves and another above them, but both are driven by the same warmth.
Where the 4K Pacific Ocean Sea feeds the clouds, rainfall can become heavier than the landscape beyond the ocean is ready to receive. The rain begins above the sea, but the consequences will not stay above the sea.
The Pacific Ocean Sea remains the engine, even when the rain it creates moves far beyond the horizon.
While one path carries rain away from the Pacific Ocean Sea, another path is left under a sky that gives nothing back.
Drought is not only cracked ground. Over this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, it begins as missing clouds.
The dry sky above and the warm sea below become two pressures on the same living ocean. In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, dryness above the water can deepen the stress within the water. Across the Pacific Ocean Sea, El Niño draws a line between too much rain and not enough. This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea connects the extremes, turning warmth into imbalance.
The ocean does not choose disaster, but when the Pacific Ocean Sea shifts, the atmosphere must follow.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, warmth rises, rain falls, and the cycle grows stronger.
From above, the clouds look powerful, but below them, the 4K Pacific Ocean Sea is still the source.
The sea below has changed the rhythm, and the sky now plays unevenly above it.
The Pacific Ocean Sea keeps its warmth after the rain moves on, preparing the next shift in weather.
Every rainfall pattern above this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea leaves a trace beneath the surface. The ocean current carries heat, the sky carries rain, and El Niño connects them both. Now the shifting rain becomes only part of a larger disruption rising from the Pacific Ocean Sea. This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea is no longer only moving rain, it is feeding larger atmospheric consequences. Rain moves, drought spreads, and the Pacific Ocean Sea continues sending heat into a restless planet. The 4K Pacific Ocean Sea now holds the full chain: warm water, weak winds, stressed life, and moving rain. From this Pacific Ocean Sea, the rain has shifted and drought has spread. Next, the heat will rise into storms and global consequences.
From this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the heat now rises into storms, temperature, and global consequences.
The Pacific Ocean Sea has stored the heat,
and now the sky begins to use it. In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, warmth becomes energy, and energy begins to build storms. The storm above the sea is not separate from the ocean below. It is born from the heat rising out of the Pacific. Even beneath this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the storm leaves its pressure in light, current, and movement. The living world inside the Pacific Ocean Sea moves deeper as heat and weather intensify above. The 4K Pacific Ocean Sea feeds the rain, and the rain returns to the sea with greater force. Across this Pacific Ocean Sea, the storm expands because the warmth beneath it does not fade.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, extremes can exist side by side, connected by the same warm pattern.
The Pacific Ocean Sea may calm between storms, but the heat remains, waiting beneath the surface.
Inside this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, beauty hides the accumulated heat that keeps the disturbance alive.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is not only warmer at the surface, it is reorganized from the surface downward.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, storms above and hunger below are part of the same chain.
The Pacific Ocean Sea does not need to destroy a reef at once. Sustained heat can weaken it day by day.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the cost of heat is written in small fading colors. When the Pacific Ocean Sea changes, even the hunters must follow a food web that no longer holds its old shape.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea still looks endless, but endless water does not always mean endless life.
The living sea below and the changing storm sky above are locked in one Pacific Ocean pattern.
Above this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the atmosphere grows more restless as heat continues to rise.
The Pacific Ocean Sea has moved from silence into force, and the consequences are expanding.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, heat, rain, wind, and cloud now move as one disturbed system.
The sea gives energy to the storm, and the storm gives motion back to the sea.
Beneath this 4K Pacific Ocean sea storm, life continues, but every movement becomes more demanding.
The Pacific Ocean Sea carries the storm downward, turning surface violence into underwater stress. Even away from the storm, this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea remains part of the same heat-driven pattern.
The Pacific Ocean Sea does not only move storms, its warmth can lift the temperature of the planet.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, heat rises quietly, but its reach can extend far beyond the water. For life inside the Pacific Ocean Sea, warmth changes where safety, food, and survival can be found. This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea is still living, but its living systems are working harder than before.
As the Pacific Ocean Sea warms, movement becomes survival for creatures that once stayed close to home.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, one pressure rarely travels alone. The Pacific Ocean Sea keeps feeding the sky, and the sky keeps answering with stronger signals. Across this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the consequences spread in waves of cloud, rain, heat, and wind. What began as shifted rain over the Pacific Ocean Sea now grows into larger atmospheric force.
The 4K Pacific Ocean Sea carries the storm above into the behavior of life below.
In the Pacific Ocean Sea, the consequences of El Niño are felt as heat, shadow, hunger, and caution.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea changes the rules for prey and predator alike.
When the sea becomes less predictable, even power must travel farther. The storm moves on, but the Pacific Ocean Sea keeps the heat that helped create it. In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, calm is no longer an ending, it is only a pause before the next response.
The Pacific Ocean Sea now holds many futures at once: storm, heat, drought, and shifting life.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea teaches that quiet water can still carry deep disruption. The global story returns to the Reef, where the Pacific Ocean Sea records heat in living color. Every chapter of El Niño remains connected inside this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is beautiful, but during El Niño, beauty and danger share the same horizon.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea has sent its warmth into the sky, into life, and into the planet's wider climate.
From one warm ocean pattern, the Pacific Ocean Sea has disturbed wind, rain, storms, heat, and life.
Beneath the 4K Pacific Ocean sea surface, the living world continues under the weight of a changed climate rhythm. After the force of storms and heat, the Pacific Ocean Sea becomes quieter, but the consequences remain. The Pacific Ocean Sea has shown its power, and now the question becomes what this connected planet can learn from it.
The storms have risen, the heat has spread, and the Pacific Ocean Sea has revealed one truth.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea shows that climate is not a single event, but a moving connection between water, wind, cloud, and life.
The Pacific Ocean Sea does not forget heat quickly. It carries warmth through time, current, and weather. Beneath this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, life continues, not untouched, but still moving through change. In the Pacific Ocean Sea, survival is not only resistance, it is adjustment, movement, and patience.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea reminds us that life can endure, but endurance is not the same as safety.
The Pacific Ocean Sea writes its history in coral color, in fish movement, and in every current that returns.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, balance does not return all at once. It begins in small movements.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is a layered world, and every layer depends on the others.
From the deep sea to the surface, the Pacific Ocean carries one connected climate story.
Above this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the sky begins to slow, but it still follows the memory of the water below.
A calm Pacific Ocean Sea is not an empty system. It is still exchanging heat, moisture, and motion with the world.
The winds over this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea may strengthen again, but the lesson of El Niño remains.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is always moving toward balance, even after balance has been disturbed.
Inside this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, recovery begins as motion slowly becomes familiar again.
The Pacific Ocean Sea connects reef to reef, current to current, and life to life across distances too large to see.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, life does not return to the past. It continues into the conditions the ocean gives it.
A reef is not separate from the Pacific Ocean Sea. It is a living expression of the sea's temperature, light, and current.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is not simply water. It is connection made visible.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea joins the living world below with the moving atmosphere above.
Rain may weaken, clouds may thin, but the Pacific Ocean Sea still guides where moisture travels.
To understand El Niño, we must understand that the sea does not act alone, and nothing on Earth is truly separate.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is a climate engine, but it is also a mirror of planetary connection. Every descent into this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea reveals the same truth. The planet's systems are woven together.
The Pacific Ocean Sea breathes through currents, and when that breath changes, the world changes with it.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, the smallest life is connected to the largest climate pattern. The sea can recover in fragments, and those fragments matter. In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, adaptation is written in every turn of a fish school. The Pacific Ocean Sea is never only disaster, it is also persistence. From beneath the waves to the clouds above, this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea has carried the entire story. The same Pacific Ocean Sea we saw at the beginning now means something different.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea is not distant from the planet, it is one of the planet's deepest voices.
The ocean shapes the sky, and the sky returns to shape the ocean.
Beneath this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, every creature lives inside a climate system larger than itself.
The Pacific Ocean Sea teaches us that fragility and strength can exist in the same living world.
One reef is small, but the sea that surrounds it is part of a planetary network.
To follow El Niño is to follow the Pacific Ocean Sea, from hidden warmth to global consequence.
The Pacific Ocean Sea is vast enough to seem silent, yet powerful enough to change the rhythm of Earth. El Niño may rise and fade, but the connection it reveals never disappears.
The Pacific Ocean Sea seeks balance again. But balance is always moving, never fixed.
In this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea, life continues not because the ocean is easy, but because life has always followed change. Every living place inside the Pacific Ocean Sea depends on forces far beyond its own horizon. The sea below and the sky above are never separate. They are one moving system. A single warm pattern in the Pacific Ocean Sea can travel through wind, rain, storm, reef, and life.
To watch this 4K Pacific Ocean Sea is to watch the planet breathing through water.
The Pacific Ocean Sea has shown us that Earth is not a collection of separate places, but one connected system. The story began with warmth in the sea, and it ends with a deeper understanding of what that warmth can mean.
Even when the Pacific Ocean Sea is calm, it is still shaping the future of wind, rain, and life.
This 4K Pacific Ocean Sea is more than a place. It is one of Earth's greatest climate forces. El Niño reminds us that the ocean does not need to shout to be heard across the planet.
Beneath the surface of the Red Sea, an ancient ocean world waits in silence.
At first, the ocean appears peaceful, but the Red Sea has never been truly still. This is more than a reef. It is a living ocean fortress, built slowly by the ancient sea. In this sea, even the smallest life becomes part of a greater design. The ocean writes its history in sand, stone, and the silent movement of life. Where small fish gather in the open sea, unseen hunters are never far away. But in the Red Sea, survival often depends on knowing when to vanish into the ocean shadows. Every creature in this ocean listens through movement, sensing danger before it appears.
The Red Sea does not always reveal its predators. Sometimes, the ocean only reveals their silence.
In the Red Sea, silence is not emptiness. It is the language of survival.
Every reef in this ancient ocean is both shelter and trap.
To rise into open water is to trade darkness for exposure.
In this sea, the smallest movement can travel farther than sound. The ocean often reveals danger through those who fear it first. Before a hunter appears, the Red Sea often becomes strangely calm.
Here, beauty is camouflage, and color can hide both fear and hunger.
The ancient ocean is built from thousands of hiding places, and each one has a story. To follow the reef inward is to enter the older memory of the sea. And in the quiet heart of the Red Sea, the first silent hunters begin to wake. The Red Sea ocean does not rush its stories. It lets the darkness speak first. In this ancient sea, every shadow belongs to the reef, and every reef belongs to the hunt. Peace returns quickly in the ocean, but never completely. The Red Sea is a world of openings, shelters, edges, and unseen paths. Where the reef begins to fall, the rules of the sea begin to change. Even the sand of this ocean is alive with movement, warning, and escape. Some predators in the Red Sea do not chase. They become part of the ocean itself. In this ancient sea, the difference between stone and hunter can disappear. The ocean teaches every creature to read shape, shadow, and silence. And beyond the reef, the Red Sea ocean begins to reveal the shape of its hunters. The Red Sea ocean gives only glimpses, never answers too soon.
Out here, away from the reef, the ocean becomes a place of distance, patience, and hidden movement.
A school survives because many eyes become one mind inside the sea.
When the ocean suddenly opens around them, the warning has already begun. In the Red Sea, the first sign of a predator is often the silence it leaves behind.
Every crack in this ocean wall can become a doorway for hunger.
The ocean does not need noise to create fear. Separation is the moment the ancient sea has always understood. For the hunted, the ocean is measured in inches, shadows, and seconds. And ahead, where the Red Sea bends into darkness, the hunters wait without a sound. The deeper the Red Sea ocean draws us in, the more its silence begins to feel alive. In this ancient sea, the hunter does not need to be seen to be felt. The Red Sea records every movement, even when the creature that made it has already vanished. Every arch, cave, and hollow in this ocean can become a waiting mouth. Here, survival belongs to those who can become invisible inside the sea. The Red Sea does not separate beauty from danger. It weaves them into the same silence. The hunted may escape one shadow, but the ocean is filled with many. This ancient ocean is not random. Every ledge, current, and shadow shapes the lives within it. In the Red Sea, peace is only a pause between movements.
And now, beneath the beauty of this ancient sea, the silent predators of the Red Sea begin to emerge.
Beneath the beauty of the Red Sea ocean, the hunters are already in position.
Some predators in this ancient sea do not chase. They wait beautifully. In the Red Sea,
danger can be graceful enough to be mistaken for beauty.
Inside the reef, the Red Sea shelters hunters built for patience. The ancient ocean gives even its fiercest hunters a place to remain unseen.
Every hollow in this sea may be empty, or it may be waiting. Strength in the Red Sea ocean is often hidden beneath stillness. A hunter does not always need speed. Sometimes it only needs the perfect place. On the ocean floor, the Red Sea teaches predators how to become stone. In this sea, survival may depend on seeing what does not wish to be seen. The Red Sea ocean has hunters that hide not in darkness, but beneath the sand. What looks like empty sand may rise and move with the patience of the sea itself. Beyond the Coral Kingdom, the Red Sea holds hunters made for open water.
Here, the reef ends, and the open ocean begins to choose its victims. Some predators carry the authority of the ocean in their movement alone.
The Red Sea ocean is divided between those who hide and those who patrol. Among the silent hunters of this sea, some survive by changing who they appear to be. In the Red Sea, camouflage is not only disguise, it is a language written across living skin.
Even in the smallest openings of this ocean, power can wait in silence.
The Coral Kingdom hides its hunters beneath color, texture, and time. The Red Sea ocean is not ruled by one hunter, but by many forms of patience.
Some hunters wait at the edge of traffic, where the reef forces life to pass close.
For small life in the Red Sea, every shortcut may pass through danger.
The ancient sea rewards those who can wait longer than fear can last.
In this ocean, shape can become a mask. The reef does not need cages. It builds its traps from current, shelter, and habit.
The Red Sea hides power inside narrow spaces.
In this ancient sea, the hunters do not need to gather. The reef gathers prey for them.
The Coral Kingdom is beautiful because it is alive, and dangerous because everything alive must feed. To leave the reef is to enter another kind of silence. Some hunters are built for the moment when stillness breaks. In the ocean, fear travels faster than the hunter itself. The Red Sea turns beauty into a wall and patience into a weapon. Here, the line between animal and landscape becomes almost impossible to draw. Below the coral, the Red Sea holds a second world of tunnels and teeth.
Not all hunters in this ocean hide in shadow. Some hide beneath light.
The ancient sea is full of hunters too small to cast a shadow. In this ocean, intelligence can hide inside a changing shape.
The Red Sea does not always show the hunter leaving. Sometimes, it simply closes around it.
At the edge of the reef, silence becomes distance, and distance becomes threat. The Red Sea Ocean is a kingdom of levels, and each level has its own hunter. Each predator holds one piece of the ancient sea's balance. For those who are hunted, the Red Sea is a maze that changes with every current. Every passage through this ocean demands a choice between risk and refuge. The silent predators of the Red Sea do not announce themselves. They let the reef speak for them. In this ancient sea, life returns to calm because danger never truly leaves. Now that the hunters have been revealed, the ancient ocean will show how they survive. The Red Sea has shown us where its predators hide. Next, it will reveal how silence becomes the perfect weapon. The Red Sea has shown us where its predators wait. Now, the ancient ocean reveals how they hunt.
In this sea, a hunter may begin the hunt without moving forward.
The lionfish does not need to rush. It lets the ocean current and its own beauty close the distance.
In the Red Sea, escape routes can become traps before the hunted understands the shape of danger. The great ambush hunters of this ocean save their strength for a single perfect moment.
Timing is the oldest language of the sea.
Some hunters in the Red Sea survive by becoming the place where they wait.
In this ancient ocean, the most dangerous shape may be the one that seems to have no shape at all. The Red Sea turns ordinary pathways into hunting lines. The hunt begins long before movement. It begins with choosing where the sea will bring life next. In the coral kingdom, even a body shape can become camouflage.
To vanish in the Red Sea, a predator does not always need darkness. Sometimes it only needs imitation.
Few hunters in this ancient sea understand disguise as deeply as the octopus. Across its skin, the ocean writes a disguise that can change from one breath to the next. The Red Sea rewards hunters that can move without becoming a signal.
Even the smallest chambers of this ocean can hold sudden power.
Here, silence is not weakness. It is control.
The reef is not only a home, it is a strategy built from stone, current, and instinct. A cave hunter turns darkness into territory. In this ocean, even fear must share the reef with delicate life. For prey, the Red Sea is not a landscape. It is a sequence of decisions. The seafloor watches upward, with eyes the reef has taught us to miss. In this ancient ocean, patience often lasts longer than opportunity.
Open water hunters use distance the way reef hunters use shadow.
A predator can control a place without touching anything inside it. When stillness breaks, the ocean becomes a storm of decisions.
The hunt does not end when the hunter disappears. It remains in the memory of movement. The Red Sea hides danger by making it look old.
When everything moves except one thing, the ocean asks us to look again.
Ambush in the Red Sea is not always sudden. Sometimes it is arranged slowly.
The predator is only half the trap. The other half is the reef.
In this ocean, one wrong path can bring the hunted into another hunter's patience. The Red Sea is full of moments where survival depends on stopping in time.
Some hunters hide inside the reef. Others let the entire ocean announce their path.
In the ancient sea, fear connects lives that never meet.
The art of silence belongs not only to giants, but to the smallest hunters of the reef. The Red Sea does not rely on one kind of predator. It builds balance through many kinds of silence.
Current brings food, and with food comes attention. Every feast in this sea has an audience.
When the moment finally comes, the ocean barely has time to notice.
The Red Sea closes over every hunt, leaving only movement where fear had been.
For the hunter that can change its skin, the reef itself becomes a mask.
Not every opportunity is taken. The Red Sea teaches its hunters to choose carefully. The art of survival here is not only hunting, but knowing when not to hunt. The hunted draw the map of the predators without ever naming them. Every predator here has a method, and every method belongs to the ancient sea. As light begins to weaken, the rules of silence become even stronger. Daylight exposes the hunters, but dusk begins to return them to shadow.
The Dale's silent hunters have shown their craft, but the Red Sea has another world waiting after dark.
As the ancient ocean darkens, patience begins to change into movement. In the Red Sea, silence has mastered the day. Now, the night will give it a deeper voice. As daylight leaves the Red Sea ocean, silence deepens into something older.
The reef does not sleep when the light disappears. It changes who is allowed to move. When night enters the Red Sea, even the coral begins to hunt.
The smallest hunters of this ancient ocean awaken before the larger shadows begin to move. Darkness does not empty the Red Sea. It reveals another ocean within it. By day, the cave protected the hunter. By night, the hunter leaves the cave behind. The night reef belongs to those who know every tunnel in the ancient sea. At night, the Red Sea shortens the space between danger and life. The lionfish becomes more haunting when the ocean loses its color.
In the night sea, patience becomes harder to see and easier to obey.
Beneath the night water, even the sand may be alive. The Red Sea hides movement beneath stillness until the moment it chooses to rise.
Night gives the octopus a larger canvas for disguise.
In this ancient sea, intelligence moves without footsteps.
The best hunters of the night know that not every movement must become an attack.
At night, the ocean hides the hunter, until the hunted begins to move differently.
The open sea grows wider in darkness, and the hunters of distance become harder to read. In daylight, distance can be measured. At night, distance becomes mystery. The night reef feeds in every direction, from the smallest tentacle to the largest shadow.
Under darkness, the Red Sea becomes a universe of small hunters. Night does not silence the Red Sea. It changes the scale of its voices. A hunter built for tunnels becomes bolder when the sea itself turns dark. Below the coral, the Red Sea keeps secret roads for those who know how to follow darkness. Some hunters do not need to roam far. They let the night bring life toward them. At night, the reef becomes a map of angles, openings, and mistakes. The largest shadows of the Red Sea need only pass once to change the behavior of many. In the dark sea, a shadow can become a warning that lasts longer than the shadow itself. In the Red Sea night, living skin can become moving shadow.
The night ocean belongs to those who can move without breaking the pattern.
While some lives hide from the night, others begin their search. The night gives the lionfish a slower stage and darker wings. On the seafloor, the smallest journey can cross the path of intelligence. The ancient ocean teaches hunters that a missed chance can still be wisdom. Power in the night reef often waits behind the smallest door. The deeper we look into this sea, the more hunters the darkness reveals. The Red Sea at night is not the same ocean. It is the hidden half of the ancient world. In darkness, the sea often tells us what is near by showing what changes direction. At the edge of the night reef, the ancient sea becomes depth without end. Large hunters do not need to disturb the ocean. They move through it like memory. Every life here changes the life beside it. The night shows the Red Sea as a chain of hunger, movement, and balance. Nothing in this ancient ocean hunts alone. Every hunt belongs to something larger. The smallest drifting life can shape the path of the largest hunter. By night, the Red Sea reveals the hidden pattern that daylight disguises. Even before dawn arrives, the night sea begins to prepare for another change.
The Red Sea does not change all at once. It trades one silence for another.
The hunters of darkness do not vanish. They become part of the reef again.
By morning, the Red Sea looks peaceful, but the night has left its mark in every movement. Night has shown us the hidden hunters of the Red Sea. Now, the ancient ocean will reveal how every life feeds the next. Every story of survival in the Red Sea ocean begins with something almost too small to see.
The current does not simply move water. It carries the first meal of the reef.
The coral that builds this ocean world also joins the endless act of feeding. From drifting life, the reef receives energy, and from that energy, movement begins.
These small fish transform invisible life into motion, color, and opportunity. The food chain of the Red Sea is not a straight line. It is a web of feeding, cleaning, guarding, and escape.
Even those that do not hunt reshape the ancient ocean with every bite.
Nothing wasted in the Red Sea truly disappears. It descends into another life. At the bottom of the sea, feeding and hiding often happen in the same breath.
In the ancient sea, survival is not only competition. Sometimes it is an agreement.
Even hunters must sometimes enter the economy of the reef.
Where food gathers life, life gathers danger. The same current that feeds the small also guides them past the patient.
The Red Sea turns feeding routes into hunting routes. Every escape in this ancient ocean may lead past another mouth.
The hunter waits where the ocean teaches the prey to return.
As the chain moves away from the reef, the hunters become larger and the distance becomes dangerous.
The presence of a predator can shape the sea before the predator acts.
Hunger pulls life outward. Fear pulls it back.
The chain does not end when food falls. It begins again on the ocean floor.
At this scale, the Red Sea is a world of fragments, shelters, and sudden danger.
In the ancient ocean, even the smallest hunter and the smallest prey live by timing.
Some feeding protects the very home that makes feeding possible. The reef feeds the grazers, and the grazers feed the watchers.
The ancient sea builds roads for food, and predators learn those roads. The current is the invisible road of the food chain. From coral to cave, from sand to open water, the ancient sea connects every appetite.
At the upper edge of the chain, power moves slowly through the ocean. A single shadow can reorganize an entire reef.
The Red Sea survives because fear pauses life, but hunger restarts it. This is the architecture of hunger beneath the Red Sea.
The ancient ocean does not separate beauty from hunger, or hunger from balance.
In the Red Sea, endings often become places for new life to begin.
Every hunter is also part of a larger pattern, and no creature stands outside the chain.
The rules of the reef can change with a single body moving away.
When one creature moves through the sea, others follow the changes it leaves behind.
Opportunity in the ocean rarely belongs to only one life.
The ancient reef is not a battlefield alone. It is a living arrangement.
The hunted are not passive in this sea. Their movement helps shape the hunt. Survival is not only escaping the strike, it is learning the shape of pressure. Some lives move in bursts. Others keep the reef alive through constant work.
The foundation of the ancient ocean
is built from lives that pass unnoticed. The farther life moves from shelter, the more the ancient ocean tests it. The Red Sea is not ruled by hunger alone. It is held together by the balance hunger creates. The silent predators of the Red Sea are not outside the reef's balance. They are part of what keeps it alive. Now that the chain of life has been revealed, the Red Sea will show us why its silent hunters are guardians of an ancient marine world. Now, the Red Sea Ocean shows us why its silent predators are not destroyers, but guardians of balance. To understand this ocean, we must see every life as part of one long rhythm.
The smallest life in the Red Sea carries the strength of the largest hunters. The ancient sea begins with delicate mouths, reaching into the current.
The reef gives them food, and the predators teach them movement.
The lionfish waits in beauty, and through that waiting, the reef remains alert. Even the teeth of the Red Sea have a place inside the reef's fragile order. The great reef hunters preserve their strength, and the ocean learns their patience.
Beneath the sand, the Red Sea keeps another layer of balance.
In this ancient sea, intelligence can be as important as strength.
At the reef's edge, the open ocean is guarded by distance.
Fear in the Red Sea is not only danger, it is information. The ancient ocean survives not only through hunger, but through delicate agreements. The future of the Red Sea begins inside small shelters surrounded by ancient risk. This coral kingdom has no walls, yet every creature knows its boundaries. The current carries food, warnings, memory, and life through the Red Sea. Nothing in this ocean moves alone. The Red Sea carries the memory of night into the daylight. Day and night trade the reef between them, but the ocean remains one. The reef is a monument built not by stone alone, but by life repeating itself. One coral tower can hold an entire history of hunger and shelter. The hunted are also teachers of the sea. Every turn they make records where danger waits.
A guardian does not always protect by gentleness. Sometimes it protects by keeping balance firm.
The Red Sea teaches life to look carefully, or become part of the lesson.
Balance is not peace without danger. It is life continuing with danger understood.
The ancient sea survives because nothing is allowed to remain unchanged for too long. What one life removes, another life receives. The ancient ocean survives not only through hunger, but through delicate agreements. The future of the Red Sea begins inside small shelters surrounded by ancient risk. This coral kingdom has no walls, yet every creature knows its boundaries. The current carries food, warnings, memory, and life through the Red Sea. Nothing in this ocean moves alone. The Red Sea carries the memory of night into the daylight. Day and night trade the reef between them, but the ocean remains one. The reef is a monument built not by stone alone, but by life repeating itself. One coral tower can hold an entire history of hunger and shelter. The hunted are also teachers of the sea. Every turn they make records where danger waits.
A guardian does not always protect by gentleness. Sometimes it protects by keeping balance firm.
The Red Sea teaches life to look carefully or become part of the lesson. Balance is not peace without danger. It is life continuing with danger understood. The ancient sea survives because nothing is allowed to remain unchanged for too long. What one life removes, another life receives.
The guardians of the reef are not only the large hunters, they are also the tiny workers beneath them.
The Red Sea is built in layers of dependence.
The greatest hunters are not outside the reef's story. They are among its oldest sentences. The Red Sea endures because life here never stops answering change.
This current has carried us through beauty, fear, hunger, and renewal. The silent predators remain, not as interruptions, but as part of the music of the sea. In the Red Sea, even darkness has a role in keeping the reef alive. A school of fish is not only many lives, it is one answer to the ancient question of survival. Between shelter and open water, the Red Sea keeps its balance. The strength of this ocean begins in forms too delicate to command attention. To see the Red Sea clearly, we must see the small and the great together. After every night, every hunt, and every shadow, the reef returns to color. The silent hunters are always near, and because they are near, the reef stays awake. The ancient passages of the Red Sea are not empty corridors. They are memory carved into the sea. Every shape in this reef has been given meaning by life. The Red Sea is beautiful not because it is gentle, but because it is whole. Here, power is measured not only by the hunt, but by the space each life allows another. The greatest story of this ocean is not a single hunt. It is the fact that life continues. Beneath us, the ancient marine world keeps breathing in silence. What once appeared as danger now reveals itself as part of the ocean's design. Above the surface, the Red Sea seems quiet. Below it, an ancient world keeps its balance.
The silent predators remain below, unseen by most, yet essential to everything that lives there. The Red Sea is not merely a place of beauty. It is a living memory of survival.
And beneath this surface, the ancient reef continues, without witness, without applause, without rest. In the Red Sea, silence is not emptiness. It is the sound of balance. The silent predators of this ancient sea do not end the story. They keep it alive. This is the Red Sea, silent, ancient, beautiful,
and forever alive beneath the ocean.
These are the roaring 50s, and the waves here know no equal. This is the Drake Passage.
In the Drake Passage, the swells are relentless. Every wave grows taller, an endless stretch of turbulent water driven by the storm, the Bayless. The Southern Ocean is a place of raw power, and the notorious Drake Passage rarely disappoints. Challenging all. Beyond the shelter of the Horn lies the open expanse of the Drake, a passage famed for its turbulent seas and isolating fog. Here, there is no shelter, no safe harbor, only the dark sea and the relentless fury of the wind and waves. The swell builds relentlessly, a living machine of water and wind, culminating in the chaotic fury of the Drake Passage. The ocean corridor between Cape Horn and Antarctica is enormous and exposed, with waves moving in several directions beneath the heavy clouds. The sea becomes a doorway into the deeper story of Cape Horn. Ahead lies the violent Drake Passage, ruled by southern winds and hidden currents. The tiny research vessel provides a stark reminder of humanity's place in this immense wilderness. The Drake Passage, leaving the faint shadow of Cape Horn behind, we enter the unforgiving waters of the Drake Passage, where the ocean swells dominate everything. The gray waves roll endlessly here, propelled by the fierce winds of the deep south, a raw and untamed wilderness of water. From this height, the ocean reveals itself as a moving corridor, vast to human eyes, yet narrow when measured by the planet's forces. Beneath the gathering storm clouds, the ocean stirs, a vast engine waking, its power unleashed by the relentless wind. Here, in the infamous Drake Passage, the true force of the Southern Ocean is unleashed as massive swells rise and collapse with unimaginable power. The powerful swell dissipates into churning foam, only to be met by a fierce gust, scattering the spray across the relentless currents. Away from the sight of land, the waves themselves form a continuous chain, pulling us deeper into the profound blue-black heart of the ocean. As the camera glides forward, a low cloud bank rolls over the sea. The waves below move in long, parallel ridges. Below the surface turbulence of the Drake Passage lies an immense force, a hidden current, powerful and unrelenting, shaping the ocean depths. The Drake Passage. Its turbulent waves hint at a power far greater than the surface reveals. The chaotic surface yields to a powerful system. Long, dark ridges begin to form, revealing the hidden forces below the Drake Passage. From this height, the true scale of the Southern Ocean reveals itself, a relentless, rhythmic breathing machine powered by global winds. This is the Drake Passage, a violent gateway where two great oceans converge in a freezing chaos. The westerly winds assert their dominance, tearing at the surface of the frigid sea. The ocean responds with a raw, untamed power. An invisible force pulls at the water, stretching the sea itself across the infamous Drake Passage. Below the rolling waves, hidden currents exert their force, shaping the violence seen on the surface and pulling the ocean into its depths. Here, in the unforgiving waters of the Drake Passage, the sheer scale of the Southern Ocean becomes overwhelmingly clear. This is the Drake Passage, a volatile stretch of water where the visible storm gives way to the unseen forces below. Below the mist lies the true heart of the Southern Ocean, a vast and dangerous realm where wind meets current in an eternal struggle. Beneath these waves lies a pressure few vessels can withstand. This is the Southern Ocean, and it demands respect. This is the Drake Passage, where the Atlantic and Pacific converge, creating towering waves and chaotic currents far below the surface. The sea no longer looks random. Every ridge and trough is connected to the wind, distance, and invisible currents flowing through the Drake Passage. Beneath the violent surface, a deeper engine moves, folding the dark water into itself. A powerful gust tears across the surface, transforming the ocean into streaks of silver-white motion. But this is the Drake Passage, where the sea itself rises like a dark wall, unleashing the raw energy stored within its depths as it breaks into foam. As the chaos of the impact subsides, the true scale of the Antarctic waters is revealed, stretching endlessly towards the ice. Here, where the continents end and the true ocean begins, the Drake Passage guards the gateway to the deep unknown. The Drake Passage holds secrets beneath its turbulent waves. Deep below the surface, a massive current flows, As we journey deeper into the Drake Passage, the true force of the wind and the hidden currents beneath the waves begins to reveal itself. The Drake Passage. A violent, restless sea where two oceans collide before the final approach to the ice. The Drake Passage. A place where every second changes the shape of the world. Descending into the trough reveals the true scale of the Southern Ocean's power, a chaotic gateway into forces unseen. The Drake Passage is endless and exposed. There is no island, no harbor, and no peaceful coastline to soften the ocean's violence. In the infamous Drake Passage, the wind is the undisputed master. It rips across the water, tearing spray from the waves and drudged. The Southern Ocean holds the memory of distant storms. These waves, growing heavier now, carry that immense.
The unforgiving swells of the Drake Passage offer no mercy. Here, swallowed by the immense power of the Southern.
And so the ship vanished beneath the swell. The ocean, timeless and untamed, simply closed over the space. This is the Drake Passage, a visual threshold between the world we know and the mysteries that lie beneath the ice. Legend. Behind the mist lies Cape Horn, the final sentinel of the land. Now, the violent expanse of the Southern Ocean tolerates no weakness. Here, the waves are the true masters, and the land merely a fragile witness to their power. Here, at the edge of Cape Horn, the Southern Ocean unleashes its full fury against the Black Rock, a violent prelude to the infamous Drake Passage. For countless millennia, the cliffs of Cape Horn have endured the ocean's endless assault, a testament to the raw, untamed power of the sea. This coastline offers no refuge. It is the final stone edge before the exposed, endless ocean swallows the horizon.
As the cliffs of Cape Horn recede, the true scale of the Drake Passage begins to emerge.
As the shelter of Cape Horn recedes, the true nature of the Southern Ocean reveals itself. Here, the swells run unimpeded toward Antarctica. Beyond the cliffs of Cape Horn, the ocean asserts its dominance. The small vessel is dwarfed by the immense.
As the cliffs of Cape Horn vanished into the churning wake, the vessel pushed into a sea that grew darker, wider, and less forgiving with every passing moment.
Here, in the unforgiving Drake Passage, the ocean demonstrates its power, quickly erasing the fleeting presence of the ship's passage. We leave the shelter of Cape Horn now, entering the infamous Drake Passage. Ahead lies the raw power of the Southern Ocean, Cape Horn, the very edge of the world's navigable waters. Beyond this churning chaos lies the frozen expanse of Antarctica, and the coastline stands as a warning. Every wave impact reminds us that even the land itself is shaped by the ocean's relentless force. The coastline ends here, swallowed by the mist. Southward, the ocean stretches like an open gate into unimaginable violence. This is Cape Horn, the gateway to the vast, untamed waters of the Drake Passage. As the swell travels outward, Cape Horn recedes into the mist, and the immense power of the open ocean takes control of the narrative. Here, between the continents, the wind blows unimpeded, driving the largest waves on Earth across the notorious passage. The wave crests move in long, organized rows, driven by an unseen force. What feels wide to us is...
As the final coastline disappears, the sea becomes a complete world. A realm with no shelter, no return.
The last sight of land recedes into the mist, and the sea becomes more than water. It is a boundary, both physical. As the waves subsided, Cape Horn vanished. We were now truly exposed to the raw power of the Drake Passage. Now, with no continent or island left to break the force of the wind, the sea grows rougher. The waves rise unchecked across the open ocean. Here, in the Drake Passage, the sea is an exposed arena. Wind, water, and distance combine into a larger, relentless force. We push farther now from Cape Horn, drawn closer to the violent heart of the Drake Passage. Here, here, at the edge of the world, the Southern Ocean shows its true power. The small research vessel is merely a toy in the hands of the Drake Passage. The sea cares little for the machines of man. It rolls on, indifferent to our passage, reminding us that this crossing belongs to the water. The sea erases scale, direction, and certainty. The vessel is but a fleeting moment in the ocean's eternal power. As the land disappears, the sheer emptiness of the Drake Passage becomes apparent. Nothing but water, wind, and the humbling scale of the open ocean. Below the waves, the water turns to an impenetrable black. Here, in the heart of the passage, the horizon vanishes completely. The true scale of this desolate ocean world remains hidden, obscured by the endless fog and the relentless churning of the waves.
Watch closely as the waves lift in sequence. This is how energy truly moves across the vast, open ocean, uninterrupted.
As the spray clears, the immense breadth of the Drake Passage is revealed. A world swallowed by the sea. Standing here, you understand the true meaning of isolation. The sea is absolute, and we are merely guests in its domain. As the land disappears behind the mist, we turn south. Now, there is only the sea, and the realization that we are truly alone. As we move south, away from the land, the sea grows colder, rougher, and more commanding with every passing moment.
We leave the steep ridges behind as the crossing moves from geography into the raw power of the weather-driven ocean.
We leave the shelter of the continent now, entering the infamous Drake Passage. Here, the Southern Ocean winds.
Here, at the edge of the world, the Southern Ocean unleashes its full power. This is the infamous Drake Passage.
Here, at the convergence of the Atlantic and Pacific, lies the infamous Drake Passage, a place where the ocean swells run unimpeded around the globe.
With Cape Horn behind us, the wind pulls the sea into motion, a natural bridge toward the atmospheric engine ahead.
These waves, bending under the immense pressure of the wind, carry an energy that travels across the vast expanse of the open sea. With Cape Horn now gone, the sea becomes the only landscape, the only road, and the only danger between us and Antarctica. As the clouds race overhead, the immense power of the Southern Ocean winds begins to organize the sea into massive, unstoppable rows. Without land masses to slow them, the westerly winds howl across the open water, turning this passage into Earth's most violent and unpredictable marine corridor.
Now fully exposed to the Southern Ocean, the westerly winds begin their relentless assault on the Drake Passage.
This is the Drake Passage, where the Atlantic and Pacific converge in a violent clash of wind and water. As we rise, the true force of the westerly winds becomes visible. Long lines of foam sweep across the water. The relentless wind writes across the ocean's surface, etching temporary patterns into the rolling waves before they vanish into the deep blue. Here, in the unforgiving Drake Passage, the atmosphere and the ocean move as one powerful, interconnected machine. The sea carries energy from distant storms, and each wave feels like a message traveling across thousands of kilometers of Southern Ocean water. With thousands of miles of open water, the Southern Ocean builds immense power, culminating in these towering walls of water. Far from any shore, the westerly winds sweep across the open ocean, unimpeded. It is this vast...
In the Drake Passage, the atmosphere presses its rhythm directly into the water, synchronizing the sky and the sea in a powerful, relentless surge.
As the storm intensifies, a powerful gust of wind rips across the water, turning the ocean surface into a blinding sheet of silver spray and foam. The wind rips water from the crest as the massive wall of the ocean roars forward, an ancient and primal force unleashed. A force larger than any single storm pulls at the sea, revealing the deep troughs beneath the churning foam. The sea looks chaotic at first, but the wind reveals a hidden order in the direction of crests, spray, and foam lines. Here, where the water ends and the atmosphere begins, the horizon dissolves into a single gray boundary. Here, the westerly winds command the sea, reminding even the sturdiest vessels of nature's dominion. The ship departs, and the relentless wind-driven spray sweeps across the surface, allowing the sea to reclaim its untouched, powerful... The Drake Passage is infamous for its massive seas. Driven by the relentless westerly winds, these waves form endless ridges of raw, moving energy.
Driven by the relentless circumpolar winds, the ocean surface is pulled eastward, a massive conveyor of energy linking these waves to the icy continent beyond.
Here, the wind is not just a presence, it is the undisputed master, whipping the waves into a frenzy. Navigating the Drake Passage means facing some of the most treacherous waters on Earth, where waves emerge suddenly from the gray mist. Below the chaos of the storm layer lies the Drake Passage, where wind systems larger than continents shape the sea into these endless bands of power. Driven by winds that began far beyond this place, the swells carry that memory north, entering the unforgiving waters of the Drake Passage. As the storm intensifies, these colossal swells become mountains of water, revealing the true depth and fury of the Southern Ocean. The Drake Passage is known for its treacherous waters. Here, multiple wave directions collide, creating an unstable, churning sea. Here in the Southern Ocean, the sea appears violent. But every motion is connected to the wind, distance, and immense pressure.
The ocean is a vast, complex system, driven by the atmosphere above it. Wind energy transfers to the water, powering the massive currents we see.
As the gale intensifies, the crests are peeled away, strips of water racing across the surface like smoke. Here, at the Drake Passage, the powerful westerly winds sweep across the open marine corridor, driving the waves relentlessly eastward. With no land to block the storm, the wind imparts its energy directly into the sea. The waves grow longer and steeper, organizing in south of Cape Horn. The infamous roaring 40s and furious 50s unleash their full force across the unbroken expanse of the Southern Ocean. Here, in the notorious Drake Passage, the ocean moves not as individual waves, but as a single, enormous surface under the command of the wind. The ocean moves under atmospheric command. Following the foam scars twisting over dark water, subtle spiral motions reveal.
The sea below answers with ripples, swells, spray, and troughs, turning the Drake Passage into a visible conversation between air and water.
Observe how quickly a strong gust can reshape the open water, turning dark, rolling ridges into a chaotic expanse of bright foam. The wind's immense power literally shaves the tops from the waves, transforming the ocean surface into a violent spray. The ocean carries the memory of wind across its surface, each swell recording pressure, distance, storm history, and the wind's memory is etched into the very fabric of the sea. Here, in the immense Southern Ocean, westerly winds, the transparent currents, invisible to the naked eye, are the silent architects of the waves beneath the storm's fury.
Here, in the infamous Drake Passage, atmospheric forces collide. This swirling vortex of pressure presses down, transforming the sea into a cauldron of violent waves.
Driven by the relentless wind, the surface waters begin their eastward march, fueling the great current below. In this stormy corridor, the ocean reveals its true, untamed energy, constantly reshaped by the relentless westerly winds. Here, in the Drake Passage, the wind-shaped waves begin to synchronize, revealing the immense power of a deeper planetary circulation. Driven by the relentless wind, the sea exerts its raw power. We push onward toward the pale, ethereal glow of the...
Driven by the relentless westerly winds, the Antarctic storm gathers strength, turning the ocean surface into a chaotic landscape of rising waves and sideways spray.
While the wind tears at the surface, deep beneath the churning waves, a far larger, ancient power begins to rise. Below the storm-tossed waves lies a world unseen, where the ocean's deepest secrets flow in powerful, hidden currents. Here, at the surface, the storm rages, but beneath the churning foam, an ancient power stirs, waiting to be revealed.
The camera plunges into the crushing darkness, where these colossal structures have stood undisturbed for millennia. Stabilized beneath the churning surface, the deep water of the Drake Passage moves with a slower, more powerful rhythm, far from the sun's reach. The Drake Passage Sea is not only waves, but a layered ocean system moving beneath the storm. Beneath the Drake Passage, the greatest ocean current on Earth begins its endless journey around the pole. The ocean. A river without banks, wide and powerful, flowing silently beneath the violent surface.
Here in the Drake Passage, the wind whips the surface layers into a turbulent frenzy, while far deeper, the massive currents move steadily onward.
The Drake Passage, a place where the vast Southern Ocean is sculpted by unseen forces, creating rivers within the sea itself. From this depth, we see the raw power of the Drake Passage. The wind-driven waves connect directly to the massive Antarctic circumpolar current flowing beneath.
Here in the Drake Passage, different current layers slide past one another, carrying an immense, hidden force through the ocean depths.
The Antarctic circumpolar current is not a single smooth line, but a living field of motion, creating massive underwater eddies that shape the global climate.
The Drake Passage reveals the ocean's hidden architecture. As the eddy stretches, the water organizes itself into powerful moving zones.
While the surface rages in chaos, down here, the deep, continuous circulation moves with undisturbed power. Stretching across the Drake Passage, these immense current ribbons are the ocean's invisible highways, moving heat, salt, and nutrients on a planetary scale. Here, in the violent waters of the Drake Passage, invisible highways carry the foundation of marine life. Following the current deeper, the light begins to fade. Below the surface storm, the Antarctic circumpolar current reveals itself as a vast...
Here, in the tumultuous waters of the Drake Passage, the ocean is a single vertical world. From the deepest currents to the wind-whipped surface, everything moves together.
The Drake Passage connects the Atlantic and Pacific, funneling an unimaginable volume of water, creating the most powerful current on Earth. Squeezing between South America and Antarctica, the Drake Passage acts as a narrow gate, funneling the immense power of the planetary current.
As the current accelerates through this narrow passage, the water particles stream faster, compressed by the geography, yet the visible space remains vast.
But as the current accelerates, following the deep shadowed slope far below, the immense pressure begins to bend the flow, disturbing the smooth ocean layers.
In the open water column, the true scale of the Antarctic circumpolar current is revealed. Layers of cold water move past each other.
As the camera moves through this seafront, we see how the current acts as a soft, invisible wall, connecting and separating ocean worlds.
Here, in the tumultuous Drake Passage, the wind-driven waves on the surface are inextricably linked to the deep powers.
The camera descends deeper now, revealing the hidden circulation of the ocean. These vast currents move relentlessly from west to east.
Here, in the depths of the Drake Passage, layers of water slide past one another, carrying an immense, unseen force.
Changes. What begins as a localized eddy soon stretches into a powerful current front. Here, in the Drake Passage, the sea organizes it. The ocean reveals two distinct realities. Above, chaos reigns in the storm-tossed waves. But
these immense current ribbons pass through the Drake Passage like invisible highways, moving water, heat, salt, and nutrients across the Southern Ocean. Flowing through the Drake Passage, these invisible highways carry the very foundation of marine life across the violent sea.
As we descend deeper, the surface storm fades, revealing the true power of the Antarctic circumpolar current. A vast, silent force moving through the...
Here in the Drake Passage, the ocean is a vertical world. From the deep currents to the surface winds, everything moves together. Every second, a volume of water riven by the Drake Passage dwarfs all the rivers on Earth combined, a silent, powerful force shaping the globe. An immense volume of water is squeezed through this narrow gate, a planetary current accelerating through the Drake Passage with unimaginable force.
This is the planetary current gate, a massive convergence of water. Plunging beneath the waves, the current accelerates through the passage, compressed by the geography of the deep. Driven by forces unseen, the current accelerates, bending as it encounters the abyssal slope far below, disturbing the tranquil layers of the deep ocean.
Here, the powerful flow of the sea curves and folds, influenced by the shadowed architecture of the ocean floor, revealing the next chapter of this deep journey.
The Antarctic circumpolar current feels endless. It is constantly carrying the planet's water around the frozen south.
The seafront acts as an invisible wall, a dynamic boundary where different worlds converge, yet remain forever distinct in the vast ocean currents.
Within the turbulent waters of the Drake Passage, powerful currents gather tiny particles, concentrating the life-supporting materials that feed this vast marine ecosystem.
Though the storm flickers violently above, casting shadows and light, the deep current below continues its calm, unstoppable persistence.
These powerful currents, stretching beyond the frame, make this passage feel like the throat of a vast global circulation system.
Even here, in the cold depths of the Drake Passage, the violent sea creates highways of current, transporting the foundation of all marine life.
Following the current into a darker zone, the ocean pressure grows heavier. The Antarctic circumpolar current is a vast, silent force beneath the surface storm. Emerging from the crushing darkness of the pressure zone, the Drake Passage reveals its vertical nature. Here, the deep currents merge with the distant pull of surface winds. Every second, an unimaginable volume of water surges through the Drake Passage, connecting the great oceans. Here, between South America and Antarctica, the Drake Passage acts as a narrow gate for the immense planetary current. Here, the planetary current accelerates, a massive river of water compressed by the geography of the seafloor. Here, the accelerating current plunges deeper, disturbed and bent by the immense, shadowed slopes of the seafloor far below. As the current ribbons deform over the shadowed terrain, the flow curves and folds, hinting at the hidden architecture that will shape the next chapter of the deep.
The Antarctic circumpolar current is a force unlike any other. It constantly carries the planet's water around shelters. The current acts as both architect and boundary, where blue cold water meets greener, nutrient-rich streams.
The relentless currents of the Drake Passage concentrate life-supporting material along the boundary, showing how even violent waters sustain these ecosystems.
Sunlight struggles to pierce the turbulent surface, but the deep ocean currents flow onward, undisturbed by the chaos above.
Deeper now, into the Drake Passage. This vast underwater current acts as the throat of a global circulation system.
As the deep currents wrap around Antarctica, they accelerate, squeezing through the Drake Passage and continuing their journey northward, driving the planet's climate. As the visualization fades, we enter the Drake Passage, where the Antarctic current flows unimpeded.
The deeper we descend beneath the Drake Passage, the heavier the pressure, yet the Antarctic circumpolar current surges onward.
The deep ocean currents, vast and powerful, begin to shift. They twist around unseen terrain, foreshadowing the hidden ridges and basins far below. The deep ocean is never still. Here, the currents bend and twist, forming powerful vortices that shape the underwater landscape.
The sea appears simultaneously chaotic and organized as the eddies stretch and break apart. Eventually, the steady eastward.
As we ascend, the true complexity of the Drake Passage reveals itself. Beneath the raging storm, the deeper currents flow.
Here, between the surface turbulence and the deeper currents, lies the true nature of the Drake Passage, a powerful gateway in the world ocean.
Here, the ocean is a moving archive, a vast repository of temperature, salt, carbon and energy flowing around the Antarctic continent.
Here, in the depths of the Drake Passage, the strongest forces move silently, an immense current carrying particles through the dark water.
While the storm rages on the surface far above, the Antarctic circumpolar current holds its steady, immense path through the dark ocean depths. Below the waves, the silent power of the depths. The immense currents of the Drake Passage begin to reveal the contours of the hidden seafloor far below.
Even here, in the crushing dark of the deep ocean, hidden mountains rise, steering the powerful flow of planetary water.
The ocean floor is far from empty. It is architectural, a realm of hidden walls beneath the violent surface. As the circulation tightens into faster streams, the focus shifts to the shape of the seafloor. Here, the true power.
The seafloor beneath Drake Passage is not passive, but actively reshapes the current. The ocean flow compresses as it climbs the submerged rise, accelerating dramatically before spilling into the darker waters of the abyss beyond.
Here in the Drake Passage, the Antarctic circumpolar current surges eastward, its path visibly altered by the wind above and the submerged landscape.
As we rise from the hidden currents below, the true violence of the Drake Passage reveals itself on the surface.
The Antarctic circumpolar current, an immense river of seawater driven by powerful winds, now dives towards the abyss.
We descend into the Drake Passage. Below the stormy surface, the Antarctic circumpolar current rages. Below the stormy surface lies the true power of the Antarctic circumpolar current, a massive force hiding ancient structures beneath the waves.
The descent continues toward the hidden seafloor. In the Drake Passage, the ocean floor silently steers the flow around this dark underwater wall. Here, in the crushing depths of the Drake Passage, the coldest water accelerates, transforming the seafloor into an alien landscape of submerged peaks. Descending into the basin, the powerful current slows, and the underwater valleys reshape the immense force of the sea into vast, rotating eddies. Here in the Drake Passage, beneath the violent waves, the rotating basin eddy begins to stretch. It transforms into a long blue grimix. As we descend deeper, the true architecture of the abyss is revealed. Invisible walls carved into the seabed funnel the powerful.
The camera glides into the narrow channel, and the current accelerates, a planetary river forced through hidden gates deep within the Drake Passage. The camera watches as current ribbons bend sharply around this deep fracture zone. The seafloor proves that the chaos above has structure far below the surface. In the Drake Passage, the sea reveals itself as a deep mechanical system, where water, stone, pressure, and rotation work in powerful unison.
As we ascend from the depths of the Drake Passage, the distinct boundaries between water masses become visible, driven by unseen forces.
As the currents bend over the seafloor ridge, the resulting turbulence creates a gathering point. Along this front, tiny particles and nascent marine
Carried by the current through the Drake Passage, this cloud of life transforms hidden turbulence into a quiet foundation for everything that follows.
As we ascend, the currents intensify, revealing how motion gathers life in these invisible corridors of the sea.
The Drake Passage current dictates all movement here. These resilient cold-water fish yield to its relentless power, moving swiftly as one with the flow.
The Drake Passage. Though the surface rages violently above, here in the depths, the powerful current carries food. Above the churning chaos of the waves, the albatross rides the gale, connecting the turbulent sea to the stormy sky. Here, in the roaring 40s, the albatross rides the breath of the storm, its wings locked against the violence of the great Southern Ocean. For the albatross, the sea is both danger and pathway, a turbulent world where survival is shaped by the wind's relentless force. Soaring over the immense swells of the Drake Passage, the albatross reads the air currents, an invisible road above the churning ocean. Relying entirely on the wind, the albatross banks sharply. The ocean surface below traces its path in white foam, a testament to its Here, amidst the endless swells of the Drake Passage, survival depends on motion, not resistance.
The albatross dips low, braving the spray of the cresting wave. For a moment, it is lost to the mist, only to emerge stronger than before.
The Drake Passage shows no mercy, yet the albatross moves with an effortless grace perfectly adapted to this violent world. But the calm flight is merely a prelude. Ahead, the ocean's true power stirs, drawing life from the depths. The currents here connect the hunters above to the microscopic life beneath the waves, a vital food pathway.
The sea current quietly carries the base of the food web beneath the surface, a stream of life sustaining the inhabitants of this cold, blue expanse.
The strong currents bend over the distant seafloor ridge, pulling particles into long glowing trails, illustrating the profound.
The sea behaves like wind over mountains, but here the mountains are hidden beneath the Drake Passage water. What begins as unseen turbulence far below culminates here, in the violent chaos of the surface storm. This is the Drake Passage, a place of immense power. The cold currents dominate, but deep beneath the swells, life persists. In the unforgiving waters of the Drake Passage, even the largest leviathan is quickly swallowed by the storm. As the whale disappears into the depths, the surface turbulence slowly yields to the relentless forces of wind and current. The Drake Passage is violent, yet undeniably alive, a testament to the raw power of the Southern Ocean. Where the currents collide, a hidden bounty is brought to the surface. These upwellings drive the ocean's most vibrant ecosystems. Beneath the storm front, the Drake Passage current begins its powerful flow. Stirring the sediment along the seafloor, it carries a plume.
Deep within the blue abyss, powerful currents stir the seabed. This turbulence, seemingly chaotic, unlocks a cascade of
In the Drake Passage, powerful currents churn the depths, carrying nutrients from the seafloor to the surface, fueling a vast biological opportunity.
Beneath the waves, immense forces are unleashed. These deep currents carry vital energy upward, towards the turbulent surface.
Above the heavy swell, the camera emerges into the cold wind. Here, the albatross reads the invisible shape. In the heart of the Southern Ocean, the albatross harnesses the storm's energy, transforming this battlefield into a living environment. The Drake Passage. A place where life survives not by conquering the ocean, but by moving with its immense forces. The same powerful forces that shape the life within these waters will soon carry the immense icebergs of Antarctica north, altering everything in their path. Here, in the tumultuous waters of the Drake Passage, the powerful currents signal a dramatic shift towards the icy frontiers of the south.
Types. But through the churning mist and violent swells, something emerges on the horizon, a shape unlike water or cloud. Signals.
As the great ice sheets meet the warming ocean, they release ancient bubbles of air, trapped for millennia.
The camera follows the faint freshwater ribbons as they mix into the darker seawater. Here, the ocean layers bend.
From the silent depths, we rise through the mixing waters to witness the ocean's raw power as it sculpts the ancient ice.
The Drake Passage, a crucible of storms, now carries these fragments of Antarctica out into the wider world, a journey fueled by the powerful Southern Ocean currents. Driven by the relentless power of the waves, these fragments begin their journey, evidence of the ocean's transformative force on the ancient ice. Here, at the edge of the world, massive icebergs begin their long, arduous journey north, battling the ferocious power of the Southern Ocean. Here, the raw power of the polar sea is unleashed, a dramatic display of nature's relentless force against the ancient ice.
Turning seaward, the icebergs recede into the mist. This is where the frozen realm meets the turbulent, living waters.
In the relentless churn of the Southern Ocean, even the most colossal ice formations are fleeting. The water is eternal.
Beyond the frozen gateway lies the Weddell Sea, an unbroken expanse, stretching toward the Antarctic Peninsula.
Here, in the Drake Passage, the relentless Antarctic circumpolar current pulls the ice fragments eastward, a hidden force beneath the waves.
Here, beneath the surface, the sea moves both ice and water through the same planetary pathway. Here, the ancient ice surrenders its form. The cold freshwater descends, a memory merging with the deep, shaping the currents of tomorrow.
This is where temperature, salt, and ice converge. A visible climate space formed by the meeting of distinct ocean currents and freshwater plumes.
Driven by powerful winds, the Antarctic circumpolar current relentlessly circles the frozen continent, accelerating as it is forced through the gauntlet of the Drake Passage.
The abstract visualizations give way to the raw power of the ocean. Here, where warm and cold waters collide.
The storm rages, yet life persists even here. And amidst the chaos, this small buoy measures the ocean's violent power. Monitoring the relentless movement of the Drake Passage, this silent sentinel measures the vital statistics: temperature, salinity, current, and pressure.
While the surface rages, the true symphony of the deep remains hidden. Here, science listens passively to the ocean's uncontrolled voice
as the instrument recedes, the true observatory reveals itself. The Drake Passage carries secrets through its layers. The data reveals a stark reality. Deep currents are accelerating, linking the silent depths to the increasing violence of the sea.
Here, beneath the waves, we witness the raw power of the Drake Passage, a crucible where atmosphere, ocean, and ice collide.
As the atmosphere meets the ocean and the ice, the relentless waves continue to carve its base, slowly reshaping this fragment of the frozen continent.
A powerful yet subtle shift. The meltwater drips from the ancient blue ice, joining the vast global circulation. As the wind strengthens, the sea becomes a violent force. Waves crash against the ice, a stark reminder of the raw.
From this sweeping view, the immense power of the ocean currents becomes clear, relentlessly moving ice, heat, and vital elements through the Drake Passage.
Every visible wave belongs to a larger circulation pattern, moving far beyond the Drake Passage.
Down here, beneath the churn of the surface, the ocean currents move silently, carrying with them the clearest signals of our changing climate. The Drake Passage, where the immense physical power of the ocean converges with life, signaling profound planetary change. Rising from the depths, we witness the relentless power of the current. The ocean carries this fragment of ancient ice. Even the ice, once part of a towering glacier, now drifts aimlessly in the vast, cold expanse. The albatross navigates the Drake Passage, a crucible where wind, ice, and sea converge in this untamed ocean.
This is the Drake Passage, a place where the immense power of the ocean dwarfs even the largest mountains of ice, reminding us of nature's overwhelming scale.
As the storm finally relents, the ocean begins its slow, rhythmic breathing once more. Here, in the Drake Passage, the Earth's motion is laid bare. The storm may soften, but the camera descends toward the restless sea. Here, the ocean remains ancient and unfinished, a corridor for the relentless currents of wind. The journey south reveals the immense power of the Antarctic, a vast reservoir of ice and cold water influencing every ocean on Earth. Turning north from the Antarctic glow, we enter the Drake Passage, a place defined by the immense scale of the pure ocean and the raw power of the wind. The journey north reveals the true scale of the oceanic realm, where every force, from the deep currents to the high winds, the Southern Ocean is a place of raw power, beautiful in its terror, indifferent to those who cross its path. Here, the waves roll endlessly into the mist, carrying the memory of the wind, the hidden currents, and the cold breath of Antarctica.
Here, in the dark sea, the last iceberg drifts slowly. The memory of Antarctica carried on it.
This is the Drake Passage, a place where the true power of the ocean is felt. No map between Cape Horn and the frozen continent, the Drake Passage reveals its true power, an untamable force where sky and sea merge. The Drake Passage, a fitting end to our journey, reminding us that this world remains wild, powerful, and utterly beyond our control.
From above, the Pacific Ocean looks peaceful, endless, and almost motionless.
But beneath this beautiful ocean surface, the planet is not still. The ocean hides a world of pressure, heat, stone, and movement.
What seems like silence is only the surface of a much larger story. We now descend into the Pacific Ocean, where the hidden power begins. Above us, the ocean is bright. Below us, the earth begins to reveal itself. The deeper we go, the more the ocean changes from beauty into mystery. The Pacific Ocean is not only a body of water, it is a cover over a moving world. Below this ocean, entire plates of rock move slowly through time. They move too slowly for the eye to see, yet strongly enough to shape the planet. This ocean floor is not an empty place. It is a map written in stone. Every crack beneath the ocean tells us that Earth's crust is under pressure. Here, beneath the Pacific Ocean, pressure builds where no sunlight reaches.
The surface above may be calm, but this hidden ocean floor is constantly changing.
If the ocean water vanished, the Pacific would not look smooth at all.
It would reveal mountains, trenches, fracture zones, and scars carved into the ocean floor.
Some of these ocean trenches are deeper than mountains are tall.
These are not empty holes in the ocean. They are places where Earth's crust bends downward.
At the edges of the Pacific Ocean, one plate can be forced beneath another. This slow descent is the beginning of the Ring of Fire.
The Ring of Fire is not a perfect circle of flames. It is a horseshoe of geological pressure around the Pacific Ocean. Around this ocean, tectonic plates meet, collide, slide, sink, and fracture. This hidden boundary crosses the edges of continents, island arcs, and deep ocean basins. Volcanoes rise here because the ocean floor is being recycled into the planet. Some volcanoes reach the sky as islands. Others remain hidden forever beneath the ocean. The ocean hides much of Earth's volcanic power from human eyes.
Here, fire does not need the open air. It can build new rock beneath the sea. Under the Pacific Ocean, heat, water, and stone meet in darkness. The seafloor itself seems to breathe where Earth's interior reaches the ocean.
These hidden vents show that the ocean floor is not dead rock.
Even in darkness, the ocean can turn heat into life. The same force that creates life here can also store enormous danger. Along these boundaries, the ocean floor can become locked in place.
The plates keep trying to move, but friction can hold them together. Stress can gather beneath the ocean for decades, or even centuries. The quiet years are not proof that nothing is happening. When a locked boundary finally breaks, slow motion becomes sudden release. This is how the hidden ocean floor can become the source of a powerful earthquake. If the movement is strong and shallow beneath the ocean, the water above can be displaced. A tsunami does not begin as a wall of water. It begins when the seafloor moves. In deep ocean water, this energy may pass almost unseen. The Pacific Ocean can look peaceful while a force is already crossing it. This is the danger of the hidden ocean floor. What happens below can travel far beyond the source. The Ring of Fire connects trenches, volcanoes, earthquakes, and ocean waves into one vast system. And it is not a single doomsday switch. It is a long chain of active tectonic edges. The scale is difficult to imagine because the ocean hides almost everything. From below, the Pacific Ocean feels like a lid over a restless planet. The world above sees waves. The world below holds the engine. Now we understand why the calm ocean surface can be misleading. Beneath the Pacific Ocean, stone descends, melts, rises, locks, and waits. To understand this hidden power, we must follow the ocean floor downward into the process that drives it all.
The Ring of Fire begins not with flame, but with descent.
In the next part, we enter the subduction zone, where the ocean floor is pulled back into Earth.
Here, beneath the Pacific Ocean, the Ring of Fire begins not with flame, but with descent. At the edge of the Pacific Ocean, one massive plate is being pulled beneath another.
This process is called subduction, the slow return of the ocean floor into Earth.
Oceanic crust is colder and denser than the rock above it, so gravity helps pull it down. The movement is slow, often only a few centimeters each year, but its power is enormous.
A motion too slow to watch can still reshape the entire ocean basin.
As the ocean floor sinks, it drags sediment, water, and ancient rock downward with it.
Water trapped inside minerals begins a journey deep beneath the Pacific Ocean.
As the slab sinks, pressure rises, temperature increases, and the hidden chemistry begins to change.
The ocean floor does not simply disappear. It transforms the world around it.
Water released from the descending ocean plate lowers the melting point of surrounding rock.
This is where magma begins, not from random fire, but from pressure, water, and heat. Above the sinking slab, the deep earth starts to melt.
The magma rises because it is hotter and lighter than the rock around it. Over time, these rising paths can feed volcanoes beneath the Pacific Ocean. This is why the Ring of Fire is lined with volcanoes.
The fire begins deep below, but the ocean hides its first signs. Some magma builds new seafloor without ever touching the sky. When lava meets cold ocean water, it cools quickly and hardens into new stone. The Pacific Ocean floor is not only being destroyed at trenches, it is also being created by volcanic heat.
Subduction destroys old crust, but it also gives birth to volcanic arcs and new terrain.
This hidden engine creates seamounts, volcanic islands, and entire underwater mountain chains.
A seamount may look still, but its origin is written in the movement of plates. Where heat escapes into the ocean, the seafloor begins to breathe. Hydrothermal vents are signs that Earth's interior is reaching into the ocean. Minerals carried by hot water build chimneys in the darkness of the Pacific Ocean. In this hidden ocean world, heat becomes chemistry, and chemistry can become life. Even without sunlight, the ocean can support life near the heat of the Earth. Subduction is not only a destructive force, it is also a creator of hidden ecosystems. But the same process that creates heat and life also stores danger along locked boundaries. Where the descending ocean plate meets the plate above, friction can stop the movement. The plates continue pushing, but the boundary holds them in place.
Energy gathers slowly beneath the Pacific Ocean, hidden from the surface world. For decades or centuries, the ocean above may look completely calm.
The quiet years are part of the earthquake cycle, not proof that nothing is happening. Every locked section is a place where slow motion can become sudden release. When the boundary finally breaks, stored energy can move the ocean floor in seconds. This is the link between subduction and the largest earthquakes on Earth. The same boundary that creates magma can also lock enough energy to shake entire regions. The subduction connects the deepest trench, the hidden magma, the volcano, and the earthquake.
It is not fire first. It is motion first. The fire comes later.
And when that fire reaches the ocean floor, a new hidden volcanic world begins. Many of the Pacific Ocean's most active volcanoes never touch the sky. They erupt in darkness, under pressure, surrounded by cold seawater. This is where subduction reveals its most dramatic face beneath the ocean.
The sinking ocean plate below has awakened fire above.
The Pacific Ocean floor is being destroyed, melted, lifted, and rebuilt at the same time. Here, the hidden engine of the Ring of Fire becomes visible. Subduction explains why the Pacific Ocean holds trenches, volcanoes, earthquakes, and tsunami danger in one system. Now that we have followed the ocean floor downward, we can follow the fire upward.
In the next part, we enter the world of submarine volcanoes, where fire does not need the sky.
Beneath the Pacific Ocean, the planet is not only sinking, it is beginning to burn. Beneath the Pacific Ocean, fire does not need the sky to begin. Here, the Ring of Fire reveals itself in darkness, pressure, and silence.
Most people imagine volcanoes reaching into the air, but many are hidden beneath the ocean.
This volcano has no ash cloud, no mountain skyline, and no watching crowd.
Its power is hidden below the sea, where sunlight never reaches. Under pressure, even a quiet ocean floor can become a volcanic landscape. Magma rises through fractures, searching for a path into the ocean.
When lava enters the Pacific Ocean, fire and water meet in an instant.
The ocean cools the lava quickly, turning molten fire into new stone.
These rounded forms are pillow lava, one of the signatures of underwater eruption.
The ocean floor is being built one cooled layer at a time.
A submarine volcano is not only a place of destruction, it is a factory of new terrain. Every slope records older eruptions beneath the ocean, layered in darkness over time. Some eruptions build slowly, while others reshape the ocean floor in sudden bursts.
Not every eruption is glowing lava. Sometimes the ocean floor exhales heat through mineral smoke. With
hydrothermal vents form where seawater enters cracks, heats below, and rises again, loaded with minerals.
In the deep ocean, minerals can build towers where heat escapes from the earth.
These chimneys are monuments to the hidden connection between the ocean and Earth's interior. The seafloor seems to breathe, exhaling heat from a world far below. Around these vents, the ocean becomes a place of chemistry instead of sunlight.
Even here, in darkness, life finds a way to gather around heat.
These organisms do not depend on sunlight. They depend on chemical energy rising from the ocean floor.
Microbes turn minerals into energy, and that energy supports an entire community. The same heat that can destroy also creates a place where life can survive.
This is the great contrast of the ring of fire beneath the ocean. It buries old crust, builds new ground, and changes the shape of the seafloor. A volcano beneath the ocean can grow silently for centuries.
Layer by layer, eruption by eruption, it becomes part of the underwater landscape.
Underwater volcanoes are difficult to see, but their signs are written in heat, bubbles, and stone.
An eruption beneath the ocean may leave only chemical changes, floating pumice, and evidence on the seabed.
But the ocean hides the drama, but it cannot erase the record.
After the heat passes, the ocean floor keeps the memory of eruption. New rock is born hot, then sealed quickly by the cold Pacific Ocean.
Here, time is layered across the ocean floor.
Submarine volcanoes can build, collapse, fracture, and rebuild beneath the waves. Even underwater, volcanic slopes are shaped by instability and pressure. Gas, heat, and pressure rise through cracks long after an eruption begins to fade.
The volcano becomes a living machine of rock, water, heat, and chemistry.
This hidden world proves that destruction and creation are not separate beneath the ocean.
Life gathers at the edge of heat, where the deep ocean should seem impossible.
Above the vents, the Pacific Ocean remains cold and silent, hiding everything below.
From the surface, none of this fire can be seen.
The ocean hides not just one eruption, but a long history of volcanic change. Across the Pacific Ocean, countless volcanic worlds rise from the seafloor. Some will never become islands, but they still shape the ocean around them.
Minerals from these vents paint the ocean floor with traces of Earth's interior. Old vents die, new vents open, and the volcanic system keeps changing. But even in the deep ocean, nothing here is truly frozen in time. The same heat that feeds the vents also reminds us that pressure is still rising below.
A submarine volcano is connected to forces much larger than the vent itself.
Behind the lava and vents lies the same tectonic engine that bends the ocean floor downward. The volcano is the visible breath of a hidden system beneath the Pacific Ocean. But the same boundary that creates volcanic fire can also lock dangerous energy in place. The Ring of Fire does not separate volcanoes from earthquakes. It connects them. Where the plates become stuck, the next story begins.
The hidden fire builds new worlds, but the locked boundary stores the power to shake them. In the next part, we enter the locked boundary, where a megathrust earthquake can begin.
Here beneath the Pacific Ocean, the hidden fire gives way to a different kind of power.
This is where the ocean floor can become locked by friction.
The plates continue trying to move, but the boundary resists.
The movement does not stop. It becomes stored energy.
Over decades or centuries, the upper plate can bend like a spring. The ocean above may look calm, while stress gathers below.
A megathrust fault can extend for hundreds of kilometers beneath the ocean. Its scale is difficult to imagine because the ocean hides almost everything. The same system that builds volcanoes can also store earthquake energy. Nothing dramatic may happen at the surface for a long time. The quiet years are part of the earthquake, not proof that the ocean floor is still.
Stress leaves small signs before the great release. Gas, pressure, and motion reveal that something deep below is changing. The boundary is locked, but the force behind it keeps pushing. This is the silent tension of the Pacific Ocean.
Like a compressed spring, the ocean floor holds energy until the locked section can no longer resist.
Then, in seconds, the locked boundary begins to fail.
The release starts in one place and races through the boundary.
A vast section of Earth's crust can move in moments.
This sudden movement is the heart of a megathrust earthquake.
The shaking begins below the ocean, where no city lights can see it. The rupture can travel across an enormous fault surface. This is why the largest earthquakes on Earth are often born at subduction zones. When the ocean floor moves vertically, the water above cannot remain still. The earthquake changes the shape of the seabed in an instant. The first sign of danger is not always a giant wave, but a displacement of the entire ocean column. Far above, the ocean surface may still appear peaceful, but the source has already released energy into the sea. Not every part of the boundary moves the same way.
After the main break, the ocean floor may continue adjusting.
Each adjustment reminds us that an earthquake is not a single simple moment. The surface can hide the scale of what has happened below. The earthquake leaves behind a landscape of broken rock, lifted sediment, and changed pressure.
A fault scar on the ocean floor is the visible wound of hidden energy release.
If enough seafloor moves upward or downward, the ocean itself begins to respond.
This is the moment when an earthquake can become something more than shaking.
The entire column of ocean water can be disturbed from seafloor to surface.
A movement in darkness can send energy toward distant coastlines. In deep water, this energy may travel almost unseen.
The rupture may last only moments, but the consequences can travel across the ocean. Subduction, friction, rupture, and displacement are linked in one hidden chain. Even after one section breaks, other parts of the ocean boundary may continue to store energy.
This is why the Ring of Fire must be understood as a long-term system, not a single event.
The Earth is not angry. It is releasing stress stored in stone. From above, the Pacific Ocean may still look unchanged.
But beneath that calm ocean surface, the seafloor has already moved.
The danger of a megathrust earthquake is not only the shaking. When the ocean floor shifts vertically, the sea above it can be lifted. This is how the hidden earthquake can become a tsunami. A tsunami begins not as a towering wave, but as the ocean being displaced. In deep water, the first movement may be almost impossible to see.
In the next part, we follow that energy as it crosses the Pacific Ocean and becomes a tsunami.
Beneath the ocean, the boundary has broken. Now the water begins to move.
Beneath the Pacific Ocean, the boundary has broken, and now the water begins to move. A tsunami begins when the ocean floor moves and displaces the water above it. But this is not a wind wave. It is the movement of the ocean from bottom to surface.
The entire ocean column is disturbed, and the energy begins to travel.
In the deep Pacific Ocean, the first sign of a tsunami
may be almost invisible. The source may be hidden beneath the sea, but the energy does not stay there. A tsunami can cross enormous distances while the ocean surface still looks calm. But far from shore, the Pacific Ocean may show almost no dramatic height.
The danger is not always in what the eye can see. The wave is long, fast, and filled with energy. Across the Pacific Ocean, the energy moves over landscapes hidden far below the surface. Even underwater mountains feel only a passing motion as the energy continues outward. In deep water, the tsunami is not yet the image people fear. It is not a wall from nowhere. It is energy moving through water. Rock moved first, water followed, and now the ocean carries the message.
From above, the Pacific Ocean can still look peaceful while the force is already traveling.
This is why tsunamis are so dangerous. The ocean can hide them until they approach shallow water.
As the wave nears of shallower ocean, the story begins to change.
The ocean becomes shallower, and the long wave begins to slow.
The seafloor starts to slow the wave from below.
As the wave slows, its energy is squeezed into a smaller space.
The hidden motion begins to grow into visible force.
Near shore, the ocean floor feels the change first. The energy that was almost invisible in deep water now begins to rise. The ocean surface changes because the whole water mass is being forced upward. What was low and fast in deep water becomes higher and more dangerous near shore. A tsunami near shallow water is not just a wave. It is a moving mass of ocean.
Sometimes the first warning is a strange retreat of the sea.
When the ocean pulls away suddenly, it can be a sign that a stronger surge is coming. The ocean does not always announce danger with height. Sometimes it begins with motion.
Then the sea returns with the energy gathered across the basin.
The force is not only above the surface, it moves through the full depth of the water. This is why even a modest-looking tsunami can carry enormous power. Near shore, the Pacific Ocean can transform from calm surface into a relentless moving force.
The source may be far away, but the result can arrive with little time to react.
Below the surface, the tsunami is a current as much as a wave.
The shape of the ocean floor can focus and strengthen the moving water.
Every coastline receives the energy differently because every seafloor is shaped differently.
A tsunami is physics. Rock moves, water is displaced, and energy spreads.
The chain begins at the ocean floor and ends wherever the energy reaches shallow water. To understand a tsunami, we must connect the quiet surface to the hidden seafloor.
The ocean remembers the movement long after the first rupture has passed. One movement in darkness can send waves across thousands of kilometers of ocean. This is why the Pacific Ocean demands understanding, not panic. Fear alone does not save lives. Understanding the mechanism does. Science cannot stop the ocean floor from moving, but it can listen. Warnings begin with measurement, observation, and respect for the ocean. The more we understand the deep ocean, the better we can live with an active planet. The Pacific Ocean is dangerous because it is alive with movement, but it is also readable. After the surge, the ocean may look peaceful again. But beneath that calm blue surface, the same geological system continues to work. The tsunami is not separate from the volcano, the trench, or the earthquake.
It is one chain of motion beneath the Pacific Ocean.
Even after disturbance, the deep ocean continues to create life around heat. The same hidden forces that can threaten coastlines also build new worlds beneath the sea. The Ring of Fire is both warning and creation, danger and renewal.
Here, life survives not by conquering the ocean, but by moving with its relentless forces.
The same forces that sculpt these waves will soon carry the influence of Antarctica north, bringing with them the deep, cold breath of the ice. We are now entering the Drake Passage, the gateway to the frozen continent. Here, the ocean currents collide with the first signs of ice. Moving beyond the ice, the ocean reveals its power. And there, on the edge of the world, a shape unlike any cloud or wave beckons. As we push through the swirling mist of the Southern Ocean, the first signs of the Antarctic ice begin to emerge.
Plunging beneath the surface reveals the true architects of this world. Immense ribbons of current flow across the seabed, moving mountains of ice unseen.
Rising from the depths, the ocean reveals its true power. The living wind of the Drake Passage gives way to the silent majesty of Antarctic ice. Here, the Drake Passage reveals itself as a living system. We move now towards the story of the ice. Emerging from the mist of the violent Southern Ocean, the first giants appear. Blue and white sentinels, beginning their long voyage north. Emerging through the mist, the great glacier stands silent, a wall of frozen history, while the dark waves crash below. Against these walls of blue ice, the waves of the Southern Ocean spend their fury, a timeless battle between water and frost. Antarctica holds its secrets in the ice, a vast, frozen memory, contrasted by the restless sea. Adrift in the formidable swells of the Drake Passage, this solitary iceberg begins its final voyage, a silent messenger from the deep south.
Rising from the turbulent ocean, the iceberg's visible peak suggests the immense mass hidden beneath the waterline.
Below the turbulent surface, the true scale of the iceberg is revealed, a colossal structure of ancient ice extending deep into the dark ocean abyss.
Here, beneath the waves, the ancient ice begins its slow, inevitable return to the sea. Meltwater streams carry.
Here, frozen land meets the moving sea. This quiet exchange of meltwater fundamentally alters the ocean's chemistry and currents.
Rising from the depths, we witness the sheer magnitude of the iceberg. Here, wind and wave collide with millennia of compressed ice. The Drake Passage possesses a raw power unmatched anywhere on Earth, constantly reshaping the Antarctic coastline.
The ocean slowly breaks, moves, and transforms the frozen landscape, demonstrating an unstoppable force.
Wonders. Here, at the edge of the Antarctic, the Drake Passage lives up to its fearsome reputation. A place of raw power.
Between these towering monoliths, the ocean's fury is trapped, a violent contrast to the stillness of the ice. Leaving the icy embrace of the bergs, the open ocean beckons. Here, the world of ice merges with the dark,
The Drake Passage is a place of immense power. Here, The ocean's ceaseless current demonstrates that even the most ancient
Passing through the arch, the true scale of the Southern Ocean reveals itself. Dark waters and floating ice stretch toward the distant peninsula.
The dramatic currents of the Drake Passage carry these ice fragments, a visual testament to the hidden power of the Antarctic circumpolar current below.
Beneath the surface, the cold currents begin their journey, a vast planetary pathway moving ice and water in a cycle spanning the entire globe.
As the meltwater trails sink and spread, the ocean absorbs the cold freshwater memory, fundamentally altering the deep currents.
Here, the ocean reveals its true complexity. Layers of temperature, salt, and melting ice converge in a dynamic, global climate space. Emerging from the depths, the visualization reveals the vast currents circling Antarctica, accelerating as they funnel through the narrow Drake Passage.
What appears as energy from space is revealed at the surface as the immense power of the ocean, where the exchange of cold water drives global circulation. The sheer power of the ocean is evident here. Yet, this small autonomous research buoy shows us that even this battered by the relentless waves of the Drake Passage, this solitary buoy continues its silent vigil, recording the vital statistics of the Southern Ocean.
Even as the storm rages above, deep beneath the waves, the true power of the ocean currents remains constant, observed by silent scientific sentinels.
Here, in the vast expanse of the Drake Passage, the ocean itself becomes an observatory without...
Rising from the depths, the ocean's true power becomes evident. The hidden currents measured below reveal a climate story unfolding violently at the surface.
The Drake Passage, a turbulent gateway where the world's oceans converge, driven by forces that shape the global climate. As the massive iceberg slowly turns, the powerful waves carve deep into its base, demonstrating the relentless force of the warming sea. Here, the ancient ice surrenders to the sea. Drop by drop, the Antarctic meltwater begins its long voyage.
As the wind strengthens, the ocean reminds us that even climate processes are wrapped in violence, motion, and the profound cold of the water.
Here, at the edge of the world in the Drake Passage, the ocean reveals itself as a vast, powerful transport system.
Look closely at the foam lines stretching eastward. They reveal a massive circulation pattern moving far beyond the confines of the Drake Passage.
Hidden beneath the waves, the deep currents silently carry the signals of a changing climate, a powerful force shaping the planet's future.
These luminous currents represent the raw, physical power of the Drake Passage, connecting surface life with the deepest reaches of the ocean.
The ocean currents are relentless. They transport these fragments across the globe, even as the warming waters slowly begin to break them apart.
Cast adrift from the frozen continent, these fragments begin their final journey, surrendered to the warming currents. Life here is defined by the elements. The albatross, master of the wind, navigates the turbulent sea and the towering ice of the Drake Passage.
These waters are a reminder that some forces are far greater than any single creature.
As the storm finally recedes, the ocean reveals its true, powerful rhythm, a reminder of nature's enduring strength. In the Drake Passage, where Earth's motion becomes visible, the softening storm reveals the relentless drift of ancient ice. We descend into the ancient currents, a restless ocean, shaped by the relentless wind and the slow march of ice, a world unfinished. As the camera turns south, we see the true source of global ocean influence. Antarctica. As the last signs of the continent vanish behind us, we face the raw power of the open ocean. Pure wind, pure water, planetary scale.
Here, the ancient forces of geography, wind and current converge, shaping the very face of the planet.
Here, at the edge of the world, the clouds momentarily part, revealing the terrifying beauty of the Southern Ocean. Each wave carries the memory of wind, hidden current, deep seafloor, drifting ice, and the cold breath of Antarctica. As the last iceberg yields to the dark sea, the ocean continues its timeless journey, carrying the memory of Antarctica. Here, in the vastness of the Drake Passage, no map, no ship, no instrument, and no human voice can truly tame this waterway. The immense power of the Southern Ocean is revealed as storm clouds and drifting ice merge with the dark sea of the Drake Passage. As this six-part journey concludes, the Drake Passage reminds us that the ocean is still alive, still violent, and still beyond human control.
Between desert and deep ocean, the Red Sea hides a world far more alive than its surface suggests. From above, this ocean looks narrow, but below the surface, it opens into a vertical kingdom. The desert disappears, the heat fades, and the ocean begins to reveal its hidden world.
At first, the reef looks like paradise, a living ocean city filled with color, fish, and light.
But this beauty is not peaceful in a simple way. Every fish here lives close to danger.
In this ocean, coral is not only shelter, it is a maze where every path can become a trap. The Red Sea Ocean is a corridor of predators, where every layer has its own hunter.
Beyond the reef edge, the ocean changes. The blue becomes deeper, quieter, and more dangerous.
Hammerheads patrol the blue, reef sharks guard the walls, barracudas wait in the current, and silent hunters hide below. So who truly rules this narrow ocean corridor? The answer begins here. Inside, to understand who rules this ocean, we must begin with the reef, the living city where every hunt starts.
For small fish, the reef is protection. But for predators, it is also a map.
Every shape has meaning here. A narrow branch can save a fish, and a narrow passage can guide it toward danger. In this ocean, fear moves faster than teeth. One shadow can change the entire reef. The reef does not simply hold life, it organizes life, forcing fish, hunters, and currents into patterns.
Even the open sand is part of the ocean's design. It looks empty, but hidden hunters may be waiting below. Power in the ocean does not always come from above. Sometimes it waits silently beneath the floor.
The Red Sea Ocean is narrow from above, but underwater it rises in layers, and each layer has its own danger.
Where the reef ends, the blue begins. And in that open ocean, a different kind of ruler moves.
This is why the question is not only which creature is strongest. The real question is, which predator controls which layer of the ocean?
Beyond the reef wall, the Red Sea Ocean opens into a deeper world, where distance itself becomes power. The hammerhead does not need to rush. Its shape alone tells every fish that the open ocean is not empty.
Its strange head is not a mystery of design. It is a living sensor built to read the ocean.
This predator connects layers, from coral walls to deeper water, from visible reef to hidden blue.
The Red Sea Ocean is not only narrow, it is vertical, and the hammerhead uses that vertical world. Down here, the reef is no longer a city of color. It becomes a memory of light above the hunter. Its presence travels ahead of its body. The fish feel the pressure before the shadow fully arrives.
The hammerhead may rule the blue edge, but the reef itself still protects those fast enough to read the warning.
In this ocean corridor, even after the shadow leaves, the behavior of the reef has already changed.
But the hammerhead does not rule the coral itself. Closer to the reef, another hunter keeps the ocean city alert.
But the hammerhead does not rule the coral itself. Closer to the reef, another hunter keeps the ocean city alert.
A reef shark does not need violence to command attention. Its patrol alone sends a warning through the ocean.
Here, power is rhythm. The shark follows the wall, and the fish reshape themselves around its path.
The reef gives fish places to hide, but it also gives predators routes to follow.
A single shark can turn open water into risk, and a safe path into a difficult choice.
Not every reef shark moves the same way. Some patrol the edge, while others wait inside the hidden architecture of coral.
In the Red Sea Ocean, even a resting predator changes how fish use space. In shallower ocean light, another reef shark carries the same message. The open edge is never neutral.
These sharks do not simply hunt fish. They shape the behavior of every fish that shares the reef. Reef sharks rule the patrol line, but above the coral and inside the current, another predator waits like a silver blade.
Reef sharks rule the patrol line, but above the coral, another predator waits in perfect stillness.
Barracuda do not command the ocean by size. They command it by timing, patience, and sudden speed.
In this narrow ocean corridor, stillness can be more frightening than motion. One break in the pattern, and the quiet ocean becomes a chase.
The reef saves some fish, but the open water always demands a price for hesitation.
But not every hunter in the Red Sea Ocean needs speed. Some rule by waiting inside the reef itself.
The grouper does not need the whole ocean. It only needs one cave, one ledge, and one careless fish.
Below the reef, the ocean hides another kind of power, silent, flat, and almost impossible to see.
The ray does not patrol the wall or chase through the current. It reads the ocean floor like a secret map.
So who truly rules this narrow ocean corridor? The answer is not one creature. The Red Sea Ocean does not begin with predators alone. It begins with the reef that makes predators possible. The Red Sea Ocean does not begin with predators alone. It begins with the reef that makes predators possible.
A reef is a city built by living animals, filled with streets, rooms, tunnels, and hidden doors.
Every narrow path can protect a fish, but every narrow path can also guide it toward danger.
In this ocean, danger often arrives first as pressure, not as teeth.
The reef creates choices, and in a predator's ocean, every choice has a cost.
Grazing fish feed in the open, but they never forget the shelter behind them.
Small fish survive by reading space, current, shadow, and distance to coral.
A school can disappear into coral in a heartbeat, leaving the ocean above it silent. The reef protects life by hiding it, releasing it, and hiding it again.
But the same shelter that protects prey can also conceal a hunter.
Predators learn these paths because the reef teaches fish where they must pass.
A gap that lasts only a second can become the most dangerous place in the ocean.
Safety is never permanent here. It is borrowed from the shape of the reef.
This is why the Red Sea Ocean feels larger than it looks. It is narrow, but it is layered.
Between coral walls, even sand becomes part of the hunting system.
What looks empty from above may be crowded with hidden life below.
The reef connects the bottom, the wall, the current, and the blue water beyond.
A shallow coral garden can become a deep wall in only a few meters.
At this edge, the ocean is divided into those who hide and those who hunt.
Current turns the reef into motion, and motion reveals where fish must go.
To feed in the current, fish must risk exposure. To survive, they must measure every meter.
Not every predator is a giant. Some are smaller pressures that keep the reef alert.
In the reef city, position can matter more than speed.
A healthy reef supports many kinds of fish because it creates many kinds of opportunity.
Where there are many fish, there are many eyes, many warnings, and many chances for a hunter.
The reef can look peaceful until every fish vanishes at once.
Survival here is a rhythm of leaving, hiding, and returning.
The architecture of coral decides how the ocean moves. At the slope, the reef becomes a border between the crowded city and the unknown blue. The closer fish stay to structure, the more choices they have when danger arrives. The blue beyond the wall is not empty space. It is another hunting ground.
This is the first lesson of the Red Sea Ocean. Predators are not separate from the reef. They are products of it.
The reef keeps fish alert, and alert fish keep the entire ocean city moving.
Every meal is a calculation. How far from shelter? How long in the open? How close to the current?
The reef is not one solid wall. It is a network of safe zones divided by danger.
Ambush does not need open space. It needs a place where prey must pass.
Even one coral tower can contain many worlds: surface, shelter, shadow, and risk.
The more complex the coral, the more complex the hunt becomes.
A healthy reef creates density, and density brings both abundance and danger.
In northern Norway, land does not end gently. It breaks apart into fjords. Here, the ocean is not scenery. It is the force that decides where life can remain.
The coast is shaped by wind, ice, and ocean, and every edge feels exposed to the next storm. In winter, the light can fade for weeks, and the ocean turns almost black beneath the Arctic sky.
Small fishing villages cling to the ocean's edge, as if one more storm could pull the world into the dark water below.
These houses do not stand apart from the ocean. They survive by staying close to it, and by respecting its power.
The ocean gives fish movement, memory, and danger. It feeds the coast, then tests it without warning.
This is not the soft coastline of a warm sea. It is a place of cold currents, rough weather, and sudden life. The ocean cuts into the land through fjords, carrying salt, cold, food, and the rhythm of survival. From above, the coast looks frozen and severe. But beneath the ocean surface, nothing is still. The secret of this coast begins below the waves, where the ocean moves long before life becomes visible.
Above the sea is wind and ice. Below the sea is current, darkness, and hidden energy. In this cold ocean, life begins quietly, almost invisibly, in the movement of water and light.
The smallest life in the ocean prepares the way for fish, birds, whales, and people.
When the ocean gathers enough food, small fish arrive, and the silence begins to change.
A single fish is fragile, but in the ocean, thousands can move like one living body.
The Arctic Ocean teaches life to move together, to read pressure, shadow, current, and danger.
Above the sea, wings begin to gather. Below the sea, silver movement calls the coast awake.
The birds read the ocean from above, searching for the first signs that fish have risen.
Even the wind becomes part of life here, lifting wings above the restless ocean.
The fjord looks silent from far away, but the ocean beneath it is beginning to concentrate life.
Then, from the cold ocean, a breath appears, proof that giants have followed the fish. The ocean has sent a signal, and the largest hunters in these waters are beginning to answer.
Nothing here is random. The ocean gathers prey, and every predator must arrive at the right moment.
The same fish that shine beneath the sea also lift life into the sky. Here, ocean, mountain, bird, fish, whale, and village are not separate stories. They belong to one system. Northern Norway is alive because warm and cold meet at the edge of the ocean. The sea gives, and the sea tests. It opens the coast, then closes it with storm and ice.
People do not conquer this ocean. They build beside it, waiting for weather, fish, and season to allow life forward. A harbor here is more than shelter. It is the thin line between the village and the open ocean. In winter, the ocean becomes a dark mirror, reflecting a sky that barely remembers the sun. Yet even in darkness, the sea keeps moving, carrying warmth from far beyond the frozen north.
The first answer to this coast lies under the waves, where currents soften the Arctic edge.
Warm Atlantic water pushes north into a polar world, and the ocean becomes a living boundary. Where ocean water mixes, nutrients rise. Where nutrients rise, the smallest life begins to bloom.
Plankton feeds small life. Small life feeds fish. Fish will soon call the giants back into the ocean. Plankton feeds small life. Small life feeds fish. Fish will soon call the giants back into the ocean.
Before the whales arrive, before the birds scream, the ocean gathers itself into one shining mass.
The fjord becomes a stage, and the sea prepares the first great drama of winter.
One breath appears, then another. The ocean has brought the hunters into the fjord.
Orcas arrive with intelligence, patience, and the precision required by this unforgiving ocean.
The fish tighten, the water changes, and the ocean begins to organize around the hunt.
Above and below the sea surface, every movement is connected by the ocean.
Then the larger giants rise, turning the cold ocean fjord into a place of sudden scale. In the darkest season, life does not disappear. In the ocean, it becomes concentrated. Northern Norway is not rich because it is easy. It is rich because the ocean gathers life where season and current align.
But this is only the beginning. Beyond the fjords, the sea falls into deeper and stranger worlds.
The same ocean that feeds fish and whales near the surface also opens into canyons of darkness below. To understand this coast, we must follow the ocean from current to fish, from fish to whale, and from whale to village. This is Norway at the edge of wind, ice, and ocean nigh. And the story begins with
The story begins beneath the ocean, where a hidden current keeps this frozen coast alive.
Northern Norway should feel locked in ice, yet the ocean refuses to become still. Far to the south, Atlantic water begins a long journey north, carrying heat into a polar world.
This current does not make the Arctic warm, but it softens the edge enough for life to gather.
Above the sea, winter is severe. Below the ocean surface, hidden warmth travels through the dark. The coast survives because the ocean is not one single body of water, but many forces meeting. Where Atlantic warmth meets Arctic cold, the ocean becomes dynamic, restless, and rich. Where Atlantic warmth meets Arctic cold, the ocean becomes dynamic, restless, and rich.
When light returns after the long darkness, microscopic life begins to bloom.
A bloom this small can change everything, because the entire visible drama begins with the invisible. Plankton feeds smaller animals,
and those smaller animals become the first bridge toward fish.
Small fish follow the bloom, and the cold ocean begins to concentrate energy.
In this ocean, survival often begins with gathering.
The season is short, the light is limited, and every creature must arrive when the ocean allows it. The fjord becomes more than a landscape. It becomes a corridor where the ocean gathers life.
One fish is almost invisible in the sea. Thousands can change the shape of the water.
When the school turns, the ocean flashes. When it tightens, it becomes a living mass. The ocean does not keep its secrets for long. What gathers below is soon read from above.
Birds begin to circle because the sea beneath them has changed.
They watch the water, reading ripples, flashes, and the movement of fish beneath the ocean skin.
Below the birds, the fish are no longer scattered. The ocean has begun to build a winter feast.
This movement is not random. It is timing made visible inside the ocean. Across the cold sea, scattered life begins to come together. In winter, abundance in the Arctic does not spread gently. It gathers in dense, fragile places.
This is how the ocean turns invisible energy into visible life. Plankton becomes fish, fish becomes movement, and movement begins to call the giants of the sea. A fjord can shelter life, but it can also concentrate it until every predator notices.
From above, the signs are small. A circle of birds, a change in the sea, a pulse beneath the surface.
The land remains silent, but the ocean below it is full of decisions. Air and sea are linked by fish, and every wing above the water depends on what the ocean provides.
The power of this school is not aggression. It is concentration.
A scattered fish is difficult to find. A dense school changes everything.
The ocean compresses life into a shape that birds can follow and whales can find.
The first hunters are already reading the surface, but the greatest hunters are still beyond the frame.
Far across the ocean, another sign appears and looms. A breath, a ripple, a giant turning toward the feast.
The fish do not know the whole story, but the ocean around them is changing.
The current began this story. The fish made it visible. Now the sea is ready to summon larger life.
Sometimes the entire fjord feels organized around one movement beneath the waves.
The mountains look still, but the ocean below them is preparing the first great winter spectacle.
Herring are not the largest animals in this story, but in the winter ocean they may be the most important.
A transfer of energy, carrying the bloom of the ocean into bodies large enough to feed giants. Individually, each fish is small. Together, they become a living storm beneath the sea.
This is the moment when the Arctic coast begins to wake in the coldest part of the year. The ocean has gathered its silver bloodline, and the giants have begun to arrive.
Soon, intelligence will enter the dark water, and the fjord will become a hunting theater. The entire drama of northern Norway begins with invisible changes in water.
The land may be frozen, the sky may be dark, but the ocean continues to carry energy north.
Fish feed whales, seabirds, seals, and people. The ocean connects them all. A current alone does not create a winter spectacle. For that, the sea needs a smaller creature.
It needs herring, the silver bloodline of the Arctic winter.
And when the herring are forced upward beneath the cold ocean surface, one of the most intelligent hunting scenes in the sea is about to begin. Now, beneath the cold ocean surface, one of the most intelligent hunting scenes in the sea begins.
In the winter fjords of Norway, the herring become the center of the season.
Orcas do not enter this ocean as random hunters. They arrive with memory, coordination, and purpose. They begin to work around the school, reading its shape and guiding its movement. The herring respond as one body, folding inward as pressure builds from every side.
The power of the orca is not speed alone. It is strategy. Above the water, birds follow the signs. Below the sea, the hunt is being arranged.
The fjord becomes a single connected world, with fish, whales, birds, and mountains in one frame.
Movement, bubbles, and pressure turn the open ocean into a carefully shaped trap.
To the viewer, it may look chaotic, but inside the sea, every movement belongs to a pattern.
A tail strike breaks the order for a moment, and the silver wall shivers through the ocean.
The school tightens again, because in this ocean, scattered life is fragile. At the surface, black fins cut through the cold ocean, like signals from another intelligence.
The birds know what the ocean is hiding, and the orcas know how to bring it within reach.
The scene becomes almost architectural, a structure built from pressure, movement, and fear.
The herring form a living sphere, and the orcas hold the boundaries of the sea around it. The herring form a living sphere, and the orcas hold the boundaries of the sea around it.
The land looks silent, but the sea below it is full of decisions.
But the orcas are not the only giants drawn into the fjord.
Humpback whales bring a different kind of force, slower, larger, and immense.
Where the orca shapes the school with precision, the humpback rises with scale.
At first, there is only a shadow moving upward through the ocean.
Then the surface changes, and the fjord seems to hold its breath.
For 1 second, the ocean opens, and a giant becomes visible.
Water drains away, the whale sinks again, and the surface closes over the feast.
The school breaks, then gathers again, because the ocean keeps forcing life back into motion.
Orcas and humpbacks do not hunt in the same way, but both reveal the same truth. Northern Norway's winter sea is not dead. It is concentrated.
The cold does not stop life. It compresses life into moments of intensity.
Under this different light, every animal must use the season before the season closes.
Breath turns white in freezing air, fins cut the dark ocean, and birds scream over the waves.
Below it all, the herring flash like a hidden silver storm.
The fjord becomes a feeding theater, and the small village beyond it becomes part of the same ocean story.
The sea that gathers whales also sustains the people who live beside it. After each surge of motion, the ocean settles, but the current keeps the story moving.
The hunt is never permanent. Abundance in the Arctic is brief, and every creature must follow it. When the moment is over, the giants move on, because the ocean never holds still.
The fjord has offered food, but beyond it, the sea continues into deeper water.
Not every giant hunts near the surface, and not every ocean story remains in the light.
Farther west, beyond the winter fjords, the ocean floor begins to fall away.
The same coast that holds herring and orcas also stands beside an abyss. Here, the ocean is no longer only wide, it becomes deep. Below the feeding fjords, another world waits, one built from darkness, pressure, and sound.
The winter spectacle has shown how life gathers near the surface, but the next giant follows a different path.
Beyond the fjords, the seafloor drops, and another whale enters the unseen ocean. The next chapter belongs not to the Silver School, but to the deep diver that follows darkness itself.
From the hunting fjords of winter, we now descend toward the deep ocean canyons, where sperm whales search with sound. From the hunting fjords of winter, we now descend toward the deep ocean canyons, where another giant follows darkness itself.
Farther west, the coast reveals one of its greatest secrets. Deep ocean water comes close to land.
Here, the sea does not remain shallow for long. The ocean drops beside the shore.
Beneath the waves, slopes, and submarine canyons open a doorway into a deeper world.
For humans above, the horizon may look simple. For a deep diver, it is an entrance. The sperm whale rises from this hidden depth to breathe at the surface.
This is not a hunter of the shallow herring fjord. It is a giant built for vertical journeys.
Before the dive, the whale waits and breathes, gathering oxygen for a world without light.
Its body seems almost still, but every breath prepares the descent.
Then the back arches, and the surface moment becomes a doorway. The ray's tail is like a door closing between the world of air and the world of depth.
Below the surface, the whale leaves the human world almost completely.
The water turns from blue to deeper blue, then toward black.
Light fades quickly here, and pressure begins to shape every movement.
In this deep ocean, sight becomes less important than sound. The sperm whale sends clicks through the ocean and listens for echoes in the dark.
Those echoes become a way to read the unseen.
The coastline is dramatic above water, but below the sea, the drama continues downward. The seafloor falls, depth opens, and a mammal of air enters a world of pressure.
Above is the coast of villages and storms. Below is the acoustic world of the sperm whale.
Somewhere in this darkness, squid and other deep-water prey move beyond human sight.
The hunt is rarely seen, but the idea of it gives this ocean its weight.
In this layer, the sea does not reveal everything.
The sperm whale carries one of the ocean's most powerful natural sonar systems.
Each click searches the darkness, returning fragments of shape, distance, and direction.
This is not the fast silver chaos of the herring fjord. It is slower.
In northern Norway, the village and the abyss can be neighbors.
On the surface are boats, weather, birds, and light. Beneath are canyons, pressure, and sound.
The human world floats above, while the whale moves through a depth human senses cannot survive.
After the descent, the whale must return to air. The journey is vertical, from breath to darkness and back again.
Every dive reminds us that this coast is not only horizontal, but layered.
The whale rises toward a world of wind, cliffs, islands, and winter ocean. Then the breath returns, and the hidden world briefly touches the surface. For a moment, the deep diver becomes visible again, and the ocean closes its secret behind it. Vesterålen matters because it shows how close deep ocean systems can come to the human coast.
A village may stand beneath snowy peaks, while a whale searches the abyss nearby.
The shore and the deep are not separate worlds here. In places like this, they are neighbors.
Life exists along the coast, but it also hangs above a layered ocean.
At the surface are breath storms and light. Below are slopes, squid, pressure, and sound. The deep whale does not need the fjord theater. It belongs to a darker stage.
But life here does not only rise from the ocean depths. It also clings to stone, where the ocean sends food upward into wings. Along the northern coast, cold cliffs become vertical cities beside the sea. Along the northern coast, cold cliffs become vertical cities beside the sea. From the abyss of sperm whales, we turn to the crowded cliffs where the sea becomes flight. From the abyss of sperm whales, we turn to the crowded cliffs where the sea becomes flight.
Along the northern coast, stone cliffs become cities because the ocean below can feed them.
At first, the cliff looks like cold stone.
Then the ocean reveals it as a vertical city. Every ledge is a place of balance, where life clings between rock, wind, and ocean.
The sea feeds them below, but the cliff gives them a place to return.
A puffin-carrying fish is carrying the energy of the ocean onto land.
Each small fish began in the sea, but now it becomes part of a life built high above the waves.
The birds dive into the ocean, take from the sea, and bring that life back to stone.
A seabird colony is not only a spectacle, it is evidence that the ocean nearby is productive.
Some birds dive, some glide, some wait on ledges, but all of them depend on the sea.
On these cliffs, survival is measured in inches of stone and miles of ocean.
The cliff is built from rock, but its life is built from fish.
When they leave the cliff, they enter the ocean's weather. When they leave the cliff, they enter the ocean's weather.
When fish shift, birds must search farther, and the ocean becomes harder to read.
A cliff can roar with life, but a quieter ledge can also tell a story from the sea.
When birds vanish from a place like this, it is not only a loss of sound, it is a signal from the ocean.
Seabirds make absence visible because they return from the sea to land.
If food becomes harder to find, the cliff feels it long before the viewer understands why. The bird reads the surface. The fish reads the current. The cliff records the result.
Yet the cliffs remain alive because the ocean still sends food into the air.
Every returning bird is a small proof that the sea can still provide.
The journey from water to wing is repeated thousands of times across the coast.
Below these cliffs, humans have also learned to read the ocean.
In northern Norway, the sea is not only scenery, it is food, danger, memory, and identity.
Small villages sit between mountains and ocean, shaped by the narrow chances the sea allows. A calm harbor can feel safe, but beyond it, the ocean can change without warning.
The work of the village begins with weather, timing, and respect for the sea. Fish leave the ocean, but the cold air and wind become part of the process. Here, the climate itself helps preserve what the sea has given. The village is not separate from nature. It is woven into the ocean's rhythm. People here have not lived by conquering the ocean. They have lived by negotiating with it.
A fisher reads wind, current, fish movement, and season before trusting the sea. The coastline may look beautiful from far away, but the ocean does not forgive carelessness.
Knowing when to turn back can be as important as knowing where the fish are. A harbor light in winter is not only beautiful, it is a signal of adaptation.
Behind each light is a life built around weather, fish, darkness, and return.
Generations learn this coast not only from maps, but from storms remembered.
The same sea that feeds a village can threaten it, depending on wind, distance, and timing.
The ocean gives and tests in the same breath. Birds, fishes, whales, and villages all read the same water in different ways.
Beneath the harbour, the food web continues, quiet and essential.
The village survives because the ocean remains alive, beyond what the eye can see.
To live here is to know when to leave, when to wait, and when to return. The return to harbor is part of the rhythm, as important as the journey out. This human layer keeps the coast from becoming only a wilderness postcard. The birds return to ledges, the boats return to harbor, and both returns depend on the sea.
Northern Norway is a coastal system where ocean productivity climbs into wings and settles into villages.
Everything here depends on reading the ocean accurately. The whale reads fish. The bird reads the surface. The fisher reads the wind. But this relationship is changing because the Northern Ocean is changing its rhythm.
Fish may shift, seasons may move, and old knowledge must adapt to a sea that no longer behaves exactly as before.
For the birds, for the whales, and for the people, survival depends on the ocean's pattern.
And now, across the far north, Ice is retreating, seasons are shifting, and the Arctic Sea...
Across the far north, ice is retreating, seasons are shifting, and the Arctic Sea is beginning to change its rhythm. Less ice does not simply mean more open ocean. It changes the boundary between Arctic cold and Atlantic warmth.
Warmer, saltier water can move farther north, reshaping where life can gather.
The change is not always dramatic in a single frame, but the ocean remembers every small shift.
This is not a simple disaster scene. It is a rhythm slipping out of its old timing. This is not a simple disaster scene. It is a rhythm slipping out of its old timing.
For fish, temperature can influence movement, growth, spawning, and where the next meal will be found.
If the fish move, everything that follows them must also move.
For seabirds, the question becomes how far they must fly before the ocean offers food. A quieter cliff is not only a quieter cliff. It may be a message from the sea. A quieter cliff is not only a quieter cliff. It may be a message from the sea.
When the food web shifts beneath the surface, the change rises into the air.
For whales, the location of prey decides where the journey must go.
If herring gather differently, the giants must search differently.
For fishing communities, these changes are not abstract. They arrive as questions at the harbor.
Where will the fish be? When will they come? Will the old calendar still work?
Knowledge built over generations must now listen to an ocean that is changing its behavior.
Life here was always difficult, but it was difficult within patterns animals and people could learn.
When the timing changes, the challenge becomes deeper than storm or cold.
For herring, the question is where to gather. For whales, where to feed.
For seabirds, the question is how far to fly before the sea gives enough. For the coast itself, the question is how to remain a living edge as the Arctic becomes less predictable.
The retreat of ice does not erase life at once. It changes the stage on which life must act.
When the stage moves, every actor must adjust. Warm currents, cold seas, herring, whales, seabirds, fishing villages, and retreating ice all belong to one story. Northern Norway is not the edge of life. It is one of its most delicate centers. Northern Norway is not the edge of life. It is one of its most delicate centers.
Everything depends on reading the edge correctly, Stokely, the edge between land and sea. The edge between Atlantic warmth and Arctic cold still shapes the life above it.
The edge between winter darkness and returning light decides when the ocean can bloom.
The edge between abundance and hunger may begin with light no wider than a season.
Whales do not come because people hope to see them. They come when the ocean gathers food.
Orcas follow herring. Humpbacks arrive when the season offers enough prey.
Sperm whales use deep ocean waters where sound can find what sight cannot. Sperm whales use deep ocean waters where sound can find what sight cannot.
Humans are part of this system too, reading weather, current, fish movement, and season.
A family drying fish in cold air is using the climate
as part of the process.
A harbor light in winter is not only beautiful, it is a sign that life has adapted. A harbor light in winter is not only beautiful, it is a sign that life has adapted.
Edges are where forces meet. Warm water and cold water, mountains and fjords, birds and cliffs, whales and herring.
Life here becomes precise because it must. A whale must be where the fish are. A bird must find food before the season turns.
A fisher must choose the right day to leave harbor, because the ocean remembers every mistake.
This precision is not weakness, it is wisdom.
The animals do not fight the Arctic Ocean as if it were an enemy. They use what it gives.
Wind becomes flight. Cold water becomes a feeding ground. Darkness becomes a season of whale breath and herring movement.
Fjords become shelter. Canyons become hunting routes.
The people here do the same. They build low against the wind and place villages near protected water.
They follow fish, respect weather, and understand that the sea is never only a view.
It is a force with memory, and that is why this coast stays with people who see it. Northern Norway is not only beautiful, it is honest.
It does not pretend nature is gentle. It shows that life can continue in severe places.
To live at the edge is not to be far from life. It is to live where life must become most aware.
A school of herring can call whales back into dark fjords. A cliff can hold thousands of wings above a winter ocean.
A warm Atlantic current can keep the northern coast open when the land around it is frozen. A small village can survive for generations, not by overpowering the sea, but by learning its rhythm.
Here, every form of life is reading something. The blue whale reads the fish. The albatross reads the surface. The fisher reads the wind. The village reads the season. The coast reads the meeting of warm Atlantic water and Arctic cold. Northern Norway is not the end of life. It is where life becomes precise. Between wind, ice, and ocean, every breath, every wing, every returning boat.
Not by conquering nature, but by listening carefully enough to remain.
This is Norway. Life at the edge of wind, ice, and ocean. From above, Greenland looks silent, but along the edge of the Arctic Ocean, life is already waiting. This is not an empty white world. It is a world where life hides, where ice and ocean meet.
The fjords are ocean roads carved into stone, carrying cold water deep into the frozen land. Every dark opening in the ocean ice can become a doorway, a warning, or a lifeline. In Greenland, the frozen surface is never just scenery. It is the stage where survival begins. The silence holds signs, tracks, scent, wind, hunger, and memory.
A hole in the ice may look small, but beneath it lies an entire ocean world.
For the seal, this is not simply water. It is the border between breath and darkness.
Below the ice, the ocean is quiet, but it is not still. Greenland's story begins in this thin boundary between frozen air and living sea.
The polar bear looks powerful, but even power depends on the ocean ice beneath its feet.
It reads the sea ice through scent, sound, pressure, and patience.
Every step costs energy, and in this frozen ocean world, energy is never wasted.
The strongest hunter here is still only one life, moving across a fragile frozen floor.
Where the ocean opens, the food chain begins to gather. Birds follow the cracks because the ocean below carries food upward.
From far away, these cliffs look lifeless, but the sea has already begun to fill them with motion. Here, wings turn ocean food into life on stone. The cliff is not only rock, it is a vertical city built beside the sea. Beneath the noise of wings, a smaller survivor reads the same ocean edge.
The fox is small, but in a hard ocean-bound world, smallness can be a form of strength. It survives not by ruling the landscape, but by noticing what others miss.
Where the ocean feeds birds, it also creates chances for the fox. Life here is spread thin, but every edge has a purpose. Even the quietest animals are tied to the rhythm of snow, wind, and sea.
Some survive by moving lightly. Others survive by standing together against the ocean wind.
In Greenland, warmth is stored in bodies, in herds, and in every careful choice.
Land and ocean are never separate here. The sea shapes the weather, the food, and the movement of life. The fjords carry the ocean into the frozen land, and with it comes the possibility of life. Below these icebergs, the ocean continues downward into a colder and darker world.
The frozen surface hides an ocean system where small lives support giants.
In this cold ocean, even the smallest forms of life can decide what survives above the ice.
Fish turn invisible ocean energy into movement, flesh, and survival.
The seal carries this ocean energy upward, toward the frozen world above.
A single layer of ice separates two worlds, but every life on both sides is connected.
Glaciers bring the frozen interior to the sea, and the ocean answers with movement. To the animals of Greenland, ice is shelter, distance, danger, and direction. Far beyond the cliffs, giants follow the same cold ocean rhythm. A whale changes the fjord in a single breath, revealing that this frozen land is also an ocean world.
Some animals walk on ice, some breathe through it, and others move beneath it like living mountains.
Each life seems separate, but the ocean connects them all.
In Greenland, survival gathers where elements meet: ice and water, cliff and sea, hunger and patience.
Nothing here is careless. Every mark in the snow belongs to a decision. The same frozen surface can be a roof, a road, a nursery, and a hunting ground.
The ocean feeds the birds feed the cliffs, and the cliffs feed another kind of survival. This opening chapter is only the surface. Beneath it lies a deeper system of timing, hunger, and adaptation.
To understand Greenland wildlife, we must follow the edge where the ocean shapes every life.
The first rule of this frozen world is simple. Ice decides where life can move. When the ocean opens, the story begins to move from silence into survival.
And so we begin with the fragile foundation beneath every track, every dive, every flight, and every breath.
To understand life in Greenland, we must begin with the surface that decides almost everything: sea ice.
This ice is not a blank white floor. It is a living boundary between air and ocean.
Where the ocean presses against the frozen surface, the ice bends, breaks, rises, and becomes a map. An open lead can become a feeding route, a breathing place, or a dangerous gap between lives. Below the frozen roof, the ocean begins its quiet work.
When light returns, even the smallest life beneath the ice can start an entire chain. The beginning of survival here is almost invisible, carried by light, nutrients, and timing. Fish gather where the ocean gives them food, and their movement begins to draw larger lives. Every small body in this cold ocean becomes part of a larger survival equation.
The seal lives between two worlds, feeding in the ocean and breathing through the ice.
To the seal, a dark circle in the ice is not a detail. It is a doorway back to air. The same ice that traps the ocean below also gives life a place to breathe. For one animal, the hole is safety. For another, it is a place to wait. The bear does not rule the ice by force alone. It survives by reading the ocean's frozen skin.
Sea ice is a road, a roof, a hunting ground, a resting place, and a border between worlds.
Where the ice is strong, it can become a platform for rest.
Where snow gathers over ice, shelter can form, but only if the season remains stable. To human eyes, the ice may look permanent, but the ocean beneath is always moving it.
A frozen surface can rise, tilt, crack, and drift with every movement of the sea.
The frozen interior reaches the ocean through glaciers, and the ocean reshapes it into drifting ice.
Here, every texture tells a different story of cold, pressure, current, and time.
The ice opens, closes, thickens, thins, and changes the rules for everything living here.
When the ocean opens, birds read the signal from above.
A crack in the ice can connect sky, ocean, and hunger in a single dive.
Below the opening, the ocean gathers movement that cannot be seen from the frozen surface.
The sea feeds the birds, and the birds carry the ocean's energy toward the cliffs.
Even the cliffs depend on what happens out here on the frozen sea.
The ocean does not stop at the shore. Its influence climbs into every track and every ledge.
The living Greenland is not found in the empty interior. It gathers around the ocean edge.
When light returns to the frozen world, the ocean beneath begins to answer. Light, ice, and ocean must meet at the right time for life to rise.
Every animal reads this map differently, but the map is written by the sea. A sound in the ice can mean movement, danger, access, or change.
Strength and weakness can exist only a few steps apart.
From below, the ice is a ceiling of shadows, openings, and risk.
The food web begins quietly, in colors and movements too small to dominate the eye.
Plankton feeds fish. Fish feed seals and birds, and the ice holds each layer close together.
The seal is a bridge between the small ocean lives below and the hunters above. The bear uses sea ice as a road to reach the places where the ocean must breathe. Nothing here survives alone. The ice connects every breath, dive, flight, and step.
But the foundation of this world is fragile, and its rhythm is never guaranteed.
When ice forms later or breaks earlier, every animal must spend more energy finding what it needs.
Distance changes survival. A short crossing can become a long search.
A wider opening can help one life, while making another life work harder.
When the ice changes, the distances change, the timing changes, and the risks change.
Even the giants of the fjord follow the patterns set by ice, current, and prey. This is the first rule of Greenland wildlife. Survival gathers where elements meet. And across this frozen stage, one relationship will define the next chapter. Above the ice waits the bear. Beneath the ice moves the seal. Above the ice waits the bear. Beneath the ice moves the seal. Between them lies the polar bear is powerful, but here, power begins with patience. The polar bear is powerful, but here, power begins with patience.
A scent carried from the ocean can guide the bear farther than sight alone.
Every step is a calculation, because every movement burns energy that may not return.
To survive here, the bear must understand a map that is always shifting. For the seal, this small opening is life. For the bear, it is possibility. For the seal, this small opening is life. For the bear, it is possibility. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient.
Beneath the surface, the seal is not helpless. It belongs to the ocean in a way the bear cannot.
Its world is three-dimensional, shaped by pressure, breath, darkness, and memory. One animal walks on the frozen roof. One animal moves beneath it. Both are bound to the same ocean ice. The bear searches for the point where the seal's need for air meets the surface. The seal must choose when to rise, and sometimes survival means passing a doorway by. The most powerful image of the bear is not a roar. It is the weight of waiting. Somewhere below, a seal must breathe. Somewhere above, hunger is measuring time. Below the ice, the seal also waits, listening to a world it cannot fully see. A few meters of ice, distance, and timing can become the difference between danger and breath. For now, the ocean receives the seal again. When the scent changes, the bear must decide whether to wait, move, or spend more energy. A failed wait is not dramatic, but in the Arctic, it still has a cost. The bear's hunting ground is also a moving platform, shaped by temperature, wind, and sea. When the ice changes, the distance between predator and prey changes with it. The seal's survival depends on food below, air above, and ice stable enough to connect them. Fish becomes seal energy, and seal energy becomes part of the world above. The food web is not a diagram here. It is a path through water, ice, and wind. Rest is not weakness. In a place where every calorie matters, rest is strategy.
The ocean below is always active, even when the surface appears still.
The seal moves where the bear cannot walk, but it must always return to the surface for air. A crack in the ice can help the seal breathe and force the bear to travel farther. In Greenland, the shortest path is often impossible. The ice decides the journey. For the seal, open water can mean freedom, but also exposure. Neither animal controls this place. Both negotiate with the ice. The bear is a hunter, but it is also a listener in a frozen ocean landscape. The seal is prey, but it is also a specialist of water, pressure, ice, and breath. Without sea ice, the bear can still walk, swim, and search, but its most efficient world begins to vanish. The seal also depends on ice, but in a different way, as sealing, shelter, and access to air. Both lives need ice, but not the same kind, not in the same way, and not at the same moment. Greenland's ice records movement, but only for a little while before the wind rewrites it. Storm, cold, hunger, and timing press on both animals at once.
The bear's hunting ground is also a moving platform, shaped by temperature, wind, and sea.
When the ice changes, the distance between predator and prey changes with it. The seal's survival depends on food below, air above, and ice stable enough to connect them. Fish becomes seal energy, and seal energy becomes part of the world above. The food web is not a diagram here. It is a path through water, ice, and wind. Rest is not weakness. In a place where every calorie matters, rest is strategy. The ocean below is always active, even when the surface appears still. The seal moves where the bear cannot walk, but it must always return to the surface for air.
Here, survival becomes smaller, quieter, and no less exact.
The Arctic fox is small enough to vanish, but clever enough to read every edge of this frozen world. Compared with the bear, the fox seems fragile, but in Greenland, needing less can be a kind of strength. It survives by scent, memory, timing, and the ability to change its strategy when the ocean coast changes. The fox does not dominate the landscape. It listens to it. And in a world where food is rare, even the smallest sound beneath snow can matter. Every movement must be worth the energy it costs. The coast gives the fox options: snow, stone, cliff, ice, and the ocean's leftovers. And in Greenland, flexibility can be as valuable as strength. And when the season changes, the fox changes with it. Its camouflage belongs to the season, not to one color. Summer does not make Greenland easy. It only opens a short window of possibility. Where the ocean feeds the birds, the cliff becomes a seasonal pantry for those who can read it. The fox takes opportunity where it appears, but every opportunity here is temporary. The ocean rises into the cliff through wings, and the fox waits below that movement. On this coast, balance is not only physical, it is the balance between hunger and risk. When food appears briefly, memory becomes a future meal. The fox survives by turning a scattered coastline into a map of chances. But the fox is not the only small life shaped by snow and sea. The Arctic hare survives by becoming part of the whiteness itself. Stillness can be protection when the landscape offers nowhere to hide. Every burst of movement must be measured, because speed also spends energy.
Even in a frozen world, life searches for the smallest hidden food.
The coast records many lives at once, but only until wind erases the page. Farther from the cliff, another kind of survivor follows the sparse food of the tundra.
For these animals, survival is written close to the ground.
The food is not abundant. It must be uncovered one small patch at a time.
Their path is shaped by wind, snow depth, and the thin food left by a short season.
And then the tundra reveals animals built not for speed, but for endurance. Musk oxen carry warmth like a living shelter against the ocean wind.
Their coats are not decoration. They are insulation, armor against cold, and the memory of survival.
Like the hare and caribou, they live from what little the frozen ground allows.
In a place this exposed, the group itself becomes part of survival.
The sea does not feed every animal directly, but it shapes the weather every animal must endure. Many strategies cross the same frozen coast, each one answering the same question in a different way. Survival here is not one kind of greatness. It is many precise answers to cold, hunger, and time. The fox may be one of Greenland's most precise survivors, because it is never tied to only one chance. It searches the boundary where the ocean leaves small gifts and the tundra hides small meals. Opportunity is brief here, and the fox must know when to move on.
Its world is not land or sea, but the thin line between them.
In Greenland, even nearby lives may pass without drama, each saving energy for its own struggle. Some search constantly, some endure in place. Greenland allows both, but rewards neither easily. A few stems beneath snow can matter as much as a breathing hole in the ice. Every track belongs to an animal, spending itself carefully. The fox shows that survival is not always loud, large, or obvious. The tundra teaches another lesson. Endurance can be as cinematic as motion.
As light fades, the frozen coast keeps its lives close and quiet.
By morning, the story begins again, written in new tracks beside the sea. And where the fox follows the coast, the next great world of Greenland rises above the ocean. Beyond the quiet survivors of the tundra, the cliffs awaken into a city of wings, and the ocean begins to speak louder. Beyond the quiet survivors of the tundra, the cliffs awaken into a city of wings, and the ocean begins to speak louder. From far away, this cliff looked lifeless. Up close, it becomes one of Greenland's loudest expressions of survival. The ledges are narrow, the wind is constant, and yet life gathers here in astonishing numbers. In Greenland, abundance does not spread everywhere. It concentrates where the ocean can feed it.
Every flight away from the cliff is a journey back to the sea.
The birds search the openings, because beneath the ice, food begins to move. A single dive connects sky, cliff, ice, and ocean. Below the surface, the ocean gathers the energy that will return to the cliff.
The sea gives, and the wings carry that gift back to stone. The cliff is not separate from the ocean. It is fed by every return.
Each landing is precise, because space is scarce and the sea below is unforgiving. This is a city without walls, built from wind, rock, wings, and ocean food.
For the fox, the cliff is not noise. It is a seasonal map of opportunity.
The smallest hunter survives by reading what falls, what changes, and what disappears.
The ocean is being delivered upward, wing by wing.
Different birds use the same coast in different ways, but all are tied to what the ocean provides. Small wings can carry enormous meaning in a place where nutrients are rare. Around great colonies, the sea even changes the land, feeding soil that would otherwise remain poor. The cliff speaks for the ocean, and the ocean answers through wings.
Beyond the cliffs, the coast opens again, and the scale of life begins to change.
On the ice, walruses turn a drifting platform into a place of rest. Their bodies are built for cold water, but the ice still gives them a place to pause. The ocean receives them slowly, as if the boundary between ice and water belongs to both.
Below the flow, another Greenland world opens, heavier, darker, and shaped by depth.
Many marine mammals share the same frozen edge, each using ice and ocean in its own way. Some rest on the ice, some breathe through it, some pass beneath it almost unseen. The same ocean that feeds the birds also carries the lives of seals, walruses, and giants still farther offshore. Farther from shore, the scale changes again. A humpback whale changes the entire fjord with a single breath.
The tail rises, and then the giant returns to the hidden ocean below.
Below the icebergs, Greenland becomes a three-dimensional ocean world. Fin whales bring speed and scale to waters shaped by current, prey, and season.
These giants do not move randomly. They follow the ocean's invisible patterns.
Where plankton and fish gather, the largest bodies on Earth may follow. The bowhead whale belongs deeply to the Arctic imagination. Slow, massive, and built for icy seas.
Its body carries endurance across seasons, currents, and frozen waters.
In the dark below the ice, size becomes almost silent. Then the ocean changes tone, and white shapes move through the fjord like living echoes.
Belugas move through sound as much as water, using voices to keep contact in a world of ice and shadow.
In cold and limited visibility, sound becomes a map. Some Greenland lives are visible only for moments, and others remain almost mythical.
Narwhals bring mystery not because they are fantasy, but because their real lives are so difficult to witness.
A single tusk above the water can feel unreal, but it belongs to a life shaped by ice, depth, and sound. Beneath the surface, they travel through a world where sound, pressure, and inherited roots matter more than sight. Greenland's ocean is not empty space. It is a layered world of roots, signals, and hidden feeding grounds.
Some animals stand on ice, some rest on it, some breathe through it, and some travel beneath it.
Together, they reveal Greenland not as an isolated island, but as part of a living Arctic Ocean network. The animals follow food, openings in ice, depth, temperature, current, and memory. What begins as tiny movement in the ocean can rise into birds, seals, walruses, and whales. But this ocean map is not fixed, and the rhythm that guides these lives is changing. When ice shifts, every route must be read again. The cliffs, the seals, the walruses, and the whales all depend on timing in the sea. A change in one layer can echo through all the others. And now, the frozen map that holds these lives together begins to change its rhythm. And now, the frozen map that holds these lives together begins to change its rhythm. In Greenland, change does not arrive as an idea. It arrives as thinner ice, wider water, and altered distance. A frozen road can become a maze, and every animal must learn the new shape of the ocean. For the polar bear, distance is not only space. Distance is energy. When ice breaks the route, the bear must walk farther, wait longer, and spend more of what it cannot easily replace. Its strength remains immense, but strength needs a platform. The bear is not defeated by one crack, but every extra distance adds pressure to its life. Below the ice, the seal also faces a changing ceiling. More open water can help a seal breathe, but unstable ice can change where it rests, hides, and raises young. The The same change can offer one advantage while removing another. Nothing in Greenland has only one meaning. Ice can shelter, expose, connect, and separate.
For seabirds, the question is not only whether food exists, but whether it appears close enough and soon enough.
A longer flight can turn abundance into effort. The cliff still lives, but its rhythm depends on a sea that is never still.
For the fox, flexibility is survival, but even flexibility depends on what the season provides.
It searches the coast as it always has, but the coast itself is beginning to answer differently. On land, change appears in snow depth, exposed ground, and the timing of the short feeding season.
The tundra animals endure weather from the sea, even when they do not feed directly from the ocean.
A small plant, a thin crust of snow, and a few warmer days can change the choices of animals above the sea.
And every part of Greenland returns to the ocean sooner or later. For whales, changing ice can open new water, but it can also shift the food they follow. When plankton and fish move, giants may change their routes. Belugas read the water through sound, but even sound travels through a changing landscape. A route once held by ice and memory may become a route of new openings. Narwhals, too, move through a world where ice, depth, and sound must align. The hidden routes of the Arctic are not fixed roads. They are living agreements with the frozen sea. The animals are tough, but toughness does not mean independence. Specialization creates power, but it also creates dependence.
A body perfectly made for one rhythm may struggle when that rhythm begins to shift. With
the bear, the seal, the fish, and the ice are not separate stories. A change in the sea can rise into the sky. A change in the sea can reach the smallest hunter on the rocks. A change in snow and sesame can reach every hoofprint, pawprint, and hidden burrow. Greenland is not a place where life spreads evenly. It is a place where life gathers at the margins. To watch Greenland wildlife is to watch precision. A seal's quick breath, a bear, slow step, and a bird's shadow all belong to the same frozen system. Beneath the surface, the ocean remembers every layer of the story. A whale's breath above cold water can feel brief, but it carries a history older than maps. The fox reads the snow, the birds read the sea, and the whales read the currents. The bear reads the wind, and the seal reads the ice. Together, they turn Greenland's frozen edges into a living system. Nothing here is careless, and nothing here is guaranteed. Yet Greenland is not a dead white world. It is a world where life has learned to spend itself carefully. Here, harshness does not erase life. It sharpens it. The frozen world and the ocean world are not separate. They are one living boundary. Every breath, dive, flight, and step belongs to this fragile agreement between life and ice. Greenland wildlife does not live outside the harshness. It survives by reading the harshness. And as the ice changes, every track, every breath, every nest, and every migration must answer a new question. Survival here is not only about strength, it is about timing, precision, and the fragile promise between life and the frozen world that holds it.
This untamed wilderness, Kodiak Island, has weathered storms like this for millennia. The raw power of the North Pacific shapes everything here.
Kodiak Island. A place defined by the relentless weather and the unforgiving sea. Kodiak is defined by motion, not stillness. Here, the island breathes weather every hour, a wild, untamed cycle of rain and mist. They thought they knew this place, but the island guards its secrets with teeth and claw, a force of nature unmatched. From the highest peaks to the deepest valleys, every stream belongs to the ocean.
We see the mountains and the mist, but the sea remains the island's unseen engine, fueling the wind and the rain.
Kodiak is not empty. It is densely alive.
This is the island, a place defined by the relentless rhythm of the cold northern sea. Rain doesn't just fall, it sculpts the world around us, shaping every layer of life, ensuring the vibrant greens of this forest endure. The shoreline is a boundary that never stays fixed, constantly reshaped by the relentless power of the sea. From the churning coastlines to the highest peaks, Kodiak is an island of thresholds, vast and untamed. This is where the freshwater surrenders to the sea, and where the island's greatest energy begins.
Even deep inland, the sea is never far away.
Soon, the river will pulse with life, a silver tide returning to the waters of their birth, continuing the endless cycle. This is a world governed by conditions, not comfort. Here, the weather itself speaks, and the storms that crash against these cliffs are simply part of the island's normal language. Here on Kodiak, the land, the sea, and the sky are bound together. It is a single, unbroken living system. These tracks mean only one thing. The giant bear of the island is near, and we are entering its territory. This is where the island begins to reveal its power. It moved with deliberate force, an ancient shadow emerging from the mist and rain, searching for us. But the island's true story, the one etched into the stone and the water, begins far beyond this forest. Carried by the cold current from the high country toward the ocean, we transition now into the solemn and powerful territory of the bear. Here on Kodiak, the landscape is in constant motion, shaped by the relentless weather and the powerful creatures navigating these rugged paths. Beyond the fog lies the domain of the island's true master, and it does not welcome visitors.
A life-sustaining current flows through the forest. Soon, the salmon will begin their arduous journey, drawn back to these waters.
This is Kodiak, a place where the visibility itself changes by the minute.
Here, the forest becomes a sponge. Every drop of this cold rain is captured by the moss, storing the island's moisture deep within the earth.
Where the fresh water surrenders to the saline depths, the path home begins, though the way is long and shrouded in mist. They say this place has no beginning, only the endless churning of the sea and the whisper of the wind through the peaks. Every part of this land depends on the next. The water flowing from these mountains connects the entire system.
Rain defines this landscape, shaping the very stones and trees. But even in this relentless downpour, the first signs of life begin to stir.
As twilight fell over the riverbank, the island prepared to reveal its largest presence yet. Kodiak, a land of constant reveal and conceal. The cycle begins again. Driven by instinct, the salmon turn upstream, drawing the great bears back to the river's edge.
Flowing through this hidden corridor, the river sustains an intricate web of life. It is a delicate balance, one we are only beginning to understand. Energy returns to the island with every wave, a cycle as old as the sea itself, constantly renewed.
Kodiak is built from connections.
This island system shows us a simple truth. Nothing here exists alone. Everything is connected by water.
To truly know Kodiak, you must first accept that much of it will remain forever hidden, lost in the fog of time and tide. Soon, the salmon will return. Driven by an ancient instinct, they will face the torrent, seeking the waters of their birth. Weather is not background here, but structure.
The legends were true. The island holds a giant, and by the size of these prints, it's unlike anything we've ever known.
Isolation wasn't just a state of being here. It was the sculptor, carving these valleys and shaping the very nature of this untouched world. Driven by ancient instinct, the salmon return. They fight the storm and the tide, completing a cycle as old as the river itself. The signs were everywhere, pointing towards a power unmatched in this wilderness. Soon, we would meet the bear. The true power of Kodiak lies not in a single landmark, but in the entirety of this immense, rugged coastline.
From the rugged coastlines, we move inland, into the heart of this secluded ecosystem. Here, the dense canopy thrives on the constant moisture.
The next chapter will reveal why this place can support giants. This is just the surface. The island's true story, the deeper system of life, is only beginning. The storm intensified, washing away the path. But it couldn't hide the tracks. The ruler of this island was close now.
This river is part of a vast, unending cycle. The water here will reach the distant ocean, only to return again as rain falling on the forest.
In this unforgiving landscape, the Kodiak stands alone. The quiet giant of the island. The bear's size comes from an island built on abundance and endurance. Power on Kodiak often arrives quietly. Rather than rush, the bear waits, studying the current's relentless flow.
Driven by instinct, the salmon return, bringing the pulse of the ocean to these shallow waters. The forest awakens.
These fish carry the sea into the forest.
This annual migration is the lifeblood of the wilderness. The salmon run is the bloodstream of the island, nourishing the forest and all its creatures. For the salmon, comfort is irrelevant. It is reproduction that drives this arduous journey upstream. The bear's movement is slow, exact, and powerful.
The catch is merely part of a much larger exchange, a critical moment in the ongoing saga of the salmon run and the bears that depend on it.
The salmon run bridges two worlds. From the vast ocean, this single fish brings the nutrients necessary to sustain the giants of the forest.
In the harsh reality of the Alaskan wilderness, every meal shapes this bear's winter survival, building the reserves needed to endure the lean months ahead.
A gathering place for predators and scavengers. The powerful current draws them all inevitably downstream.
Nothing on Kodiak feeds only one species.
The land does not forget. These prints, these scales, they are the memory of movement etched into the earth. The bear is built by seasons, not moments.
This is Kodiak's rhythm, a staggered abundance. When one stream rests, another wakes, and the bear knows exactly where to be.
The island's energy moves inland from the ocean.
Here, in the quiet cold, every step sinks deep into the wet moss. Every print left behind marks the island itself. The salmon are the engine of abundance. Their relentless journey upstream feeds the forest, the waters, and creatures like the bear.
And in the distance, evidence that this island supports more than one giant.
Kodiak's abundance is shared through timing and space. The bear's silence is not an absence of sound, but the sound of dominance itself, heavy and profound.
The entire island is connected by water, a continuous flow linking forest, river, and the distant sea.
Left behind on the riverbank, the salmon's body becomes a bridge, transferring vital ocean nutrients deep into the soil and the surrounding wildlife.
What the bear does not take is returned to the earth. What the bear does not keep becomes life for the land.
On Kodiak, the year is marked by seasonal doors. The bears move from the streams into the meadows as new food sources emerge. The bear survives on many foods, not one, shifting its diet from fish to the bounty of the forest floor. While it often grazes peacefully on the abundant vegetation, the bear remains a powerful presence, an apex predator moving through its domain. Kodiak's edges feed one another.
While recognized as a fierce river hunter, the coastal brown bear is also an opportunistic forager, scavenging the shoreline after the storm.
While the storm rages, the receding tide often leaves behind a bounty of food, scattered amidst the debris. Driven by the relentless coastal winds, this stretch of pebbles and driftwood becomes a shared feast for the great bear, the eagles, and the gulls. When the tide retreats, it uncovers a hidden layer of the island, teeming with life adapted to this rugged coast. The bear knows this loop well. The sea provides, but the land offers refuge when the weather turns.
It is here on Kodiak, everything is connected. The streams feed the forest protects the coast, and in this unity lies our strength.
Relentlessly, the journey continues. The salmon, driven by instinct, is still on its way home. The island feeds its giants in more than one season. Even the smallest plants play a vital role in the bear's survival, providing sustenance in this harsh landscape. Standing resolute against the storm, the Kodiak bear is the undisputed monarch, the visible peak of this island system.
The bear is shaped by the island. Its greatest power is the system that keeps it alive: the rain, the river, and the cold sea.
The salmon, fueled by the distant ocean, carry life upstream. The bear intercepts this energy, transferring the vitality of the sea.
The bear is only one part of a vast, interconnected living system. Here, the salmon, the river, and the forest are all linked in a delicate balance.
Driven by an ancient instinct, these salmon are the embodiment of energy carried home from the sea, fighting the relentless current.
For the salmon, every leap is a struggle, part of a powerful return to waters older than memory itself. Driven by instinct, the salmon begin their migration. It is a staggered pulse of abundance against the relentless river current. The island does not give everything at once.
The journey nears its end, and with it comes a profound change. Their scales ignite with the crimson hue of the spawning grounds.
For the creatures of this forest corridor, the river is more than just a waterway. It is a stage set for the ancient drama of the hunt. Here at the river mouth, freshwater meets the cold sea. It is a meeting place of worlds, where different currents collide and life thrives. Even death here feeds the island.
This is the hidden exchange between sea and land. The forest drinks deeply from the remains, a transfer of marine energy carried by the steady rain into...
The stream nourishes more than the fish. It brings life to the moss and the soil, sustaining the entire woodland ecosystem.
The forest edge acts as a profound record of feeding. The scattered remains of the salmon and the deep impressions of bear tracks. From the smallest creatures to the otter searching for salmon, all life here is bound by the same ancient, unending cycle.
Nothing on Kodiak goes unused for long.
Even in the harshest storms, the cycle continues. The island's scavengers are interconnected, bound by the same living chain.
While the larger predators have moved on, the salmon run continues to provide sustenance. Even the smallest creatures inherit this bounty.
Like a moving artery, the river transports vital nutrients, extending the reach of the salmon's gift far beyond the banks and deep into the valley soil.
As the rain falls, it gathers the richness of the forest floor, carrying nutrients from the roots directly into the stream, feeding the water below.
Here, on the island, distance collapses. Everything is connected, the stream to the sea, the forest to the fog. Here on Kodiak, the sheer abundance of the water spreads across the landscape, channeled through countless streams like veins in the earth. The rainforest thrives in this perpetual moisture. Every drop fuels the quiet, persistent growth of the moss and the rushing current of the stream.
This is the final push. Against the relentless current and the coming storm, the salmon returns to the place of its birth to complete the circle of life.
As the rain fills these tracks, it connects the bear's trail to the salmon's route. Their paths are forever linked. The island lived in his memory, a maze of scent and shadow. He followed the wet earth, a path worn deep by generations. Driven by instinct, the salmon fight the current, unaware that in this rugged wilderness, the bear is never far from the run.
The bear's world, however, extends far beyond this stream, encompassing the hillside and the dense forest above. The prints tell a story of generations. The young must follow the path, learning the island's rhythm, even in the storm. Salmon-shaped family survival here. Without the energy supplied by these leaping fish, this mother and her cubs would not endure the coming lean months.
The reliable return of the salmon fundamentally changes their chance of successfully raising young.
The true abundance of this place isn't just seen, it's felt. Even in the silence, the river sings its ancient song of life. The island gives each creature a different map. For the salmon, it is the relentless current of the river.
It is through these numerous small channels that the whole system finds its resilience. Even here, in the cold shadows of the forest, abundance finds a way, spreading across space and time, carried on the current.
The next generation begins here. The forest provides shelter for the river. Roots, leaves, and needles create a damp canopy over the water, protecting it from the storm. But the true beginning of this epic journey wasn't in the shallow streams, but in the boundless depths of the sea. The ocean is not the edge of the story, but its source. On Kodiak, the landscape is defined by the constant, dramatic exchange between the mountains and the relentless power of the sea. Here, where the river meets the sea, the paths converge. The salmon's spawning trail and the bear's heavy print.
The chain of life begins high above. Rain nourishes the forest, and each drop finds its way to the river, sustaining creatures like the salmon below.
From the smallest salmon fighting the current to the eagle soaring high above the mist, every creature in this valley responds to the same ancient pulse. And so the salmon complete their journey, ensuring the sea lives inside the island, connecting forest and coastline in one continuous flow.
From the turbulent coast, we follow the river deeper into the island's heart, where the mist hangs heavy among the ancient spruce.
The forest is not separate from the river. It is shaped by its relentless power. Water connects everything here.
The island stores the weather in every leaf, every needle. Every drop moves from cloud to moss to stream to sea.
In this dense, wet environment, the rainforest acts as a crucial corridor of survival.
The forest hides as much as it reveals. This island is constantly being crossed by powerful animals, leaving their mark upon the land.
The energy of the river enters the forest floor. The forest receives what the river leaves behind. We describe the rainforest as a living sponge. It holds the water, regulates the flow, and sustains the delicate balance of this vibrant ecosystem.
Even far inland, the sea still speaks through rain.
We often think of it as one island, but in truth, it is many streams tied together, a single interconnected web of waterways.
Here on Kodiak, true beauty reveals itself in the moisture of the air and the quiet wisdom of restraint.
Here, in the quiet depths of the woods, the forest reveals itself as a keeper of water and ancient memory. Visibility itself is merely part of the island's enduring challenge. The fog rarely lifts here on the ridge. Even obscured by the fog and rain, the presence of the giant is undeniable. It watches from the shadows.
The forest is a living record. Every snapped branch and disturbed stone tells a story of what has passed this way.
The river's gift becomes the forest's fuel. The island's ecosystem is quite literally built from layers beneath the surface, a deep foundation supporting the vibrant life you see here. This is Kodiak, a place where the land and water never separate. On this island, weather is not an interruption. It is simply the island's normal pulse.
And here, silently, the nutrients travel. Carried by the runnel water, the salmon remains returned to the soil, feeding the vast rainforest ecosystem.
This island, shrouded in mist, is more than just rock and soil. It is a chain of connected thresholds, each one leading to the next.
The forest offers another season of feeding after the fish.
Here, in the quiet rain, the island reveals its purpose. It feeds the giants, sustains the ancient bloodlines.
The forest does not end at one edge. It breathes, expands, stretching far beyond the river and this small clearing. These hidden side channels are the arteries of the Kodiak wilderness, a sheltered passage for water and the wildlife that depends on it.
From the smallest bird to the unseen insects, every tiny life here depends entirely on the same wet balance.
From the smallest stream to the highest peak, the forest canopy acts as the vital bridge, connecting the water below to the vast sky above.
The fog moves silently through the stillness of the ancient trees, revealing the hidden motion within the forest. Eventually, every single drop becomes a part of something larger.
It is instinct, etched into their very being. The island's creatures navigate this maze by memory alone.
Kodiak's power is not one scene, but the continuity between scenes.
Here, death is not an ending, but a transformation. The salmon gives itself back to the stream, ensuring the cycle continues.
Silently, the nutrients travel. The legacy of the salmon enriching the very ground that sustains this vibrant rainforest ecosystem.
This island, shrouded in mist, is more than just land. It is a chain of connected thresholds, each one leading to the next mystery.
The forest offers another season of feeding after the fish.
The island feeds giants in more ways than one. From the smallest berry to the largest creature, the cycle of life continues unbroken here in the rain-soaked wild. The forest does not truly end here at the meadow's edge. It continues on, vast and unending, stretching far beyond what the eye can see. The waterways of Kodiak are a network of hidden arteries, flowing beneath the roots and logs of the forest.
From the grandest trees to the tiniest sparrow, every life here depends on this delicate, wet balance. High above the canopy, the true scale of the forest is revealed, a bridge between the rushing river below and the open sky above.
This ancient forest appears still, yet it hides motion deep within its stillness. The fog drifts, the rain falls, and the river flows onward.
Every drop becomes part of something larger.
The island's animals navigate by instinct, memorizing the contours of the land. Even as the rain washes away their prints, the path remains imprint on their minds.
Kodiak's power is not one scene, but the continuity between scenes.
In this place, death is merely nourishment. The rain washes the salmon back into the soil, feeding the moss and fueling the perpetual cycle of the forest.
The light comes and goes quickly here. But even a momentary brightness reveals the true colors of this place, a stark beauty.
Even the smallest watercourse belongs to the same system. Giants move quietly here.
Rain connects the sky to the soil, but the salmon bring the ocean here, leaving behind signatures of their journey, reminding us that everything is connected.
As the river surrenders to the sea, we must face the cliffs. The next chapter will test our resolve against the coastal winds. The river pulls us toward the coast, through this cold green world, where Kodiak's rainforest remembers the sea. From the deep embrace of the rainforest, the river surges onward, relentlessly drawn towards the stormy expanse of the open sea.
Here, where the river meets the North Pacific, the island's edge is never still.
This island is constantly being rewritten by the relentless force of the sea. Most people look to the sun to tell the time, but here on Kodiak, the tide is our clock, governing the rhythm of our lives. This is the shoreline, the living edge between worlds, a place where the relentless sea meets the unyielding land in a timeless dance. The bear is not only a river hunter, but also a coastal forager, scouring the beach for sustenance after the storm. For the bear, this storm-tossed shoreline is nothing less than a temporary table, generously set by the indifferent sea. From high above, the eagle watches the same storm system unfold, undisturbed by the chaos below.
This is where freshwater meets the tide, a dynamic meeting place where hunters and scavengers gather, drawn by the currents of the ocean.
But life here is not limited to the largest creatures. Even the smallest animals, like these tide pool crabs, utilize the coast's resources, Kodiak. It's a place where the sea and the land exchange life with every tide. Here on the shore, the ocean leaves behind more than waves. It leaves the evidence of life and death, reclaimed by the scavengers of the tide.
Nothing on Kodiak is wasted for long.
The coast is more than just land and sea. It's a shared corridor of opportunity for all who call it home.
Twice a day, the retreating tide reveals a hidden world, teeming with life along this rugged coast.
The bear reads the coast as carefully as it reads the river.
The tide reveals a temporary marketplace of energy, a rich feeding ground where life congregates under the cold sky.
Predators and scavengers meet where the sea leaves its marks. The ocean breathes, a constant rhythm of opening and closing, revealing the secrets hidden beneath the waves. Standing resolute against the gale, the Kodiak is a creature forged by the wild embrace of both land and sea. Here, at the edge of the wild, every species understands the boundary. The bear claims the rock, the eagle the wind, but the ocean rules them both. Even the smallest birds are part of the same coastal rhythm.
This is a landscape born of conflict, a coastline sculpted, day after day, by the endless pressure of the storm.
The island's border is never a line, but a zone.
Though it appears a barren landscape, the intertidal zone is a densely populated world, a hidden metropolis clinging to the rocks. As the Great Bear returns to the shelter of the trees, we see that Kodiak life moves in loops. For the Great Bear, the line between the coastal bounty and the deep woods is blurred. It's all part of the same continuous feeding route. The ocean is a patient artist, continually redrawing the boundaries of the land with each retreating tide.
The coast is a place that remembers every visitor. Etched in the sand, their passing is marked, transient yet eternal.
As the salmon return, we are reminded that river, coast, and sea are not separate entities, but rather one continuous, flowing exchange.
The wind and rain are more than just elements. They are the sculptors, the island's true architects, constantly reshaping the land.
Kodiak cannot be understood from one angle alone.
Here on this rugged coast, survival is a daily negotiation. Between the waves, the wind, and each other, every meal is earned.
But the sea never stops returning to reclaim the shore.
The edge of Kodiak is a place where all movement converges. The bear navigates this world of water and stone, reading the ocean's story through scent as much as sight. This is a world that appears only briefly, revealed by the low tide, and soon reclaimed by the storm-tossed sea. With every weather front that hits this island, the coastline is dramatically altered. The storm connects the sky and the sea. And here, in this small pool, the ocean writes its enduring signature.
For the bear, life is a constant crossing. Leaving the shore behind marks the end of one cycle and the beginning of the next, always moving through the storm.
Every edge feeds another edge.
This island has always endured the darkness, but the time has come to embrace the light and forge a new legacy for those who remain.
Kodiak is not merely a land beside the sea. It is a world entirely built by it.
As the storm breaks over Kodiak, the island reveals its ancient heart, a rugged wilderness where every river tells a story of survival.
Kodiak is not one habitat, but a chain of many habitats joined by water.
The river is the island's moving memory, carrying the echoes of the past through the rain-soaked valleys.
Even the smallest signs of decay become nourishment here.
Everything here is connected to the water. The forest grows strong, fertilized by what the river leaves behind on the wet slopes.
The bear moves between worlds without ever leaving the island's system. The bear is not separate from the island, but made by it. In a place like Kodiak, every path followed by the Great Bear is part of an older, wilder rhythm. The island's wilderness is not one thing, but the result of many linked forces.
This fish is the pulse that keeps Kodiak alive.
The island's life rises and falls in one connected cycle. Even in the cold, steady rain, the bounty of the land persists. Kodiak ensures its giants find sustenance in every season.
The island provides both fish and fruit to sustain life.
Here, in the quiet moss, a small stream begins its journey. Yet, it is inextricably linked to the great. There are places on Kodiak where the sheer scale of the landscape consistently exceeds the eye, dwarfing everything beneath the clouds. The island stores the weather deep within its roots.
Here, death is not an ending, but merely another stage of renewal. The salmon gives itself back to the island.
Kodiak's abundance is spread across many doors. The island is a harsh teacher, but she ensures the lessons of survival are passed down through every generation. For this family, survival hinges on the reliable return of the salmon. Kodiak is an island built around return. It is a place where the wild finds its way back home, year after year.
Every river begins at sea.
The coast is not a border, but a pulse. They say nothing stays fixed for long on Kodiak. The land itself is constantly reshaped by the restless ocean. Every scavenger belongs to the same feeding web. The island's economy is absolute. Here on the shoreline, the gulls and ravens ensure that the sea wastes nothing.
The bear is a traveler, constantly moving between the island's feeding zones. Leaving the beach, he returns to the shelter of the river valley.
It is here, in these waters, that predator and prey share the exact same route. The salmon returns, a silver message carried on the current from the deep ocean. Here on Kodiak, we understand that everything lives by connection, not isolation. A breathing skin, alive with moisture. The rainforest inhales the fog and exhales life. Here in the forest, every small current of water joins the larger story, flowing into the main river downstream.
Destined to says. Here, the weather and light find their balance. The storm recedes, revealing the rugged peaks touched by the first rays.
The sea never stops speaking, even when the storm fades.
In the relentless motion of the tide, we see the ocean's dual nature. It provides, and in the very next breath, it takes back its own.
The bear, standing vigilant on the cliffs, is the visible result of the island itself. It is the embodiment of this wild place.
The bear does not rule Kodiak alone. It is shaped by Kodiak. The island is a living chain of water, weather, and flesh.
Even brief light cannot tame the island, only reveal it.
The storms rage, and then they pass. Here on Kodiak, the landscape endures, constantly reshaped, yet eternally itself.
The island is never finished. It is only continuing.
Ultimately, Kodiak is built entirely from the return of life from the sea. Wilderness here is not absence, but a living relationship.
Kodiak is not simply an island that has bears, but an island built around the return of life, a wild kingdom that still speaks through rain, surf, and silence.
Siberia is a place where nature does not follow human rules, but writes its own.
As in Siberia, survival begins long before movement begins, because the land itself decides what is possible. Every footprint is a story, and every story in Siberia is written in cold, distance, and time. A powerful season, cold enough to freeze rivers into silence. Yet the smallest blades of grass find a way to endure. The forest is not just a backdrop in Siberia. It is the system that determines where life can hide, feed, and survive.
In Siberia, animals rarely waste energy, because the cost of a mistake is always higher in winter.
That even water in Siberia must obey the season, slowing down until it becomes a locked, glassy mirror. Siberia is a continent-sized test of endurance, where every living creature must calculate calories, shelter, and timing.
The bear does not merely live through Siberia. It reads the year, season by season.
That in spring, the bear emerges from winter, carrying the memory of all the energy it stored before the cold closed in. Survival here often begins with scent, patience, and the ability to find what winter tried to bury.
Early in the year, the bear is not hunting glory. It is rebuilding strength.
In Siberia, every season offers a different challenge, and the bear must adapt to all of them. Siberia's summer is brief, but for the creatures that live here, it is the most valuable time of all.
That the bear must eat heavily, because in Siberia fat is not weight alone. It is time stored inside the body.
For the bear, the landscape is a changing menu. From the sweetness of berries, it shifts its focus to the silver flash of fish, moving.
Autumn is the urgent season, when every creature must prepare before the land closes once more.
The bear must become heavy enough to survive the time when the forest gives almost nothing back. The hibernation is not escape, but strategy, a deliberate answer to a world that no longer rewards movement.
When the land becomes too expensive to cross, the bear obeys Siberia's oldest rule: do not waste life on what winter cannot return.
Hunters of distance, reading snow, wind, and movement like an open map.
And the pack survives not through raw speed alone, but through shared effort and the refusal to waste strength. In Siberia, deep snow punishes impatience, and cold punishes failure. That the wind is not empty in this land. It carries information, danger, and opportunity. Wolves do not hunt blindly. They search for weakness, timing, and the smallest advantage. A hunt in Siberia is never simple domination. It is negotiation with distance.
The Eurasian lynx, a predator of silence, closeness, and restraint.
That the lynx does not need a pack because it survives by becoming nearly invisible. In Siberia, patience is not passive. It is a weapon. A failed chase wastes energy the lynx may not easily replace.
Beyond the forest lies a different Siberia, one where survival belongs to movement across emptiness.
In the tundra, hiding is harder, distance matters more, and every body is exposed to the horizon.
Flexibility is the fox's great advantage, because Siberia rewards those who can change before the land forces change.
Here in the tundra, abundance is temporary. This brief explosion of life must be used immediately, for the cold will soon return. The open space is not empty space. It is simply a place where life must solve exposure in different ways.
The Amur tiger, one of the great predators of the cold forest, a creature of heat inside winter.
This tiger survives in a landscape far from the warm jungle of human imagination.
Every step matters, because deep snow can steal energy as fast as hunger can. The tiger's strength is real, but its power depends on forests, prey, and the space to move unseen. In Siberia, the apex predator is never independent of the system beneath it.
Siberia is a continent-sized lesson in endurance, and that the next parts will reveal how life survives when...
The taiga is not simply a forest, but the vast living structure that decides how Siberia survives. In Siberia, the forest is measured not by beauty alone, but by what it can hide, protect, and sustain. Even the smallest organisms in the taiga must endure the same season that shapes bears and wolves.
In Siberia, water never stops existing. It only changes its form.
Winter in the taiga rewards observation, because nothing here is ever truly still.
Large animals do not dominate Siberia. They negotiate with it. In winter, food is hidden, so every mouthful must be earned.
That the forest is shaped not only by growth, but by collapse, decay, and return.
Small animals in Siberia survive by speed, memory, and precision. Every movement in the taiga leaves a trace, and every trace can become danger. The taiga changes constantly, creating refuge in one place and exposure in another. Siberia is read through signs, not through certainty.
Birds in the taiga survive by remembering what the ground cannot reveal.
Everything in Siberia is connected below the surface as well as above it. Siberia does not move from winter to summer in a single leap. It opens in stages. Thaw is not just warmth returning, it is the forest waking up. In Siberia, life returns cautiously, understanding that the cold never fully disappears.
Summer in the taiga is short, but it arrives with intensity. When the forest opens, every animal must act fast.
Abundance in Siberia is often small, scattered, and temporary.
The taiga becomes alive quickly once the snow retreats, but it will not stay open for long.
Summer is a brief flood of opportunity for predators, herbivores, and scavengers alike.
Nothing in Siberia is wasted, because every source of energy has value. Small predators survive by listening to the forest before they enter it.
The taiga in summer is not less dangerous, it is simply more active. Prey in Siberia survives by reading danger before danger begins to move. The air above the taiga is also part of this same ecosystem. Every season in Siberia closes like a door that cannot be held open. The bear must store the future in its body before winter arrives. Weight in Siberia is not excess, it is survival made visible. When the forest begins to close, many creatures leave, but others remain and endure. Wolves do not wait for perfect conditions, they follow the land as it changes.
Here, in the fading light, we see the true master of concealment. The lynx understands that stillness is its greatest advantage.
The forest can hide a predator so completely that the prey may pass only meters away. Siberia's strength is not noise, but persistence.
The true story of Siberia begins when the forest is no longer empty, but alive with creatures that have learned to survive its silence. Every step the bear takes costs energy, and energy in Siberia is never spent without purpose.
In a land this harsh, smell becomes a form of intelligence. Siberia teaches one rule above all others: use what is available before it disappears. As spring arrives, the cold water still dictates the pace of life in the wilderness.
Siberia's summer is not long, but it is intense, and every animal must live fast enough to use it.
This is the season when the bear must build its future inside its own body.
A Siberian bear does not live on one kind of food. It reads the land as a moving pattern of opportunity. Autumn is the season of urgency, when the forest begins to close and the bear must prepare for silence. That weight is not excess in Siberia. It is stored time, stored energy, and stored survival. When the land becomes too expensive to cross, the bear chooses stillness over waste.
The wolves, hunters of distance, movement, and endurance.
In Siberia, even teamwork must obey the laws of the snow.
Every mile in Siberia has a price, and the wolves pay only what they must.
Wolves do not hunt by impulse, but by reading weakness, timing, and the shape of the land.
A hunt in Siberia is a negotiation between hunger and risk.
A wolf survives by noticing what others miss.
The pack is not only a hunting unit, it is a school of memory.
Siberian wolves survive by turning distance into information, and information into endurance.
The lynx is the predator of closeness, silence, and restraint.
The lynx does not need to announce itself, because the forest itself helps it disappear.
In Siberia, waiting is not passive, It is a tactical choice.
The smallest moments can become the most dangerous when the hunter has vanished into the background.
Some predators survive not by chasing far, but by striking precisely. The lynx teaches a simple truth. In Siberia, restraint can be as powerful as force.
The taiga is not empty. It is crowded with invisible histories.
Even scavengers and watchers play their part in Siberia's balance.
From the depths of winter to the height of summer, every creature here exists inside a system of pressure, timing, and opportunity.
Survival in Siberia often depends on finding food where the season has made it hardest to reach.
The smallest hunters also follow the same law: conserve, adapt, and wait.
Siberia does not just change color. It changes the cost of being alive.
As the taiga closes, the land ahead becomes wider, emptier, and more exposed.
Migration is not a luxury in Siberia. It is one of the oldest answers to winter.
The next chapter of Siberia belongs to space, wind, and the animals that can live without cover.
The creatures of the taiga are only the first half of Siberia's story, and beyond the forest lies a harsher world where survival depends on a different kind of strength.
Beyond the taiga lies a different Siberia, where survival belongs to those who can live in open space. That the tundra is not empty land, but a hard world where every life is exposed and every decision matters. But in the tundra, even the air becomes part of the challenge, shaping how animals move, breathe, and survive. Migration here is not a tradition for beauty. It is a necessity, written by season and hunger.
Reindeer survive by movement, memory, and the ability to keep going when the land offers almost nothing.
On the tundra, even resting is a negotiation with the weather. Winter food is buried here, and every mouthful must be dug out of the cold. This is a place where hiding is difficult, and distance becomes a force of survival. The tundra appears simple from far away, but every layer of it hides a struggle for life.
In the frozen expanses of the Arctic, the fox survives through a mastery of flexibility, extreme caution, and recognizing opportunity.
Survival in the tundra often depends on seeing what others miss before the storm changes everything.
The fox does not rely on one method. It changes strategy whenever the season demands it.
In Siberia, summer arrives briefly but intensely, turning the white plain into a living surface of water, plants, and insects. The fox survives by using whatever the season gives it, and whatever the larger predators leave behind. The tundra is not generous, but it is full of chance for those who know how to look. In the tundra, every body is visible from far away, so survival demands caution at every step. That the tundra is a landscape of traces, and those traces are often all that remain after movement passes.
Even in the open tundra, water still shapes movement and memory.
That the tundra belongs to travelers, not to those who stand still.
In Siberia, the next generation survives by following paths older than memory.
The open land can change in moments, and those moments can decide whether an animal lives through the day.
That on the tundra, the weather does not simply surround life, it actively shapes it. When the land offers no shelter, even a small rise in snow can become protection. Reindeer do not conquer the tundra. They endure it by refusing to lose direction.
The cold here does not merely touch the skin, it tests the body from the inside out. In the far north, darkness is not only a time of day, it is part of the geography. What seems empty above can be crowded with life below. The tundra teaches predators to listen for life they cannot see. The tundra preserves absence as clearly as it preserves life. Sometimes, survival in Siberia means standing alone while the world disappears around you. Flexibility is not a luxury in the tundra. It is the difference between continuing and ending. Every day on the tundra begins with a new map, drawn by wind, snow, and motion. Siberia speaks through signs, and the tundra writes those signs in the cleanest possible lines. Endurance in the tundra is not a single act, but a chain of repeated decisions. Even the smallest elevation matters when the world is otherwise flat and exposed. In a country this open, vigilance is a form of survival equal to strength. Birds, too, survive by reading timing, because in Siberia the right moment can be as important as the right place. In the vast expanse of the tundra, even a brief, thawing pool of water can become a vibrant, temporary world. The tundra does not bloom loudly. It returns in small, determined signs. Siberia's open country is never fixed. It changes with the calendar, the wind, and the availability of food. Even in the brief season of warmth, the tundra does not become easy. The fox must balance hunger with caution, because a single mistake can erase a week of survival. The tundra is not just a landscape of cold, it is a landscape of distance. The tundra teaches one of Siberia's greatest lessons. Life survives by knowing exactly when to move, when to wait. Beyond the tundra lies another Siberia, where the forest changes shape but the law of survival remains the same.
This vast, frozen wilderness of the Russian Far East is home to one of the world's greatest predators, the Amur tiger.
In Siberia, even the largest predator must move with caution, because every step leaves a message behind. The Amur tiger, a creature shaped by cold, space, and silence. This tiger does not survive through speed alone, but through precision. Deep snow can punish even the strongest body, forcing the tiger to choose its path carefully. The Amur tiger survives not by chasing endlessly, but by using the land itself as part of the hunt.
Every hunt begins long before motion, in the silence before the strike.
In Siberia, energy is the true currency, and the tiger must spend it wisely. The tiger depends on forests that remain connected, prey that remains abundant, and space that remains undisturbed.
The tiger is a symbol of force, but in Siberia, even force must obey the season.
The tiger's beauty is not separate from its struggle. It is part of the same survival story. Siberia's most powerful predators are never independent of the animals beneath them.
The tiger's strength is not only in its body, but in its ability to remain unseen until the right moment.
That the hunt in Siberia is sudden, but it is always built on hours of patience.
The tiger's world is not frozen forever. It breathes, changes, and resets with the seasons.
In Siberia, even the sound of a branch can be enough to decide whether life continues. The tiger must use the warm months to hold territory
feed, and remain strong for the cold that will return.
Autumn in Siberia is not a gentle ending, but the start of another struggle.
The land here is not only land, but a system of forest, river, snow, and timing.
Siberia holds another world entirely, a frozen inland sea of ancient depth. Baikal is not an ocean, yet it feels like one locked inside the continent. The lake is ancient enough to hold its own rhythms, its own silence, and its own species. This is the Baikal seal, the only seal species that lives entirely in fresh water. This creature belongs to a world where ocean-like life exists far from the sea. The lake is both roof and pathway, shelter and exposure, all at once. Survival beneath the ice depends on the link between air and water, between breath and movement.
Baikal's winter is not empty. It is alive beneath the surface.
Even in the coldest months, life remains connected to the surface by the narrowest of openings.
What looks impossible from a distance is simply ordinary life in an ancient system. Siberia is strongest when it is layered, not simple.
Even frozen water has its own weather.
Look closely, and you'll see how the lake preserves time, the way stone preserves memory. Beneath the winter roof, another world continues without interruption.
Baikal changes the emotional scale of Siberia, opening a depth that feels older than human memory. Every part of Siberia is connected, even the places that seem separate. The same rules that govern the taiga also reach here, shaping the lives that depend on the lake's frozen rhythm. That even the greatest cat in the region depends on healthy forests, prey populations, and a landscape that can still support life. Siberia's beauty is inseparable from its pressure. That life in Siberia survives by finding tiny openings in a world built to close them.
Baikal is not just a lake. It is a memory of the planet held in frozen silence.
That the tiger, the seal, the bear, and the fox all depend on the same truth. No creature stands outside the land that shapes it.
Siberia is not one landscape, but many worlds connected by a single law of survival, and that the final part will reveal how fast that law is being rewritten.
Siberia is still wild, but wild does not mean untouched. In Siberia, even the calendar is beginning to shift.
When winter loosens its grip, the land does not simply awaken, it rearranges itself. In Siberia, ice is not only a surface, but a route, a shelter, and a warning. The first sign of change is often not what appears, but what disappears.
A bear shaped by old timing must now read a new forest.
That when the season shifts, even the first step outside the den becomes a calculation.
Wolves do not survive by memory alone. They survive by constantly adjusting to what the land has become.
In Siberia, the path itself can become uncertain. If snow becomes harder, colder, or more sealed, migration becomes more costly for every herd.
For the young, every altered route is a lesson in how the world has changed.
Small animals feel climate change first because the ground itself changes under them. Flexibility is the foxer's strength, but even flexibility has limits when the entire season begins to move. The tundra does not transform all at once. It changes in fragments, and each fragment matters. When insects arrive earlier or later, the whole food chain has to answer. In Siberia, timing is a form of survival as important as strength. Wildfire is one of the clearest signs that the rules are changing faster than the forest can recover.
A forest may regenerate, but the animals living through the transition must survive the gap between loss and return. Siberia's resilience is real, but it is not invincible.
That when frozen ground thaws, the land does not simply become wetter. It reorganizes drainage, vegetation, and movement. Change in Siberia often begins below the surface before anyone sees it above. When the ground shifts, large herbivores must change their routes, and predators must follow those changes. The hunt becomes harder when the map itself begins to rewrite.
Even a silent predator depends on the shape of the land, and the land is no longer stable in the same way. Siberia can heal, but healing does not mean a return to the old rhythm.
The tiger needs connected forest, healthy prey, and enough space to move without losing energy.
The apex predator is never independent of the system beneath it. Even the deepest old systems are not outside change.
That for the Baikal seal, stable ice is not scenery. It is the foundation of breathing, resting, and reproduction.
When the timing of the ice changes, the Baikal seal must adapt immediately or risk losing the vital connection between water and air.
Siberia's frozen surface hides life that depends on delicate rhythms the eye cannot see. The most dangerous kind of change is not total change, but change arriving all at once.
Animals shaped by thousands of years of timing may struggle when the clues no longer arrive in the right order.
This migration is harder when every old path becomes uncertain.
Siberia is still immense, but immensity does not protect it from change.
That when food patterns shift, the hunter must shift with them or lose its place in the system.
Siberia has always been a world of forests, ice, open land, and deep water, but now those worlds are being asked to live under new rules.
Each creature survives in its own way, but all of them answer to the same land.
Siberia is the frozen wilderness where nature still rules, not because it never changes, but because everything that lives here must learn to change with it. Look closely at the deep blue. This is the Pacific, an ocean so vast it holds more than half the free water on the planet.
The Pacific, an endless blue world stretching across a third of the globe, holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover.
The ocean, a living system vast beyond measure, holds secrets we are only beginning to understand. The Pacific, vast and untamed. From here, its sheer scale and raw power are undeniable.
The subtle waves and shimmering sunlight reveal the true depth and meditative power of the open Pacific, pure and real.
Far from the shore, the ocean reveals its true scale. It is a single, continuous world, deep and boundless. Here, beneath the vast expanse of the sky, the true scale of the Pacific reveals itself.
The Pacific Ocean breathes under the wind and light. Tiny ripples spread across the deep blue water, emphasizing its vastness and enduring mystery.
The varying shades of blue across the Pacific reveal a complex topography beneath the waves, with light currents contrasting against the deepest channels.
As dawn breaks across the horizon, the Pacific Ocean awakens, its waters shimmering with the first light of a new day. This is the Pacific, a planet within a planet, Its silent depths hold mysteries far greater than the land above. As we glide closer to the water, the sunlight creates a pathway, inviting us deeper into the story of the Pacific.
The Pacific Ocean. A silent, living expanse of endless blue water, setting the stage for a journey into one of the most powerful
Across the vast expanse, the sea shifts gently, a timeless dance of light and shadow on the water.
This is the Pacific, the largest ocean on Earth, stretching across a third of the globe. Its quiet scale is immense and timeless. As we descend beneath the waves, we approach the threshold of a hidden world, waiting to be discovered.
Beautiful and immense, the Pacific Ocean stretches beyond the horizon, a powerful force of nature.
A boundless expanse of the Pacific, where the deep blues of the foreground give way to lighter tones, hinting at unseen depths and currents.
This shining path across the water marks the beginning of an epic voyage into the heart of the Pacific Ocean.
The ocean is a living entity, vast and layered, its surface constantly shifting.
Beneath these drifting clouds lies the largest ocean on Earth, peaceful yet incredibly powerful.
The Pacific's overwhelming scale, with the horizon line almost dissolving into the sky and the ocean appearing as a single continuous world without visible edges.
Away from the familiar shores, we glide deeper into the Pacific, drawn toward the unknown mysteries waiting beyond the horizon. This is the Pacific. Vast, untouched, and ancient. A world still wild.
The vast Pacific presents a study in contrasts. While the surface here is still, immense power is gathering just beyond the horizon.
Measured and deep, the ocean breathes. And if you listen closely, you can hear its ancient voice.
The Pacific. So vast, so mysterious. Our journey across its endless expanse begins now. The great ocean stirs as light touches the horizon, painting the waves in hues of silver and gold.
Stretching across a third of the globe, the Pacific is the largest and deepest of the world's oceans, a force of nature unmatched.
From the open surface, we now descend into the layered world beneath the Pacific's visible skin.
Beneath the calm surface, powerful currents flow, secrets hidden in the deep blue expanse. Underneath the towering clouds, soft shadows drift across the Pacific, revealing a living map of the ocean's depth and motion. This band of light marks the beginning of our descent into the hidden structures of the Pacific, a journey into the unknown depths. Before you, the Pacific reveals its true scale. No shoreline, no lights, only water and sky meeting the horizon.
This vast blue expanse covers 70% of our world, yet we have explored less than 5% of its depths. The Pacific surface shifts beneath a thin veil of cloud shadow, the movement subtle but constant, suggesting a living ocean far beyond what the eye can easily read. The movement subtle but constant, suggesting a living ocean far beyond what the eye can easily read.
From these shores, the true scale of the Pacific reveals itself, a seamless expanse of water and sky. Sweeping across the vast expanse, the waves move with relentless energy, while the horizon stands as a silent witness to the ocean's scale. As we descend from the open sky, we begin to penetrate the deeper layers of the Pacific, where light and structure start to emerge. The Pacific Ocean, vast and seemingly endless under the late morning sun. But as we move closer, we begin to see Look closely, and you see chaos. But pull back, and the Pacific reveals itself as a single, immense body of water.
As we begin our journey across the Pacific, we prepare for the richer ecosystems and deeper dynamics that lie beneath the surface. This vibrant reef, untouched and pristine, provides shelter, hunting grounds, and nurseries for countless marine species. As the sunbeams pierce the turquoise water, the curious loggerhead surveys its ancient home, a world teeming with life and color. A stunning panorama of the Coral Triangle. Here, warm water and crystal clear visibility reveal a breathtaking depth. Here, in the quiet currents of the Reef Channel, the shark moves not as a predator, but as a stabilizing force in the ancient hierarchy.
Within this vibrant coral ecosystem, every centimeter matters. Tiny organisms work together in a compact world where every gap.
The crystal clear waters reveal an intricate tapestry of life. Coral structures provide shelter for schools of fish.
The bright coral zone slowly gives way to the darker outer edge, hinting at the vast open ocean waiting just beyond the shelter of the reef. The green sea turtle glides effortlessly over the vibrant coral shelves, a majestic resident of this thriving underwater ecosystem. This fragile ecosystem relies on a delicate balance. Warm, stable water, clear visibility, and healthy circulation are.
The reef survives through structure and hiding places. It is a story of constant adaptation, ensuring life thrives amidst the deep blue.
Here, in the sun-dappled corridors of the coral reef, life thrives in countless forms, each scale and texture brought to life in stunning detail.
These vibrant corals form the architecture of a hidden metropolis, where schools of fish navigate the currents like traffic on invisible roads.
A larger reef predator passes, forcing the smaller fish close to the coral. It is this constant tension between safety and danger that
the camera drifts down towards the reef floor, revealing a hidden world where minute details and tiny organisms flourish among the coral.
Beyond the safety of the coral lies the true ocean, an endless expanse promising mystery and solitude.
As the current strengthens, the ecosystem responds. The school of fish adjusts its formation, and coral fronds sway dramatically with.
Here, in the densest part of the reef, life thrives in dazzling complexity. But the open ocean awaits just beyond the sanctuary of the coral.
The ocean opens up before us, a vast expanse of blue leading into the deep unknown.
This vibrant reef is just one layer. Deeper down, the Pacific reveals its true scale, hinting at the larger journeys that lie ahead.
This is the dividing line, where the rich tapestry of the shallows ends and the profound blue expanse of the Pacific begins.
We leave the vibrant complexity of the reef behind now, drifting out into the vast, silent blue of the open ocean.
The outer edge is a proving ground. Beyond lies the vast Pacific, a world of invisible routes and journeys far larger than the reef itself.
As the vibrant reef gives way to the endless blue, a new chapter in the Pacific's story begins.
Leaving the vibrant city of the reef behind, we venture now into the vastness of the open ocean.
As the reef fades into darkness, the open Pacific calls. Here, whales, sharks, and tuna begin their invisible route. The vibrant reef pulses with life, a delicate balance sustained for millennia. But beyond its boundary,
leaving the bright world of the reef behind, we venture into the open blue water, beginning a much larger ocean story.
The coral doorway closes behind us as we venture forth into the vast, untamed expanse of the Pacific Ocean.
Drifting through this endless blue expanse, one feels both the profound beauty and the intimidating isolation of the deep Pacific.
A vast, untouched wilderness stretching to the distant horizon. The ocean swells move in mesmerizing parallel lines.
Far from a featureless void, the Pacific reveals itself as a dynamic living corridor, marked by invisible boundaries and the pathways of life.
The open Pacific is constantly moving, swell after swell, even when it appears still.
The reef vanished, revealing the true scale of the deep ocean, a world both cold and mysterious. Across the Pacific, subtle wave patterns create invisible highways, shaped by the currents far below and the promise of feeding zones. The ocean currents reveal a hidden world, a living map of motion, distance, and raw energy coursing through the water. Something vast approaches. One of the Pacific's great travelers, rising from the depths. A majestic sight, reminding us of the raw, untamed power that still exists in the deepest parts of our world.
Few creatures rival the scale of the humpback whale as it moves effortlessly through the vast Pacific.
In the vastness of the open Pacific, the arrival of the mako changes everything. A perfectly evolved predator gliding through the blue.
The shark moves with confident control, reading the ocean through scent, pressure, and subtle movement rather than sight alone.
This subtle shift in temperature signals a convergence zone, a hidden oasis where prey species gather in vast numbers.
As quickly as they appear, the sharks vanish back into the blue distance, reinforcing the idea that these predators are part of a broader, invisible system.
The sharks move through the Pacific, following the currents. They turn the empty blue water into a field of living signals.
Below the drifting light, the ocean feels truly alive, a deep and vibrant world where shadows glide through the currents.
This fragile ecosystem relies entirely on warm, stable water. Clear visibility and healthy circulation are essential for its survival. As the reef slopes downward, the vibrant colors of the shallows gradually yield to the deep blue shadows of the vast Pacific Ocean beyond. The reef survives through structure, offering hiding places and demanding constant adaptation as larger species move nearby. Here, amidst the sun-dappled coral corridors, the yellow snappers find refuge, their scales catching the light as they move deeper into the blue.
Welcome to the underwater city of the Pacific. Here, corals form the architecture, and schools of fish navigate the current.
The arrival of the predator underscores the constant tension defining the reef's living balance. Safety is found only within the coral's embrace.
The bright tropical waters hide a world of intricate detail. Moving closer to the reef floor reveals the minute organisms that call.
The reef appears to breathe, a symphony of tiny movements orchestrated by its smallest inhabitants.
Continuing deeper, we find the reef at peak density, a sense of abundance that feels almost impossible to comprehend.
For the ancient mariner, the boundary is merely a starting point, a doorway to the deeper mysteries.
These currents carry vital nutrients and drifting organisms through the coral. This constant motion is essential, sustaining the reef from within. A synchronized burst of motion keeps the school safe, yet survival ultimately relies on the instinct to disappear into the complex reef structure. Here, precision is paramount. Different species occupy different layers and crevices, demonstrating the remarkable efficiency of a stronger current sweeps across the reef. The fish adjust their movements, and the coral fronds begin to sway, responding to the ocean's invisible energy.
The outer sections of the reef mark a dramatic shift. The crowded, shallow ecosystem gives way to the open Pacific, where
a final glimpse into the reef's crowded heart, where sunlight ignites the water and tiny lives flash through the coral maze before we move away.
As the coral structure thins, the ocean begins to feel less like a city and more like an open corridor leading elsewhere. The bright tropical world is only one layer of the Pacific, and larger journeys still lie ahead. Here, where the sunlight fades, the vibrant life of the shallow reef gives way to the vast expanse of the open Pacific.
This final patch of coral teems with life, a stark contrast to the deep blue waiting beyond the drop-off.
Here, in the vast blue expanse, lies an island of life, a vibrant ecosystem whose richness stands in fragile contrasts.
These small pioneers venture into the blue abyss, testing the waters beyond the safety of the reef.
They reveal. From the shallow brilliance of the reef, we venture now into the deeper mysteries of the Pacific, beginning its next chapter.
Leaving the crowded reef behind, the ocean currents carry us outward into the vast, open blue. The reef gives way to the open Pacific, a vast wilderness where whales, sharks, and tuna navigate invisible journeys across the deep blue.
The vibrant chaos of the coral gives way to the profound calm and immense scale of the open ocean.
The vibrant life of the reef gives way to the vast expanse of the open blue water, where the true scale of the ocean story begins.
Beyond the sunlit shallows lies the open ocean, a vast expanse of profound depth and mystery.
The Pacific Ocean stretches out, an endless blue desert with no shelter in sight, a place of profound beauty and isolation.
Long swells move across the surface in parallel lines, reflecting the sun in shimmering silver paths towards the distant horizon.
The open Pacific is not empty water, but a living corridor. Faint changes in color suggest hidden temperature boundaries.
The open Pacific is constantly moving, even when it appears still. A lone swell rolls through, followed by another and another.
Beyond the reef, the true ocean reveals itself. Colder, deeper, a vast and mysterious world unlike anything known before.
Subtle wave patterns crossing the Pacific like invisible highways, hinting that this open space is shaped by current direction, temperature, and feeding zones.
This is a living map of motion, distance, and energy. Cloud shadows glide across the water, revealing the ocean's immense power.
Far below the surface, a shadow emerges.
one of the Pacific's great travelers begins its ascent. Rising from the deep, the humpback reminds us of the raw, untamed majesty of the natural world. With a powerful thrust of its massive fluke, the whale propels itself deeper, navigating the vast expanse of the open ocean. The Pacific is a vast migration corridor where movement can span thousands of miles. Breaking the ocean's stillness with a moment of raw power, the whale returns to the Pacific depths. The deep ocean welcomes back its leviathan. With a powerful sweep of its fluke, the whale begins its silent journey into the blue abyss.
The open ocean empty again after the whale passes, making its brief appearance feel even more meaningful, as if the Pacific hides giant journeys in plain sight.
The open blue water holds many secrets, but none as formidable as the predator now gliding through its depths.
The shark reads the ocean not only through sight, but through a complex sensory array detecting scent, pressure, and subtle changes in the water's movement.
The shark passes through a faint boundary of cooler water, revealing a hidden current edge. It is here that prey gathers and larger marine life converges.
As the shark disappears into the blue distance, we are reminded that these predators are merely one part of a vast, invisible system.
The sharks move through the invisible structure of the Pacific, turning the vast blue expanse into a field of living signals.
Here, in the deep blue, the gray reef sharks navigate a world shaped by unseen currents.
Tuna patrol the open ocean, their sleek bodies engineered for speed, capable of crossing vast distances in their endless migration. Each fish reacts instantly to the others, creating a living formation that moves with absolute synchronization through the water. Utilizing their muscular power, the school accelerates, turning sharply to vanish into the deeper blue. Emphasizing
from the depths they rise, guided by the sun's illuminating reach, joining the aerial hunters in a synchronized pursuit.
In the open Pacific, invisible feeding routes guide the hunters. Tuna, sharks, and seabirds converge,
Driven by instinct and the constant currents, life in the Pacific gathers around unseen structures, creating these sudden bursts of chaos.
Here, in the broad expanse of the open ocean, species interact at every depth, following invisible pathways.
Tiny drifting organisms suspended in the blue water, the foundation of the food web that supports larger fish, sharks, whales, and the entire Pacific migration system. Subtle ripples and current seams crossing the water, marking where warm and cold layers meet, and where marine life may gather in surprising density.
Stretching across a third of the planet, the Pacific is a vast corridor where islands and feeding grounds are separated by unimaginable distances. The ocean's surface hides a complex order, but a sudden movement above often reveals the life stirring just beneath the waves.
The deep blue ocean suddenly feels alive. Beneath the surface commotion, something massive stirs, drawn by the feeding frenzy above. As we cross this current boundary, the texture of the water shifts dramatically. It reveals that the Pacific is not uniform, but
a whale far in the distance, tuna moving lower, and birds wheeling above. Each species follows a different,
moving with slow, deliberate power, the great predator ascends from the depths. The reaction of the school is immediate and absolute.
The Pacific erases its own tracks. While some journeys conclude, larger migrations continue in the deep blue expanse.
The journey continues into the deep. Below the surface, vast underwater mountains begin to influence the currents, guiding life into the darkening waters.
Where the currents gather, a submerged structure begins to stir. The empty blue is transforming into a meeting point.
Below the surface, an ancient power stirs, reshaping the very currents of the sea. Plunging beneath the waves, we enter a world of deepening blue, where the first signs of a submerged giant emerge from the depths.
Here, the seamount redirects the deep currents upward, carrying vital nutrients. This upwelling creates a vibrant chain of life.
The chaos above gives way to the quiet majesty of the deep. Here, the seamount feeds the ocean, a gentle...
Here, the seamount's rocky surface provides a crucial habitat for deep-sea organisms, a stark contrast to the soft, empty seafloors.
A wide shot follows the seamount upward until the light grows brighter above, suggesting that some underwater mountains can eventually rise.
The ocean guards its secrets well, but the island calls to us, a dark shape promising both peril and discovery. Here, where the ocean meets the shore, the raw geology of the island is constantly active, battered by the waves. In the vastness of the Pacific, underwater mountains serve as anchors for life, connecting the smallest seabird to the largest whale. As the ocean opens up, we see how these distant volcanic peaks serve as vital meeting points. Something ancient is stirring in the deep Pacific. The ocean itself senses the change, reacting to the mountain hidden just beneath the surface.
Descending through the blue water, the open ocean gives way to structure. A submerged volcanic peak, teeming with life, rises from the darkness. Currents striking the slope of the seamount and bending upward, creating a natural lifting effect that carries nutrients into the water column and attracts smaller marine life.
These hidden mountains feed the ocean from below, driving an engine of life that sustains this vibrant ecosystem.
Here, along the seamount slope, small fish gather in the sheltered currents. Their movements are quick and coordinated as larger fish arrive, followed by predators moving along the edges of the current, establishing a layered food system built around the seamount structure.
Here, in the blue desert, the seamount is a living oasis. Currents and drifting organisms converge in this concentrated zone of life.
The underwater tracking shot passes over the rocky summit of the seamount, where hard surfaces support corals, sponges, and other attached organisms.
Here, in the dark, cold embrace of the deep ocean, life finds a way to flourish. These delicate corals sway gently.
The seamount rises dramatically from the seafloor. Its summit and slopes form a hidden habitat, forever changing the Pacific waters around it.
As the fish move into the stronger current, they use the seamount not just as a home, but as a crucial navigation point in the vast open sea.
From the hidden depths of the seamount, life surges upward, connecting the deep ocean with the world above in one continuous, natural system. A 4K cinematic surface shot reveals a patch of open water that looks ordinary from above, yet the camera knows the seamount beneath is.
The camera glides down the seamount slope, revealing how these submerged mountains rise dramatically from the seafloor without ever breaking the surface.
The seamount stands firm as the surrounding ocean is drawn irresistibly towards its shape, a mesmerizing display of nature's forces.
And beyond it, another peak rises from the depths, a chain of submerged mountains, like stepping stones across the vast Pacific.
As we descend deeper into the Pacific, the vibrant reefs give way to a dramatic, hidden landscape of volcanic ridges and peaks, revealing the complex.
Moving upward through the current, the school finds the seamount summit, where the ocean truly comes alive.
The summit of the seamount beginning to flatten as if approaching the threshold of island formation, hinting that some of these mountains may one day reach the surface. Formed from the deep, these islands are a testament to the raw power of the earth, a rugged, newly born land rising from the turbulent sea. And this raw, elemental landscape was once barren. But with the arrival of the great albatross,
here, where fire meets water, the island's geology interacts with the sea. These volcanic cracks form. These steep volcanic cliffs stand as a testament to the relentless energy of the Pacific, a constant force shaping every line of the coast. Here, at the island's edges, the long transformation begins. Volcanic rock gives way to the first stage of a living.
And so the sea begins to reclaim the stone, nurturing this new habitat. Life finds a way beneath the waves.
The island's interior rises abruptly above the surf. Windswept slopes of raw volcanic stone stand in stark contrast to
the Pacific Ocean is vast, yet it is dotted with these fire-born stepping stones, stretching across the horizon in long chains.
The ocean currents strike the shore and rebound. Carrying nutrients and debris outward, they feed the waters around this volcanic landform.
The steep slopes disappear into the deep water, revealing that this island is merely the exposed crest of a colossal underwater mountain.
Shaped by the ceaseless forces of the ocean and the vast expanse of the sky, this island is a dynamic testament to nature's power.
Along this shoreline, where lava rock meets foam, the coast becomes a boundary between geological fire and marine forces.
Continuing directly from the previous scene, a 4K underwater transition near the island reveals reef life thickening around the volcanic base.
Plunging deeper now, the island's foundation plunges into the dark water, where the volcano disappears beneath the surface.
The currents hug the island slope, lifting nutrients from the deep water. This rich upwelling attracts marine life, which gathers. Here, the landscape is alive. From the bustling seafloor reef through the churning waves, all the way to the clouds crowning the volcanic summit.
A 4K wide shot reveals that the volcanic island is not isolated, but part of a larger Pacific system.
The same waters that fed the seamount now stretch toward the next unknown horizon. The coastline is temporary, shaped by the powerful waves that strike the volcanic rock, each splash a transient moment of brilliance. Here in the Pacific, the island's dark volcanic foundations remind us that geology and ecology are inseparable.
What we see above the waves is merely a glimpse. Beneath the surface, a majestic chain of mountains links these volcanic peaks across the abyss.
Born from the depths, this land of fire rises dramatically from the sea, bathed in the golden light of the sun. But to truly understand this rugged landscape, we must look beyond the waves, deep into the forces that forged it from fire and water.
The descent takes us into the deeper zones, where the seabed plunges steeply, revealing the raw power of tectonic forces below.
The island's underwater base tapers into the seafloor. The same geological system continues far below into trenches and active boundaries.
From the crushing darkness of the deep trenches, we ascend towards a new chapter, where fire meets water in the Ring of Fire. This fireborn land and these hidden mountains belong to the same evolving world as the living ocean, stretching into the deepest limits of the Pacific. Leaving the island behind, we plunge into the silent abyss, a realm completely separate from the surface world above.
Below the surface, the Pacific grows colder and deeper. The shafts of sunlight thin out rapidly as we descend into a far more silent and powerful realm.
The Pacific is not only vast on the surface, but immense in hidden depth.
We move through the last fading layer of twilight. The ocean grows quieter and heavier. It feels more alien with every passing second.
As we descend, the seafloor plunges into the abyss, a hidden cliff marking the boundary of the deep ocean.
The deep Pacific is not a realm of color, but of pressure. A silent, crushing darkness where few can survive.
The trench wall rises like a black mountain beside us. We are inside a submerged canyon that stretches beyond imagination.
The extreme isolation of the deep Pacific, where every movement is slow, every particle matters, and the silence feels almost absolute in this hidden abyss.
This faint trail of sinking organic matter proves how energy from the sunlit ocean above still feeds life, even here at the bottom of the trench. Drifting downward through the black water, these tiny particles become part of the deep ocean's unseen food chain. A 4K wide shot reveals the trench as a place where the Pacific is both ending and continuing. Because even the deep...
Far from a mere habitat, this trench marks a dramatic sign of tectonic subduction, where one crustal plate is relentlessly forced beneath another.
This is not a dead landscape, but a place where the planet is still actively reshaping itself.
Here, the immense scale of the subduction zone is revealed. The trench marks the boundary where the Pacific crust disappears beneath the Earth's interior.
Deep beneath the waves, the seafloor trembles. This hidden energy reveals the immense power stored within the Pacific's tectonic margins. But from this darkness and depth, the immense forces of subduction create the conditions for volcanic arcs, powerful earthquakes. The deep Pacific is linked to the very forces that build these mountains and islands, and cause the seismic movement around the ocean's edge.
A vast zone of tectonic activity, where trenches, earthquakes, volcanoes, and island arcs shape the rim of the ocean in a continuous geological chain.
The Pacific Rim, where the ocean's edge is not static, but one of the most active places on Earth.
Here, the oceanic crust dives beneath the overriding plate. As it descends into the mantle, the immense heat forces the rock to melt, generating magma.
The very same forces that create the deepest trenches also forge fire-born land.
An island chain shaped by ancient eruptions, where black volcanic rock, steep cliffs, and breaking surf reveal a coastal.
Hydrothermal vents release the Earth's energy, sustaining ecosystems independent of the sun.
Deep beneath the waves, geothermal energy fuels an ecosystem hidden from the sun. Specialized organisms thrive in this extreme habitat.
Here we see the connection between volcano, trench, and life. Destruction and creation are happening at the same time across the Ring of Fire. The Pacific is not a finished landscape, but an actively changing system where earthquakes, volcanoes, and ocean trenches are intimately linked.
The constant impact of these waves reminds us that even this visible land is temporary, relentlessly eroded and reshaped by the Pacific. The same ocean that hides trenches and volcanoes also drives immense energy across the globe through these currents.
Even now, the Pacific Ocean responds to the primal forces beneath the crust, a constant reminder that the world is still being made.
These geological systems are never isolated, because trench formation, volcanic growth, and ocean circulation all in
the Pacific as a living planet-scale system, where the deepest darkness and the most explosive fire exist within the same connected ocean basin. Deeps. The Pacific edge is a place of immense pressure and constant movement. As the seafloor cracks and shifts, new crust is formed. Here, in the crucible of the Pacific, creation and destruction are one. From the deepest trench emerges the fire that sculpts the islands above.
Here, the ocean reveals its power as the planet's great energy regulator. As the seafloor transforms, immense heat is absorbed by the water above.
The trench, volcanoes, and island arcs link into a single Pacific belt, making clear that the Ring of Fire is not a metaphor.
From the fiery volcanoes above, we descend into the abyssal darkness, returning to the trench floor, where immense pressure shapes an alien world.
This vertical journey mirrors the Pacific's own range, from the deepest abyss to the fire-made islands at its edges. The Pacific's climate power begins here, shaping the weather, the currents, and the future of the entire planet. The Pacific, a vast system of pressure, fire, and constant transformation. But the greatest changes, driven by warming.
But rising from the fiery depths, we see the Pacific's surface. This vast system is still alive, still moving, and changing under modern pressure.
The vast Pacific, once a symbol of stability, now shimmers with an unnatural heat, a clear warning of the changes underway.
From this height, the Pacific appears tranquil, yet beneath the surface, hidden changes in temperature and currents are already reshaping the life below.
The same beauty that once defined the Pacific is beginning to feel more fragile.
Descending deeper, the vibrant colors fade, replaced by the stark reality of a warming world. Rising water temperatures threaten these delicate living structures. The subtle color loss is the first sign of severe environmental stress.
The strong sunlight illuminates both the vibrant tan sections and the stark white areas where bleaching has already occurred, revealing the reef's vulnerability.
A quiet warning sign that the reef is under immense stress. It is struggling to maintain its delicate balance and color. Illuminated by the sun, the reef possesses a stunning beauty. Yet this does not mean it is invincible. Within this same Pacific system, we observe how resilience and fragility coexist side by side.
Small changes in temperature and chemistry can alter the balance of an entire ecosystem. Even here, the reef fish adjust their movements as the reef extends outward into the blue water, where an invisible temperature boundary influences which species stay, which move, and which habitats decline.
This quiet is deceptive. Though beautiful, the rising warmth threatens the delicate stability of this underwater world. Changes in the atmosphere and surface heat are now reaching directly into the living reef ecosystem.
Venturing into the open Pacific, we observe vast thermal anomalies spreading beneath the surface, impacting the reef and forcing marine life to seek refuge.
The ocean does not merely hold weather, but helps create it. These currents carry messages across the ocean, linking the fate of the reefs to the planet's climate rhythm. This visible natural shift confirms that climate change in the Pacific is no longer a distant idea.
As ocean temperatures shift, these boundaries become zones of intense activity. Plankton blooms attract schools of prey, which in turn draw in larger predators.
Adults return with difficulty as food becomes harder to find farther offshore. One change in the ocean can echo into the sky and onto nesting land.
The seabirds circle above waters that are now quiet and less productive. The shifting food webs force them to search further afield.
As the ocean's familiar patterns begin to move, these species must track the temperature boundaries, searching for cooler waters.
Estuaries. The whale shifts its migration path across the open Pacific, following prey that has moved with the changing currents.
Continuing directly from the previous scene, a 4K cinematic shot follows the whale in long blue distance. Where its movement looks graceful, the shifting currents dictate the hunt.
Tiny variations in temperature can alter where food gathers, and thus where the hunters travel.
Continuing their journey, the tuna school adapts its path. The warming Pacific waters signal an uncertain future for these highly adapted species.
The invisible highway of the Pacific is no longer fixed in place. As the currents drift, the marine life shifts with them.
Across the surface of the largest ocean on Earth, plastic debris moves slowly, a quiet yet persistent sign of human influence.
These fragments journey across the vast ocean, breaking into smaller pieces until they are microscopic, entering the marine food web unnoticed.
The impact of this pollution is subtle yet widespread. Mixed with the plankton, these particles are proving difficult to escape.
Scale alone does not protect an ocean from damage.
The reef now carries the weight of multiple pressures, including warming, acidification, and overfishing. As seawater chemistry changes, the entire architecture of life beneath the surface becomes harder to maintain. The reef remains alive, a testament to its resilience. But that resilience is not infinite, and its future hangs in the balance.
Moving beyond the reef, we see the Pacific for what it truly is, a vast climate engine where warming waters and powerful currents birth the storms that shape our future.
Broad weather systems are moving over the Pacific. The clouds organize into massive patterns, drawing energy from the warm sea surface temperatures below.
The Pacific feeds these storms, shaping rainfall and storing heat. This ocean is deeply connected to life across the planet.
Here, over the vast Pacific, the raw energy of the sun drives the most powerful weather systems on Earth.
Here we see the direct relationship between ocean heat and atmospheric energy. The warm surface water, visible in red and orange hues, fuels the rising convection.
The Pacific's beauty is tied to physical systems, now under pressure from global warming.
While some species adapt and move to cooler zones, others remain behind. The Pacific's future is shaped by this displacement.
The Pacific Ocean is a living regulator. It stores heat, moves water, and ultimately influences weather patterns across the entire planet.
Here, at the edge of the known world, the ocean reminds us of our fragility and the immense power that lies just beyond the light. As conditions shift across the vast Pacific, the entire ocean network moves together, bound by the currents of change.
Pillars. Yet, hope remains. With urgent conservation efforts, reduced pollution, and protected marine areas.
But the future is not yet fixed. Where protection and restoration efforts take hold, the reef can still flourish. This is the Pacific, vast, ancient, and powerful, yet fragile. Its future depends on the choices we make now.
Before a ship ever sees Antarctica, it must cross a stretch of water that makes every human plan feel small.
There is no harbor to hide in, no large island to block the wind, no stable horizon to trust. Only gray water, low clouds, long waves, and a vessel moving south toward the coldest, most isolated continent on Earth. This is Drake Passage. Between Cape Horn and the South Shetland Islands, the ocean opens like a gate. Behind the ship lies South America, mountains, ports, forests, roads, and the world people understand.
Ahead lies Antarctica, icebergs, penguins, glaciers, snow-covered mountains, and a silence that feels almost outside human time.
But Antarctica does not appear immediately. First there is the crossing. The water turns steel gray. The ship begins to rise and fall with a slower, heavier rhythm. Cups tremble on tables.
Doors are secured.
Passengers learn to walk with one hand ready for the wall.
Outside, albatrosses glide over the waves, as if they belong to a world that does not need solid ground. For centuries, sailors, explorers, scientists, and travelers have spoken of Drake Passage with a mixture of respect and unease.
Not because it is cursed, not because it is a sea of monsters,
but because it is one of the places where the ocean reminds humans that technology may help us travel, but it does not make nature small.
What is hidden in the water between Cape Horn and Antarctica?
Why has this passage become a symbol of every shipborne journey to the White Continent?
And if Antarctica is the reward, Drake Passage is the price humans must pay before being allowed to enter.
Cape Horn is more than a point on a map.
For sailors, explorers, and travelers, it has long represented the end of the familiar world.
A ship leaving Ushuaia may begin in relative shelter.
The Beagle Channel can feel dramatic, but contained, with dark mountains rising along the water and the coastline still visible on both sides.
Then the protection fades. The channel opens. The islands fall behind. The ship moves toward a wider gray horizon, and the crossing becomes real. Cape Horn itself has a severe presence. For generations of sailors, rounding Cape Horn was a test of skill, endurance, and luck. Drake Passage inherits that emotional weight. To pass south from Cape Horn is to leave the last strong sign of land behind. The sea opens in every direction.
The ship becomes a small structure moving across a system much older and larger than itself. This is why Drake Passage is not only geographic, it is psychological. Before Antarctica appears, the human mind must accept distance, exposure, and uncertainty. Modern vessels have radar, satellite, weather stabilizers, navigation systems, emergency procedures, trained crews, medical staff, and expedition leaders. The crossing is far safer than it was in the age of sail, but the emotional transition remains.
Before this passage became the route of research ships and expedition cruises, it was a blank and frightening gap in the map of the southern world.
Before Drake Passage had a name, it was an uncertainty. For early navigators, the far south of the world was not a neatly drawn region with reliable charts and satellite images. It was a dangerous mixture of rumor, wind, coastline, current, and missing information.
There was open water. There was a gateway.
Drake Passage is not rough because of myth. It is rough because of geography, atmosphere, and ocean physics.
Around Antarctica, the Southern Ocean circles the planet, with very little interruption from large land masses.
At Drake Passage, this vast current is squeezed between South America and the Antarctic Peninsula. The waves of Drake are often long and heavy. The Drake Lake describes the rare and almost surreal opposite calm. The first iceberg appears after days of gray water, and the feeling is not only arrival, it is permission.
Drake Passage is the dangerous gateway to Antarctica, but it is also the reminder that the greatest places on Earth do not truly open for.
Drake Passage is not Antarctica.
But without Drake,
the journey to Antarctica would lose part of its soul. It is where the map becomes real water. Where history leaves the page and returns as wind.
Where modern travelers learn that satellite forecasts and strong ships can help us go farther, but they do not make the ocean smaller. From sailing ships to research vessels, from explorers to scientists, from sailors to expedition travelers, Drake Passage has carried the